prized moment where knowledge, science, technology, heritage are meeting. Myself, Mrs. Rumela Roy, takes the pleasure to welcome you all to witness the significant event creating a historical mileage, the International Museum Expo IME 2024, which will be taking place in various locations with plethora of activities and diverse range of topics, discussion, exhibition and exchange. This expo will be marking the International Museum Day 2024 on 18th of May, and this is in continuation to the first edition of IME held in Delhi. The two-day expo will be taking place in Science City majorly, and the host organization is Science City under the Ministry of Culture. So we are really happy and privileged. The dignitaries have already arrived. Dr. Shekhar Simande, Chairman, the governing body of NCSM and former DG CSIR and Secretary DSIR. Madam Mugdha Sinha, Senior IS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture. DG Sri Arijit Dotto Chaudhuri, NCSM. DDG Sri Shomarendra Kumar and Director Sri Anurag Kumar. We request you to come on the dais. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Now the opening of the expo by auspicious lamp lighting will take place. Please behold and be with us. This is a moment of pride for all of us. This moment should be captured. We should not miss this moment. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. All are requested to be on their respective seats. Now, following the tradition, we will welcome the dignitaries with Votorio. We have this unique opportunity to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Shekhar Simande, who upholds the position as chairman of the governing body of NCSM and former DG CSIR and secretary DSIR. He will be welcomed by Sri Arijit Dotto Chaudhuri, DG NCSM. Thank you, sir. Sri Arijit Dr. Chaudhuri will also welcome Mrs. Mugdha Sinha, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture. Thank you, sir. Now, the welcome address, I'd like to invite Sri Arijit Dr. Chaudhuri, DG NCSM, to deliver his welcome address. Sir.
Namaskar. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am profoundly honored to welcome all of you here on this auspicious occasion of the second edition of the International Museum Expo being held at this magnificent Science City, Kolkata. On behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and the National Council of Science Museums, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Shekhar C. Mande, Chairman of the governing body of NCSM. It also gives me a great honor to welcome our guest of honor, Srimati Mugdha Sinha, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Sri G.S. Rautela, former DG NCSM, Professor Vasant Shinde and Sri S.M. Kennedy, members of the NCSM Society, heads of various institutions under the Ministry of Culture, distinguished invited dignitaries and government officials from across the country, all our esteemed speakers for panel discussions and master classes, members of the print and electronic media, our expert friends from the marketplace, our collaborators, and all guests and members of various organizations present today. A special welcome is also due to all my colleagues in the Council from across the country who have assembled here today for this activity. I also extend a warm welcome to all my colleagues from the Ministry of Culture who have also come here for this event, all students, parents, and sponsors who have assembled here today to celebrate the International Museum Day 2024 and the International Museum Expo 2024. I also extend a hearty welcome to Ms. Sarah Kinderlin, who will join online to deliver the keynote address, and Srimati Dona Ganguly and her students from Diksha Manjari. Building on the huge success of the inaugural event organized on this day a year back in Delhi by the Ministry of Culture, the second edition of the International Museum Expo stands as a testament to our collective commitment to initiating dialogue, collaboration, and innovation within the museum community. It is a recognition of the fact that despite our strides, there remains much to be explored and achieved in bringing museum professionals, enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs together on a united platform. This expo seeks to continue the dialogue, share advancements, and further the collaboration among all stakeholders involved in the museum ecosystem. At NCSM, we are dedicated not only to constructing science centers, but also to support museums across India in leveraging technology to narrate their unique stories. This event underscores our ongoing efforts to bridge the gap between science and culture and to make learning an engaging and interactive experience. The challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic have undeniably reshaped our contemporary landscape, promoting us to adapt and innovate like never before. The recovery and resurgence of our institutions to near pre-pandemic levels of engagement are a clear indication of the enduring value and relevance of museums in our society for both education and research. This fact is further strengthened by the fact that today the Ministry of Culture is overwhelmed with demands for new science cities, science centers, and digital planetariums, and NCSM as implementing agency is today involved in 35 live projects across the country. Ministry of Culture's scheme for promotion of culture of science is the enabling scheme under which we are working. Similar demands keep pouring into the ministry for supporting other organizations under the ministry's museum grant scheme. As we convene in the historic and culturally rich city of Kolkata, which has given the first museum in entire Asia-Pacific region in 1814, let us embrace this opportunity to enrich our understanding, share our successes and challenges, and envision a future where museums are vibrant hubs of learning, innovation, and inspiration. I once again extend my deepest gratitude to Professor Shekhar Mandeji for accepting our request, Srimati Mugdha Sinha ji for reposing faith and assigning this responsibility of organizing IME 2.0 to NCSM, and to each one of you for your gracious presence and participation. Your commitment to the advancement and enrichment of museums is invaluable, and I eagerly anticipate the fruitful exchange and collaboration outcomes this Expo is poised to facilitate. Thank you, and let us all work together for making this second edition a resounding success. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for welcoming notes appropriate for the moment. I now invite Mrs. Mugdha Sinha, IAS Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, to deliver her address. Ma'am.
Namaskar and a very good morning to everyone. I also extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Shekhar Mandeji, for taking out precious time from his very, very busy schedule and agreeing to be our chief guest for this celebration today. Shekhar Mandeji is the head of the NCSM family as the chair of the Governing Council of NCSM. And in my 1.5 years of association with him, we couldn't have found a better person today to guide us further as we move from the first and the second edition on to our third edition. So thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. I will also acknowledge the gracious presence here on stage of Dr. Arijit Datta Chaudhary, Samrendra ji, and the Commissioner for the second edition, Anurag Kumarji, Director, Science City. I have to say a few words about all of them today, because for me, it is a very humbling moment today, steeped in nostalgia and deep gratitude as we stand here to celebrate the 48th International Museum Day, because this entire exercise started in 1977, when the International Council on Museums decided to celebrate it in an institutionalized manner. As we begin to celebrate the 48th year of the International Museum Day, the second edition of the International Museum Expo, which started last year, the National Council of Science Museum under the dynamic leadership of its Director General, Shri Arijit Datta Chaudhary ji, and the entire team which is sitting in front of us, is also entering into its 40th year. This is a very happy coincidence for us that when the 40th International Museum Day is being celebrated, the National Council of Science Museum, which is hosting and organizing this, is also moving on to its 40th year. My association with NCSM began not just 1.5 years back when I joined this ministry, but it dates to July 2019. At that point in time, Sri Samrendra Kumar ji was the face of NCSM for me when I was Secretary DST. And I'm so glad this association in a different avatar continues today and that we are here amongst all of them. I have always been saying and recalling the words of Carl Sagan, who said that we live in a society exclusively dependent on science and technology, and we know very little about science and technology. For me, in my last 4+ years of association with NCSM, I can say with a lot of pride that NCSM is that one organization in the country, perhaps in the world, that enables us to say with pride that Sir Carl Sagan, here is an organization that understands both science and technology, understands STEM, and is continuing with this edition. We will showcase you that they also believe in the power of the power of arts, to connect science with arts and to create a culture of science and technology in the ministry and outside in the entire country, and is also very instrumental in disseminating this knowledge with its antiquity and continuity to the entire country. So thank you very much, and I think this is the right moment that we must give a huge round of applause to the National Council of Science Museums here today. Thank you very much for all that you do for science, for bringing science to the society and for solving the problems of the society through the usage of science and creating citizen scientists in the country. Last year, when we did the International Museum Expo, the idea was to appreciate all the scientists, the researchers, the heads of all the organizations, not just of the Ministry of Culture, all members of the Governing Council, the college students, the school students, the faculty members, the friends of museums, the friends of science, persons from the media who are here with us today, and all of you dignitaries, including the museum professionals and the members of the museum supply chain, who have moved on from one edition to the next and are present in this August gathering today with us. The idea was to energize the museum ecosystem, not just the museums per se, to also enable a fruitful conversation between the museum professionals, to look at the entire ecosystem of the museum. And I'm so happy and filled with great pride that we have given the first edition of the Museum Expo an antiquity, because that will become an anchor for many, many years to come. By doing the second edition, you cannot understand the kind of importance the second event always holds, because it grandfathers the first event and gives it an antiquity, which you have done today. So thank you, Anurag ji, thank you, Arijit ji, and thank you, Samrendra ji, and thank you to the entire team of the Science City of Kolkata and NCSM. I mean, all my gratitude falls short today for what you have done in a very, very short span of time. The first brainstorming for doing this event started on the 13th of March, and in a few days we had the model code of conduct. And yet, in that short span, with all the external difficulties that can happen, we are here today celebrating with all of you together the second edition of the International Museum Expo. मेरा शत शत नमन है आप सब लोगों को. Thank you very, very much. As Arijit ji mentioned in his welcome address, that it is very important for us to, having done the first edition in Delhi, to bring it to Kolkata, because it is here that the story of museums in modern times started for the country. If you go back, the first directory of museums in the country was published in 1911, with only 39 museums in the country. And if you look at 1814, you had the first museum, and in 1911, you had only, between that first museum and 1911, which is also, by the way, the year of the census, we had only 39 museums in the country. In 1936, you had the first survey of museums in the country, and from 1911 to 1936, the museums grew from 39 to 105. In 1911, we had the census of the country, the fourth or the fifth census of the country. We had a population of 35 crore people, which basically means that there was one museum in the country for 80 lakh people. In 1959, and that is, sir, Shekhar sir, that is a very, very important moment in time, because the first directory of independent India was published in 1959 by what is then called the Ministry of Scientific Research and Cultural Affairs. And sir, as you know, has been the Director General of DSIR, which is that ministry which was at that point in time also talking of cultural affairs, which is now, of course, as a Ministry of Culture, a separate ministry. In 1959, when the first directory of independent India was published, we had about 173 museums. Last year, the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated another edition, I would say, after a very, very long time, from the Ministry of Culture, a 800-page directory of museums with 1,200 museums in the country. From one museum for 80 lakh people, today in the country, we have one museum for about 10 lakh people. And as I speak, there are many more museums which are coming up in the country today. This number needs to change and grow. As the Honorable Prime Minister in the first Museum Expo said, that every household, if it preserves the family archives of its own generation, we will be capable of bringing a museum in every household. That is the potentials that museums have, and as museums grow, all of you who are here today, as part of this dialogue that we are doing through the International Museum Expo, need to come and think how we can reimagine the museums with changing technologies, with changing mindsets, and make our museums futuristic and design them for the next generation. It is very important as we speak of the museums. I'll not take much time, but I need to say a few things. Between the first edition and the second edition, the Ministry of Culture has actually laid very, very strong foundations for institutionalizing the work to enable the museums to have a very, very solid foundation on which they can build its superstructure. We are coming up with an act which is ready. It is in the second round of interministerial consultations. This act, called the Development of Museums Act, will provide a template for all museums, not just in the public sector, but also offers a template to museums in the private sector, to museums built by the states, by the NGOs, by the corporate houses, by the PSUs, to use that template and draw their own rules. That is one. The second is we are integrating the museum grant scheme and the scheme under which the science museums and the science cities are built, including programs like these, the flagship events, under one integrated scheme. And the budget is increasing exponentially in terms of what we envisage of the museums in the future. We have recently issued, based on the directory that we published last year, the first museum map of India. I am very happy to inform you that because we are celebrating this in Kolkata, the state government of West Bengal has the largest number of museums in the country today, standing at 99 museums in the country, followed closely by Maharashtra. Anurag ji and his team has also prepared a directory of the science museums in the country, which will be launched today. Of the 1,200 museums that we have in the country today, in the last 2 decades, 400 museums, which is 1/3 of the museums, have come up in the country only as a result of the 2 schemes under which grants are given to central, state, and private museums in the country. We are also, at this moment in time, once the directory is launched, you will figure out, we will also come up with a museum map of the science museums in the country. And I'm very happy to tell you that we have grown from 26 science museums, science centers, whatever you call it, to 110 museums today, which are part of the directory which is going to be launched today. We have huge number of panelists which are here with us today, which are going to discuss various aspects of how the museums are being thought out, how the governance of museums is being done. And just to inform you, we have also come up with streamlined guidelines for hiring interns in the museums. Now you can have on-campus selection for postgraduate students, and those postgraduate students will not just get a stipend, but will also get huge amount of support and learning and the first experience of having worked in the government museums, and they can graduate from being interns to research assistants and research associates at par with what the JRF and the senior JRF fellows get in terms of emoluments. That is now an institutionalized policy, guidelines of the Ministry of Culture. Last year, we also took out what is called a graphic novel for the first time, doing an outreach to both the students and the parents to enable them to look at options of employment in the museums, within the museums. As we begin to celebrate the second Museum Expo today, I urge all of you to please spread the message of science and arts being a part of the holistic integrated structure. I see Dr. Pant smiling at me because he has also very recently, inspired by an event that we did many moons ago, initiated what is called the Astro Night Sky Tourism in Uttarakhand. I'm very happy to report that that has become a phenomenal program, creating citizen scientists in the country. I will not take much of your time, but with deep sense of gratitude and profound sense of seeing what has happened, the turnover from the first to the second, I also wish to announce that we have decided the venue for the third International Museum Expo, as we will be celebrating the 49th International Museum Day next year, and the city of Gandhinagar will be hosting. We have got a request from the government of Gujarat for hosting the third edition, and with this announcement, I wish you all the best for the present celebrations and hope to remain a part of all future celebrations that NCSM and all members of this august delegation will allow us to take it from the first to the 100th and many more in times to come. Thank you very much for having me here and for taking out time to come and celebrate the International Museum Day with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your delivery signifying the occasion. We will now move to the historical moment by unveiling the mascot of IME 2024. This is an adaptation of Bakura terracotta horse, carrying the legacy of heritage and craftsmanship of Bengal. So, here now is the moment. The dignitaries on the stage. The dignitaries on the stage will unveil this and will mark the moment. We are grateful to the dignitaries for their august presence and making the history. Along with this, the virtual opening of the different facilities like Transport Gallery happening in Birla Institute of Technology, Kolkata, Oppenheimer's Peaceful Explosion at Science City, Astro Photography happening in Science City, Canvas Cyclorama, Innovate Edifices Architectural Models, Echoes of Ingenuity, Narrative Reimagined Museum Technologies, Brilliance Beyond Borders, BITM Nobel Prize, Vidushi, the Indian Woman in Science. Now, we will be having a film presenting some of the highlights of these facilities. We will now have the experience of the moment towards releasing of the significant publication. The publications are as the Directory of Science Museums and Science Centers in India, folders on the exhibition, Brilliance Beyond Borders, Transport Gallery, brochure of the event IME 2024, last but not the least, booklet of Indian women scientists. Thank you all and thank you, dignitaries. We now have the pleasure to invite Dr. Shekhar Simande, Chairman, Governing Body, NCSM, former DG, CSIR, Secretary, DSIR, to deliver his opening address. Sir, please.
Srimati Mugdha Sinha, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, and a guest of honor for today's function. Shri Harijit Datta Chaudhary, Director General NCSM, Anurag ji, Samvendra ji, all the dignitaries in the audience, friends, colleagues. It's a great privilege for me to be able to be here today amongst all of you to celebrate the 48th International Museums Day and the expo that has been organized by the Ministry of Culture and NCSM. I must say that we are looking forward to having Shri Govind Mohanji with us today, the Secretary Culture, but unfortunately due to the last minute changes, he was not able to come. And we will probably have him on a different occasion, but he has been a great supporter of National Council of Science Museum, and I must place on record our gratitude to him for all his support. Mugdha ji actually told you several impressive numbers. The growth of museums in the country, the growth of science museums in the country, the outreach that has increased in the last few years amongst people, making them aware of different cultural and scientific aspects. Mugdha ji is very modest, and I must place it on record that it would not have been possible without some of the outstanding efforts by her own in this particular regard. As the former head of CSIR family, I must also say that the National Council of Science Museum started under CSIR umbrella in the late 1970s, and then it was taken over by our sister ministry, Ministry of Culture, at that particular point of time. And therefore, we still consider NCSM as CSR family, we still consider NCSM as one of our daughters. And therefore, for me, it's a special privilege to be associated with NCSM once again. One of the principal roles that the museums do, and very aptly, this year's theme that has been declared as the theme of International Museums Day is education and research. And museums play an important role is taking the achievements of human knowledge to general public. Wherever we have creativity, wherever we have actually advanced frontiers of knowledge, wherever we have made new discoveries, all these are to be taken to people effectively. And India's museums, the 1,000 odd that Mugdhaji mentioned, have been trying to do that continuously. I was just talking to Arijit about a few things, and it occurred to me that some of the achievements of India's science, either historically or even the recent ones, are generally not being taken to public in a manner that they ought to have. And NCSM in this work is working continuously to take some of these achievements. I want to give a few examples of these. As all of you are aware, Calcutta has been one of the centerpieces in most of the knowledge generation in the country in last few hundred years. But perhaps some of the things that historically happened in Calcutta are not even known to people in Calcutta. There is a museum that NCSM has created along with Wellcome Trust and some other organizations on vaccines, for example. Today I believe that is in Bombay, but it was also displayed in Delhi for a short while. And that also talks about the practice of what we call as variolation, which is a precursor of vaccines that existed in India and China since the 11th and 12th century. Not many people are aware that Edward Jenner made his first vaccine in 1797, the vaccine against smallpox. But the practice of variolation for smallpox existed in India and China 500 years before that. And the variolation practice was very simple. Learned people from Banaras would go all over India. They would carry needles with them, and the needles would have inoculum from infected person, a person infected with smallpox, and they would go and touch that in some kind of a part of the skin on the forearm of uninfected person. Very similar to what we call as vaccination. Because of this, the mortality rate of smallpox in India was about 1%, as against that in the rest of the world about 30% mortality rate, people who would die of smallpox. Number two, people, even if they got smallpox, the variolated people would not have disfigurement. Their faces, hands and other things would not get disfigurement. Number three, they would be lifelong protected by smallpox. Now this existed prior to Edward Jenner's vaccine, 1797. And this aspect has been actually brought forth even in the vaccine museum that has been done by NCSM. I do hope that people become aware of similar kind of achievements of Indian science in multiple different areas through museums such as this. India's astronomy, India's metallurgy, India's mathematics has a glorious tradition. There are many, many things we can go on recounting on this particular platform, the achievements of India's science since ages. But unfortunately, what we have been taught in the schools does not cover much of that. And as we speak, we are in the process of revising the curriculum for the schools, and we are in the process of writing textbooks for the schools, the new textbooks. In fact, the first textbook for class 6 from NCERT will be out very soon, and we are attempting to highlight some of these achievements of Indian science even at the school and college level. And we do hope that we will transform the perception of India's achievements in the general public in the coming generation. I give you an example from 11th and 12th century. I want to come to more recent examples. And yesterday I had an opportunity to be at Durgapur. There is a CSIR lab in Durgapur called Central Mechanical Engineering Research Institute. And the occasion in Durgapur yesterday was we were celebrating National Technology Day. All of you are aware, 11th May every year since 1998 has been celebrated across India as National Technology Day. On 11th May 1998, 3 significant technologies were demonstrated to the country. One was Pokhran 2, that was carried out, the peaceful nuclear explosion as we call, by the Department of Atomic Energy. The second development was successful demonstration of the Trishul missile by the DRDO. And the third successful technology demonstration was the maiden flight of first indigenously made aircraft, Hansa, that was made by CSIR in AL. And the then Prime Minister, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, was so overwhelmed by the emotions of these 3 demonstrations that he instantly declared 11th May as a National Technology Day. And as a part of that celebration, we did that yesterday, 7 days later, in Durgapur. But the other occasion was also to celebrate 50 years of India's indigenously made tractor called Swaraj. Now, some of you might not be aware of the history of India's mechanical engineering industry, especially the younger children. When British left India in 1947, India practically had no industry. I mean, India's industry had begun in the right earnest by people like Jamshedji Tata, by people like Khwaja Hamid. So these people had started, for example, the iron and steel industry in Jamshedpur, or the power industry in Mumbai by Tatas. And Khwaja Abdul Hamid had started Cipla as the pharmaceutical industry. P.C. Rai had started Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals in Calcutta. But yet, India's industry was not sufficiently able to undertake some of the challenging problems in 1947. And because of that, we were dependent upon imports all the time. And in the mid-1960s, India faced one of the major crises of then, that for the first time since independence, we had faced a famine-like situation. You are aware of the famines? I don't need to remind in Bengal, the 1943 famine, which killed about 30 lakh people at that famine, 30 lakh. And we had faced similar situation in 1965, 1966. And that became a catalytic point for India's Green Revolution. People like C. Subramaniam, people like Shivraman, who was an outstanding officer in Delhi, and of course, Professor M.S. Swaminathan, together decided that India's agriculture would change forever since 1960s. And we know today India is the surplus grain manufacturer in the world. But one of the things that also was important in agriculture was mechanization of agriculture. And also the ability to have our own pesticides. And mechanization ran into immediate problem because of the balance of payment crisis. 1965-1966, India faced a serious balance of payment crisis. We did not have cash to make purchases from overseas. It's just similar to 1990 balance of payment crisis when India had mortgaged almost all of its gold to someone else. Something similar was happening in 1965-1966 because consistent lack of rainfall in the 2 seasons prior to that. India was a major importer of farm equipment from countries like Bulgaria, Russia and all. It is at that time Lal Bahadur Shastri ji and then the ministers, they suggested that India should actually try to indigenize some of the farm equipment. And that responsibility fell upon the Central Mechanical Engineering Research Institute, CMERI, Durgapur, who also have a branch in Punjab. And they made the first indigenous tractor called the Swaraj tractor. Many of you would have seen Swaraj on the road today. That was actually made the first indigenously made tractor. 26 bhp tractor and was as good as any other tractors that were being imported prior to that. All the components made in India, and the farmers actually started using that in the right earnest since then. That was very soon followed by Sonalika tractor, and that led to spin-off of a company from CSIR, what is called as Punjab Tractors Limited, and a spin-off company about 4 years ago was acquired by Mahindra and Mahindra. And today we see as a major success story that India does not really need to depend upon farm equipment to be imported. That is a fantastic story. But we can go on and on many of these stories. And one of the stories that I am very fond of in recalling is the story of infant death rate. India was a country in which there was a very high percentage of infant deaths. Children who were born but did not get sufficient food or milk, and they were dying of that. That was in 1970s, still 1970s. And the White Revolution promised to change that. The White Revolution, the revolution in which India became surplus milk producer. Those of you who have not read today's BBC, I would urge you to go to the BBC site today and read a beautiful article by Sautik Biswas on how India's White Revolution took place. And there's a very nice film that came up on it later, a film called Manthan, which is an iconic film in Indian film industry. But White Revolution still did not promise that milk could reach all parts of the country. And one effective way of transporting milk was converting milk into milk powder. And India's milk could not have been converted into milk powder. There's an international committee that was set up by Ministry of Commerce then that sat and wrote down recommendation. India's milk cannot be converted into milk powder because the source of milk in India is buffalo milk, and in the rest of the world the source of milk is cow milk. The difference being buffalo milk is high in fat, cow milk is low in fat, and therefore when you try to convert milk into powder, it forms clumps in Indian milk. Mr. Kurian, the father of India's White Revolution, flew down to Mysore and met one Mr. Subramaniam, the then director of Central Food Technology Research Institute, and together they came up with a very simple solution. Taking buffalo milk and removing fat from it. And that's a very simple biochemical process by which you can actually remove fat from milk. And the milk that then remained could have been converted into milk powder very easily. And the fat that came out went on to make PJ Kurian, of course, as I said, all of you are aware of Amul, what we have Amul today. And the Amul butter that you eat today every day is actually a byproduct of that particular process that was made in 1970s. And the milk powder was shown to be fit for consumption by clinical trials conducted by Christian Medical College, Vellore. And all this made milk powder possible in India in early 1970s. Now there are many stories that we can go on talking about this. The achievements of India's science, the achievements of India's technology. Very often, some of these achievements go unnoticed because they are not very high, these technological achievements are not very based on high-end scientific achievements. What comes very prominently in the public eye are things like Chandrayaan-3. Of course, all of us are extremely proud of that particular movement. India became the first country ever to land on the south pole of the moon in the world. The things that come to the public attention are things like Surya Tilak that was talked about in media very often in recent times. It is not based on very deep scientific principles, but yet as an engineering is an achievement. But people hardly talk about the achievements of India's science and technology, for example, in the upliftment of aspirational districts in recent times. All of you are aware that Government of India declared 108 districts across the country as aspirational districts. And if you look at their progress since 2018, is absolutely phenomenal. The way the quality of life has been improving in the aspirational districts program that is essentially anchored in the Niti Aayog is phenomenal. As we sit here in the audience today, India is going through a transformation. We have seen that lot of infrastructural development are taking place in the country, and we talk of large number of roads that are being made in the country. We hardly talk of the transformation that is taking place in the seaports that is happening in the country as well. The seaports are a major route for maritime trade across the world. And India's ports, as we speak today, are undergoing a major transformation. And all of these information needs to be brought forth to the public. The much less information that we actually talk about and achievements that we are doing continuously needs to be brought out to the public, so that in general, public is not only aware of them, but we also are proud of what is happening around us in the country. And if we develop that particular pride, that what we are doing completely here, indigenously, not based on support from many other powers around the world, and what our aspirations are for the future, I think we will have definitely a better future to look for in the next 25 years. The Honorable Prime Minister very fondly calls the next 25 years as India's Amrit Kal, and I see many young children in the audience here, and it's upon your shoulders to carry forward that dream to make India a developed world in 2047, 25 years from now. And hopefully, some of us here would still be alive in 2047, and we do hope that some of you, the younger people here, carry forward that dream and indeed make India, as has been thought about, as a developed country in the world. With that hope, I once again wish all of you a very happy International Museums Day and a success today and tomorrow for the expo in this particular one. And congratulate NCSM for the same. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable delivery, raising the vital issues. Now we have come to that precious moment where we have the privilege to felicitate our dignitaries with mementos. Sri Arijit Dotto Chaudhuri will felicitate Dr. Shekhar C. Mande. A big round of applause is needed. Sri Arijit Dr. Chaudhuri will also felicitate Madam Mugdha Sinha, IAS Joint Secretary. The felicitation of Madam Mugdha Sinha by Sri Arijit Dr. Chaudhuri, DG, NCSM. We are really grateful for the august presence of the dignitaries. Now, we have come to the vote of thanks, which will be delivered by Director Sri Anurag Kumar, Science City. Sir.
Thank you is a prayer which cannot be touched. It cannot be seen. It can be felt from the heart. I am very thankful for the august presence of the Chairman of National Council of Science Museums, Professor Shekhar Mande, for altering his program and making it convenient to come to this place for inaugurating this event. I am so thankful for the presence of Madam Mugdha Sinha, she has been a great supporter for the entire NCSM team, and her motivating moments keep us on drive. Thank you very much, ma'am, for continuously giving us support for our achievements. I am thankful to my Director General and Deputy Director General for giving us full support for whatever help we require for organizing any event, and in particular, this particular event has been made possible because of the support from North, East, South, West and Northeast of NCSM. The entire NCSM team has supported in one way or other in what you are going to witness for the next 2 days. I am so thankful for the entire team of NCSM. The dignitaries, the panelists, the resource persons who have come, who have made it possible to come here for participating in the event for the next 2 days, I am very, very thankful for all of them. The people, the entrepreneurs, the startups who have in fact braving all the difficulties of the election time, they have tried to come here and participate in the event. I am so thankful for all of them. And last but not the least, our greatest friends, the students who are in the audience, the teachers who always support us. I am so very thankful to all of you for coming here, and also to the press, which has always been in support of Science City. Whatever event we do, at whatever short notice we inform them, they are always available for reporting about our achievements. Thank you, all of you, and we wish you all the best for the next 2 days for participating in so many parallel events. I wish you find time to witness to all the events that we are organizing for the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will now request our valued dignitaries to take their seats in the auditorium. Thank you so much. A bit of preparation. Okay. So now we are moving towards the keynote address. We have the pleasure to have amongst us the presence of Dr. Ms. Sarah Kenderdine through online mode. Professor Kenderdine researches at the forefront of interactive and immersive experiences for galleries, libraries, archives and museums. In widely exhibited installation works, She has amalgamated tangible and intangible cultural heritage with new media art practice, especially in the realms of interactive cinema, augmented reality, and embodied narrative. Ms. Sara has produced over 110 exhibitions and installations for museums worldwide. In 2017, Dr. Sara was appointed professor at the École Polytechnique Fédérale La Lausanne, EPFL, Switzerland, where she has built the laboratory for experimental museology and is director and lead curator of EPFL Pavilions. Her upcoming book is Deep Fakes, a critical lexicon of digital museology 2024, published by Routledge. So here now is a session to deep delve into the world of knowledge. Floor to Dr. Sara Kennedy.
Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to join this 48th ICOM Museum and the Museum Day and the International Museum Expo 2024, hosted by the National Council of Science Museums. My deepest respect to the distinguished guests and officiates today, Ms. Mugdha Sinha, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Dr. Shekhar Mandi, Chairman of the governing body of NCSM, Mr. Ajit Dutta Chowdhury, Director General, NCSM, and Mr. Anurag Kumar, Director of Science City, Kolkata. And I deeply regret that I can't join you in person today. I'm actually in Shanghai, in China, to launch another exhibition which brings together art and the science of astrophysics at the new Astronomy Museum in Shanghai. It has its first open day to the public today to coincide with International Museums Day. So this exhibition is harnessing advanced technologies of imaging, visualization, and the visual arts, and cosmos archaeology explorations in time and space takes us on an interactive and immersive journey, offering a portal into new perspectives on our contemporary relationship to the universe. In the exhibition, 25 installations and artworks were brought together to break down the artificial gap between scientific rigor and visual experience, acting not only as tools for science, but also as gateways for the public to enter the vastness of the cosmos. Cosmos archaeology is a sensory and emotional immersion into the depths of the universe. So, that being the case, a video has been prepared which will be played for you subsequently, and it's addressing new museums and new technologies and the world of art and cultural heritage and science. And I look forward to joining you in the future when I come to India again later this year. With India's wonderful traditions of science and the robust growth of the museums across the country, I know that your celebrations today will be extremely rich. So thank you very much, and the hosts may now play the video. primary research framework that I'm going to talk about today is computational museology. Computational museology provides a scaffold that unites machine intelligence with data curation, ontology, the world of knowledge, with visualization, and communities of publics and practitioners with embodied interaction through immersive interfaces. Computational museology empowers cultural organizations to link all forms of culture and materiality, objects, knowledge systems, representation, and participation. But let me first set the stage for a new kind of museology in which the visitor is at the core of the experience and immersion is the framework of engagement. It was the former CEO of Intel, Brian Krasnick, who declared in 2014, "We're in the midst of a transformation from the world of screens and devices to a world of immersive experiences." But media archaeology, however, informs us that what he was really observing was hundreds of years of development in these prosthetic architectures of the senses. From the Kaiser panorama to the sensorama, the emergence of immersive environments coincided with the sublimation of curatorial praxis inside machines and represented the greatest challenge to the passive viewer since the invention of the roller coaster. For 25 years, I've been designing interactive frameworks for public engagement with cultural heritage. This was initially located at Museum Victoria, where I started to build large-scale systems and experiences for mass public. I then started to work with universities to help sustain this research at the forefront of computer graphics. I co-established the Applied Laboratory for Interactive Visualization and Embodiment at the Science Park in Sha Tin with 10, that's Hong Kong, with 10 large-scale interactive frameworks, and then returned to Australia to build the Expanded Perception and Interaction Centre at UNSW. Just so you know what you're looking at here on the right-hand side of your screen, a small 7-meter diameter visualization environment comprised of 56 projectors with a 29 computer cluster. Just as a reference, this is 60 times the resolution of a head-mounted display, those systems that are typically described for metaverse applications. This system, at the edge of human visual acuity, was designed to solve visualization problems for complexity and big data for the humanities and the sciences. Our research partners in Hong Kong have just completed this system here, the world's first 360-degree 3D LED panorama. And my laboratory in in Switzerland at EPFL, the Lab for Experimental Museology, we have 12 large-scale systems that offer us strategies for multisensory engagement, emphasizing human-to-human as well as human-to-machine interaction, and giving us powerful ways to reformulate narrative in a digital context. We harness technologies that have unprecedented abilities to capture the world around us. Laser scanning, for example, collects billions of points to represent places such as these heads at Mount Rushmore, scanned by the Scottish 10. We can create precious objects in 3D and peer inside to see what was previously unseen. We can capture art in a way through linear line scanning or camera array photography that lets us zoom in to the tiniest brushstroke and reveal more than the naked eye can see. We recently acquired this robotic arm for high-fidelity, color-accurate, repeatable photogrammetry. And advances in machine learning are also an emerging trend in our work. We recently installed the photogrammetric model of Nefertari's tomb, collected in only 8 hours of photography, in which machine learning is used to create a model of billions of points. This model is then transferred to the 360 3D environment at 40 million pixels as the world's first demonstrator of Unreal Engine's end display technology synchronized across a powerful 11 PC graphics cluster. We are also capturing intangible heritage through various forms of motion capture, volumetric video capture, and motion over time analytics. And while it's really not the topic of the talk today, I thought I should point out that scientific visualization, or science in real time as I call it, is a burgeoning field of development in my lab. For example, here the actual simulation data from tokamak sequences in a European-wide project for the fusion community together with the Swiss Plasma Center. We have a small tokamak on campus, and this is the real-time visualization of the data that's collected from that system. We visualized the largest data set in the universe, actually combining 27 dimensions and 7 large-scale data sets in a collaboration with the Astrophysics Lab at EPFL. And through full dome rendering here inside a brain, a mouse brain actually, research from colleagues at EPFL's Human Brain Projects, the aesthetic dimensions of scientific data are undeniable and often compelling, but the scientific use case, the scale of compute, and the real-time graphics are at the frontiers that we're only just beginning to grapple with. One of the projects I also at EPFL is EPFL Pavilions, an amplifier for art and science in society. In participation with diverse communities, the Pavilions blends experimental curatorship and contemporary aesthetics with open science, digital humanism, and emerging technologies. And by way of brief introduction, these are a few of the exhibitions we've had recently: Nature of Robotics, an expanded field, Deepfakes, art and its double, Cosmos Archaeology, explorations in time and space. And this is actually why I can't join you today, because it's opening in Shanghai yesterday at the Shanghai Astronomy Museum. Lighten Up on Biology and Time, Cyber-Physical Architecture in Real Time. So that's an enormous preamble, but let's turn to the topic at hand, which splits the presentation into these core themes: computational archives, cultural imaginaries, heritage at risk, deep fakes and digital twins, embodied knowledge systems, and potentially, if we have time, deep mapping and also augmented worlds. We live in a world where tools for searching in archives remain rooted in archival conventions of grammatocentrism, where every expert is the key of entry, or expert knowledge is the key of entry. Access and engagement with the large majority of these databases continues to rely on text-driven single searches. The computational revolution, however, offers a paradigm shift from museums, where archives are a new terrain upon which curators will reckon with heritage materiality and calculate and define new fine-grained archival ontologies and narratives. This demonstrator is old, 2008 actually, but it hints at the potential of where the remixing of archives can go. In this particular case, 24 hours of free-to-air broadcast television footage from 5 Australian channels is the source material. The footage was taken offline, analyzed by softwares to look for camera angle change, and at every change in a particular movie, whether it was a dramatic film or a sitcom, a cut was made, and ultimately a database of 24,000 clips was created, and each clip is about 4 seconds each. TV, as we know, cuts very fast. Cinematic film tends to have much longer cuts. So 4 able-bodied young men were hired to sit in a dark room and then hand tag each one of these 4-second clips. It's true that today, even with computer vision type techniques and machine learning, it would be impossible to hand tag most of this, to automate most of this tagging process. Emotion, expression, physicality, speed, scene structure, meta tags such as gender and color are more computational in nature and can be extracted automatically. Anyway, in those days, 2008, this was impossible. So then we're able to stream 500 simultaneous streams of video to a 360 3D system and then operate on the database. About 30 or 40 people in this room can be together, and the protagonist of this experience selects any image or moving sequence, and it reorganizes the database to bring everything that's semantically similar to one side. Everything that's most dissimilar is behind you. So he's going to bring up a small screen where you can start to weight your search. And just for demo purposes, he will select color. This is a computer vision tag based on luminosity. It selects the fiery red stuff. It brings all the high luminosity images to one side, and all the low luminosity is together behind him. So this is the credits for the movies and the titles. So we like to talk about aesthetic transcription or pan-aesthetics. It's the way new meaning is produced. It's a very noisy word, by the way. It's the way meaning is produced based on how content moves from one expressive medium to another, a trans-narrative experience where gesture is all defining. You can also add clips together, recombining the narratives of different movies. This is a framework called recombinatory narrative, a number of non-linear narrative forms made possible by interactive media. Reconceptualizing this spatial montage has many analogies. We've got Panini's picture galleries to Warburg's Mnemosyne Atlas, R.B. Warburg. And we're currently now creating a whole range of situated frameworks that take advantage of this preliminary work. Now, addressing a different issue, we know at most museums there's only a fraction of the collection is on display. The British Museum, it's 0.4%. Smithsonian only shows 2%. Museum Victoria, 0.85% of its 16 million objects are on display. They own a 360-degree 3D system. So we took an export from the content management system. It's 100,000 objects. It took 15 minutes only to get the data to create this work. It's distributed across 18 themes. Within each theme, the images are temporally distributed, and then you can travel in the Z-axis as far as the eye can see. The audio is taken from the museum archives as well, and is completely emergent, so you can't predict what it will do. You can zoom into any one of the images. It creates a wordle from the description of that object, and then you can access the original record. But what's most important about this work is the way that it connects objects together across very disparate themes. Natural sciences, social history, and indigenous material. And it's hinting at the possibilities of any archive, but relies on the digital curation of the staff to start with. Each object can be examined, and it's a new paradigm for opening up the museum storehouse and creating shared playgrounds of exchange and interaction. It operates like a real-time curating machine where you will always be presented with the unexpected. So this is a more recent example. It draws on EPFL's seminal Montreux Jazz digitization archive. This is an archive of 11,000 hours. It's a memory of the world archive listed with UNESCO. And the installation itself just takes the jazz components, jazz in all its subgenres, and it mixes and replays 5,400 artists and 13,000 videos from this 11,000 hours of video. So the neural net-like image that you see here represents the social network of the artists, and the clustering is based on the number of times one artist played with another artist. So in fact, it's B.B. King who lies at the center of this very dense network. Visitors lie under the dome and use a spherical interface to navigate this constellation, emulating the hemisphere of the full dome in which it's staged. The search paradigm is akin to tuning a radio, searching by listening, circumventing the lack of public knowledge into who actually the jazz greats are. Hearing what you like drives the design to unfold in 3 layers, a sample, all songs, full song. Now in Narratives from the Long Tail, this is a research grant that I hold, we're developing interactive visualization frameworks for more than 200,000 hours of archival video from 4 major collections in Europe. Machine learning and computer vision is used to create narrative coherence across the spatial, temporal, social, affective, and aesthetic vectors in these massive archives. The 360-degree 3D narrative visualization engine is a scalable and participatory engagement model which aims to situate audiences and their experiences at the center of knowledge production while also stimulating innovation in archival practices. So we feed back into the archival world the results and tools that we develop. The little skit that you saw comes actually from the Eye Museum in the Netherlands. It's the oldest film archive in the world, and these images are the equivalent of 16mm IMAX quality, so they're absolutely sensational. Stereo Spectacular is another example to leverage the vast archives of historic stereographic images found in collections throughout the world. And in this case, we're focusing on the Universal Exhibition 1867. Always attuned to spectacle, Napoleon III, the French emperor, instigated this exposition in Paris. It was designed with an innovative iron building and includes over 100 national pavilions in a vast park on the Champ de Mars. The fair marked a turning point in visual culture. Far from being a traditional display of manufactured goods and natural resources, it mobilized contemporary technologies in the service of history and museography in order to create an immersive visitor experience, which was a sensation at the time. The gigantic elliptical palace was arranged as a panoptic machine, and the fair brought together approximately 50,000 exhibitors from 32 countries and attracted an estimated 11 million visitors over 8 months. So we conjoined historical research and the investigation of this great globalizing event to embark on a new project to articulate the historic technologies of vision that were mobilized at the fair. Approximately 1,000 stereo plates from multiple collections worldwide, are curated in a new visualization paradigm for the 360 3D panorama system. So what's important about this work is we're reconstituting stereo vision, which hasn't really been seen since the day it was created. In these stereo pairs, they were printed cards, they were traveling the world in boxes for mass public engagement with the fair itself, or as a record of the fair itself. And we use a range of computer vision techniques to correct these stereo pairs for reconstitution and stereo viewing. We remove artifacts, we denoise, we correct any defects, and we upscale for fidelity. Algorithmic recoloring is also undertaken, and advances in computer vision also hint at possibilities for fully reconstructed scenes with navigable 3D geometry. And while it's still in its infancy, Stereo Spectacular is part of exhibitions for museums in Paris and Washington starting in 2026. So what you see here is a preliminary sketch of what it will be. The navigational experience depicts a wireframe of the exhibition architectures, and through historical research, each of the images has been geolocated on its correct position in the fair. As a global event, the 1867 exposition put in motion an unprecedented play of mirrors. Delegates came from all over the world, and to augment our archival display, the stereo images will be sonified with global voices and a chatbot through commentaries written by visitors at the time. The post-processual archaeologist Christopher Tilley says kinesthetic approaches to landscape stress the role of the carnal human body. The way we perceive and relate to visual imagery is fundamentally related to the kinds of bodies we have. Christopher Pinney describes corporeal embodied aesthetics, the way in which iconic images transfix their viewers. Embodiment theory and forming presence theory is central to a post-digital encounter. And here is a series of works that cover this theme, and I'm pleased to say the dome of the former Prince of Wales Museum in Mumbai was adopted as the epicenter of an artistic exploration that specifically focuses on the ceiling architectures of Mumbai's heritage and contemporary buildings and transforms them into an urban celestial imaginary. Mumbai's architectural heritage is unrivaled in India. The city has one of the largest representations of grand neo-Gothic style architecture, numerous examples of Indo-Saracenic architecture, and one of the world's largest numbers of Art Deco buildings. We shot 168 gigapixel images throughout the city. This is the Baujilard Museum, but we also did some contemporary buildings here, Terminal 2 from Mumbai Airport. We staged the work in a full dome, which we bought from my laboratory. We placed this 6-meter dome under the 60-foot ceiling of the Prince of Wales Museum. And it allowed about 2,000 people a day to come and rediscover their city with fresh eyes. Open to all, it gave new perspectives on the many of the spaces that are socially exclusive despite their public heritage status. The work uses a computer vision algorithm that randomly selects any pair of images and creates a unique transition between them. So in effect, you can lie there all day and never see the same thing twice. The perceived hemispheric curvature of the dome has been rendered architecturally by many cultures throughout the world and used to enfold the most sacred of environments. From Buddhist stupas and Jain temples to Islamic mosques and Christian cathedrals, dome constructions are places of ritual, communion, and transcendence. The concept of an experiential domed environment emerged from attempts to simulate the spherical gestalt of the human visual field and was designed to exploit and extend sensory perception. In collaboration with the Inaugural elders and the National Museum of Australia, we created 2 dome experiences travelling Kankarangalpa, the songline of the 7 sisters. The songline portrays one of the most defining and predominant meta-narratives chronicled in ancient mainland Australia, but never told in the public domain until this exhibition. A traumatic history of colonial contact made its custodians wary of disclosing details of their sacred knowledge, and yet the songline was in jeopardy. This project was 7 years in the making, from the day that the community asked for help to put their broken songline back together and to bring it into the public domain for the first time. The digital dome was chosen by the Mātu artists and used for this project to simultaneously express the sphere of the world around us, the sky above, the ground below, enveloping viewers as they lie supine as the creation beings travel, leaving land formations in their wake, Cave Hill and the constellations of Pleiades and Orion in the night sky. The first project we did imaged a cave that had never had a single photograph taken of it before. We made a full 3D model of this cave, gigapixel imaging, time-lapse photography, spherical drone-based panoramas, and so on, ambisonics for a 3D architecture of sound. Throughout the ages, such domed enclosures have often been used as surfaces upon which to represent the psycho-cosmological constructs, and were rendering the corporeal archetypes of this particular narrative. The second dome journey immerses visitors in a series of projected artworks of this songline made by the custodians of the story. These jumpy figures represent the 7 sisters, their trussed grass figures, and they're being sung off the land by their creators to their new home at the National Museum of Australia. We were able to make photogrammetric models of them here, and images of the full dome were painted by the Mātu artists, leading to complex interpretations and then a series of animations. As you can see here. So the work itself was enormously successful, and what's interesting about it is that it took 7 years to negotiate. It was a watershed in curatorial and Indigenous relations in Australia with the National Museum. It was also a profound collaboration with the university sector. I was able to write a grant which bought the dome that ultimately showed the work, but the success of the show meant that the museum was empowered to build their own dome because it's touring all over the world. It just closed at the Humboldt Forum in Berlin and the Quai Branly in Paris. It's opening soon in the Netherlands. So there are many opportunities for empowerment of innovation in the museum sector, which can be supported by universities. Iconoclasm, looting, warfare, natural disasters and not so natural disasters of mass tourism and climatic catastrophe act on cultural heritage with increasingly frequent devastation. We're now on the edge of the Gobi Desert in China at the Dongwang Caves at the nexus of the Silk Road. This World Heritage Site has 492 caves carved into this escarpment. Inside, 45,000 square meters of painted frescoes and over 2,000 stucco statues, crafted by Buddhist monks over a period of 1,000 years. This sublime art treasury is like nothing else in the Chinese Buddhist world. Most are permanently closed to the public to ensure preservation, and the digital is the only mode of visitation in an era characterized by heritage at risk. There is an enormous preservation effort underway there, mass digitization by 60 full-time photographers. It takes about 3 months to digitize a single cave. And the Pure Land projects that we created, 5 in total, were designed to activate the kinesthetic spatial responses of their viewers and give us important insights into interfaces in the museological domain. This is one of these interfaces that followed the development of the full 360-degree system. We print the wireframe from the laser scan on the walls of this exhibition booth. Visitors are now inside the digital model at 1-to-1 scale. They use this tablet like a window on the world. It has 3 noteworthy qualities: the way that it harnesses digitization around a single screen. This is the core of the museological experience. It's not about giving everybody their own device. It's about how you harness that activity, how you do it between young kids, middle-aged ladies, grandmother and grandchild. Grandmother abandons grandchild and takes off with the screen. And the third most noteworthy quality is that of virtual tourism. Here, the wife takes an iPad from her handbag and she films her husband's experience as if they were really there. It was reformed as a full dome work, fully interactive, for the World Economic Forum in Dalian, with live tours under the dome for the WEF delegates, and here again in 360 3D. Indeed, a single data set has created 5 completely different exhibition installations and has been seen by over 1 million people worldwide. The malleability of digital data is its intrinsic quality. And there is also, we see, a proliferation of aura arising from these digital works in an entanglement between the real and its digital double. Which brings me to the next section. Decades of computer science and engineering have revolutionized the tenets of verisimilitude and representation. Here, it's a Swiss project about to enter the Guinness Book of Records, actually. And it concerns a Swiss national icon. It's a painted panorama representing the Swiss Battle of Confederation of 1476, and it was painted by the German artist Louis Braun in 1893. Its significance is as part of Swiss national identity in the creation of the nation state. Upon completion, the Merton panorama
Thank you. It was really a very engaging experience, an engaging presentation. Now a break for creative and cultural mood with grace of classical form of Indian dance by none other than Mrs. Dona Ganguly. So here now we will experience a brilliant performance by Mrs. Dona Ganguly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Diksha Manjari's first presentation today is Ganesh Vandana.
लाल चढ़ायो 8 गज मुख को, जोंगित लाल विराजे सुख गौरी हर को, हाथ लिए गुण लड्डू साई सुरवर को, महिमा कहे न जाए लागत हूँ पद को। जय देव जय देव जय जय जी गणराज विद्या सुखदाता, धन्य तुम्हारो दर्शन मेरा मन रमता। जय देव जय देव टांगण वंदिन चरण डोळ्यान पाहिन रूप तुझे, प्रेमे अलंगिन आनंद पूजन भावे वाळिन म्हणे नामा। त्वमेव माता पिता त्वमेव, त्वमेव बंधुश्च सखा त्वमेव, त्वमेव विद्याकरणं त्वमेव, त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव। कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रियैर्वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृति स्वभावा, करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणाय समर्पयामि। अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्ण दामोदरं वासुदेवं हरि, श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिका वल्लभं जानकी नायकं रामचन्द्रं भजे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे।
Diksha Manjari pays homage to our great country through music and dance. In the first section, we will present 3 pieces. Dhono Dhanno Pushpo Bhara, written by Dijendralal Roy, the poet, playwright and musician known for his nationalist historical plays and songs. Following the 1905 partition of Bengal, Dijendralal joined the cultural movement to reunite the 2 Bengal provinces. It was during this time that he wrote several patriotic songs. O Amar Desher Mati, from the Swadesh section of Rabindranath Tagore's Gita-bitan, written in 1905 and first published in the magazine Bongo Darshan. It was written at the time of the Bongo Bhongo Andolon, when Lord Curzon reorganized the Bengal presidency in a deliberate attempt to divide Bengal on religious grounds. Oi Bhubano Mono Mohini, also from the Swadesh section of Rabindranath's Gita-bitan, was written in 1896 and first sung on 28th December of the same year on the occasion of the 12th annual conference of the Indian National Congress. Tagore was requested to compose a hymn for the occasion which would pay respect to a deity, a combined form of our motherland and goddess Durga. The song was presented in chorus with Atul Prasad Sen among the singers. Rabindranath himself had led the song.
ধনধান্য পুষ্প ভরা আমাদের এই বসুন্ধরা, তাহার মাঝে আছে দেশ এক সকল দেশের সেরা। খোসে স্বপ্ন দিয়ে তৈরি সে দেশ, স্মৃতি দিয়ে ঘেরা। এমন দেশটি কোথাও খুঁজে পাবে না কো তুমি, সকল দেশের রানী সেজে আমার জন্মভূমি। দেশের মাটি তোমার পরে ঠেকাই মাথা, ও আমার দেশের মাটি তোমার পরে ঠেকাই মাথা। তোমাতে বিশ্বময়ী, তোমাতে বিশ্বময়ী আঁচল পাতা, ও আমার দেশের মাটি তোমার পরে ঠেকাই মাথা। তুমি মিশেছ মোর দেহের সনে, তুমি মিলেছ মোর প্রাণে মনে, মিশেছ মোর দেহের সনে। তুমি মিলেছ মোর প্রাণে মনে, তোমার ওই শ্যামল বরণ কোমল মূর্তি মর্মে গাথা, ও আমার দেশের মাটি তোমার পরে ঠেকাই মাথা, ও আমার দেশের মাটি তোমার পরে ঠেকাই মাথা। ওই ভুবন মন মোহিনী, ওই ভুবন মন মোহিনী, ভুবন মন মোহিনী, নির্মল সূরজ জনক জননী জননী, ওই ভুবন মন
নীল সিন্ধু জল ধৌত চরণ তল, অনিল বিকম্পিত শ্যামল অঞ্চল, অম্বর চুম্বিত ভালো হিমাচল, শুভ্র তুষার কিরীটিনী, ওই ভুবন মন উদয় তব গগনে, প্রথম শ্যাম রব তব তপো
celebrates the birth anniversary month of the Indian Nobel laureate poet Governmental with two songs, Odi Baar Phir Jaaye and Bipulo Tarunguri. We have also included the Sufi song Sakala Bana, which was penned by the Sufi poet Amir Khusro in his poem entitled Basan, and another song celebrating the farmers of our country, Hey Samhalo.
বিপুল তরঙ্গরে বিপুল তরঙ্গরে বিপুল তরঙ্গরে শোষণ উদ্বেলিয়া মগন ভরে অতীত অনাগত আলোকে উজ্জ্বল জীবনে চঞ্চল একটি আনন্দ তরঙ্গ বিপুল তরঙ্গরে বিপুল তরঙ্গরে Hey,
Durga Puja of Kolkata has been inscribed on the UNESCO representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. This is the first festival in Asia to receive the recognition. For Bengalis across the world, Durga Puja is much more than just a mere festival. It is a celebration of joy and happiness. The celebration has risen over linguistic and religious barriers and become a universal festival of humanity, one of the largest cultural carnivals and street art festivals of the country. The next item is an invocation to Goddess Durga, the feminine energy of the cosmos. Goddess Durga was created to combat the evil demon Mahisasura. The trinity of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva came together to create a powerful female form with 10 arms. Goddess Durga is the supreme power created by the combination of the powers of all the gods. She is Mahamaya, the great mother of the universe, who ensures creation, preservation and the destruction of evil forces. The gods gifted her their individual blessings and weapons. Armed like a warrior, the goddess rode into the battle and after a fierce combat, killed Mahisasura and restored peace in the three worlds.
Dikshinavan Tahasati Tahasati Dakshinitu Vichitayet Ekam Ekam Purna Japam Pasam Ankusham Evacha Khantam Khantam Vaparashtu Khantam Vaparashvati Vamatah Saniveshayet Divangasthana Samsthana Divangasthana Samsthana Mahishasura Mardini Mahishasura Mardini Mahishasura Mardini Mahishasura Mardini
It was an amazing and blissful experience with master strokes of Odissi dance form by Mrs. Dona Ganguly. Felt like in paradise for these moments. So we are really glad to felicitate Mrs. Dona Ganguly by Director, Science City, Sri Anurag Kumar. Sir. I would like to invite, please be on stage, Mrs. Dona Ganguly, to accept our felicitation. Thank you, everyone.
Before we end the inaugural function, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shovik Karmakar. Shovik, please come on stage. We, in order to decide upon the mascot for the International Museum Expo second edition, we organized a competition between the artists, exhibition officers and exhibition assistants of National Council of Science Museums. And of the around 20 odd entries, we selected one of them, and that was created by Shovik. Shovik, I would request you to please come on the dais. So to acknowledge the imagination of Shovik, we would just like to felicitate him here on the stage. Thank you. We have kept another copy of Mascot in front of the main auditorium. Those who are interested in taking selfie with the Mascot can take a selfie over there.
Here we come to end of the inaugural session, and we request everyone to gather here at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, hello.
দেখো প্রথমেই আছে 8 নম্বর আট আট 8
চেক ঠিক আছে চেক হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো চেক 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 hello, check, hello, check.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now it's our time to engage ourselves with panel discussion, which will provoke ideas and interactions. So, I will invite on stage moderator Sri S.M. Kenneth, former director, Nehru Science Center and advisor, CSTM, Mumbai. Mr. Kenneth, please. Because I'm not the program host. The panel discussion will be on preservation and documentation of cultural, scientific, and industrial heritage. Moderator has already on dais. So here now I invite the panelists to come on stage. Professor Vasant Shinde, Director General, National Maritime Heritage Complex, Gandhinagar. Professor Deepak Kumar, former Professor of History of Science and Education, JNU. Professor Soumitra Banerjee, Director, IISER, Kolkata. Professor Ashish Lahiri, Member, History of Science, Pavlov Institute, Kolkata. Dr. J.C. Niala, though physically she is not present here, but she is present with online mode. Dr. J.C. Niala, Head of Research, Teaching and Collections, History of Science Museum, University of Oxford, UK. Mr. Piera Keisa, Program Manager, Google Arts and Culture. I may have spelled a bit wrong. Dr. Sanjay Kumar Manjul, ADG, ASI, New Delhi. So here now, the time for some thought-provoking discussion and exchanges.
Thank you. You know, the panel is pretty large. You had a sumptuous lunch, and you're all here. And we also had a hectic, fun-filled plus infotainment-filled morning session. So I'm not going to take much time, but we'll start straight away. Each of us will have maybe limited time to address some of the issues which is possible. Let me welcome all the distinguished panelists whose introduction has already been given, and also the participants, distinguished guests who have assembled today. You know, talking about the subject of preservation and documentation of cultural, scientific, and industrial heritage, we are now, I mean, the dance of democracy is getting played out in India. We are now into the fifth stage of the elections, and maybe 1 month from now, we'll be getting the results. The Indian Constitution has embedded in it two aspects of it. One is related to preservation and documentation. Article 49 of the Constitution says, I quote, the state is under obligation to protect every monument, place, or object of artistic or historic interest declared to be of national importance from spoilage, disfiguration, destruction, removal, disposal, or export, as the case may be. This is one article which mandates us with the subject of preservation and documentation. There is also fundamental duties in addition to the fundamental rights which is enshrined in the Constitution. And in that, Article 51A, F says, I quote, to value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. Having said this, now let's come and understand that in addition to, although in the Constitution these two things are enshrined, but yet when it comes to preservation and documentation, we're slightly found wanting. Maybe it is because of the volume. We have a problem of plenty when it comes to art, culture, and scientific industrial heritage. So my question to all of you, today as we celebrate the International Museum Day, what you feel is the present scenario in terms of what is being done in India for preservation and documentation, and more so in the context of what has already been told in the morning. The Joint Secretary spoke about the policies and taken by the Ministry of Culture, and in fact, the governing body chairman, Dr. Mande, also talked about the lack of awareness when it comes to industrial heritage. For example, he spoke particularly of Swaraj tractor and such other things. So I would like to request each one of you to briefly suggest your point, maybe a brief introductory comment on this. Starting with you, sir.
I would like to thank the organizers for this very important and interactive session. Thank Dr. Kenneth, and I am so happy with my panelists with me. So, being an archaeologist, we know the importance of the cultural heritage. There are 2 or 3 important parts of the discussion that I would like to mention. One is that we are trying to reconstruct our cultural heritage, and we have in India particularly very vast. The earliest evidence of stone tools go back to 2 million, that is 20 lakhs. So from 20 lakhs to the present, we have such a huge panorama of the cultural heritage in the country. And if you see the presence of the remains, in different parts of the country, almost in each and every corner, we have the remains. So that is one part that we do. Secondly, we try to preserve and protect this cultural heritage, and that is for the posterity, we say. But unfortunately, in India, we do not have good state of the lab for the conservation purpose, and that is the main lacuna in the country that I will like to mention. But there are some good organizations like Intact, for example. They're doing some good work in the preservation and the protection of the cultural heritage. Archaeological Survey of India is doing its best efforts. The state departments are also doing. Universities are not doing. Basically, universities are into the research, and then they are supposed to work for the protection and the conservation with the government agencies. Thirdly, we also we know that the government agencies are they may not be able to protect the entire heritage of the country because they have also limitations. So what I feel that we should also make sure that there is a participation of the local people, and if the public participates in the preservation and the conservation of the heritage, then only perhaps it is possible to protect our heritage. But to do that, people have to really understand the importance of our cultural heritage. Why we preserve this cultural heritage, what benefit these people are going to get, and what we learn from the heritage. That is very important. The relevance of the heritage. So we have to convey this to the people. And one example I will give you, that when I started to work at the site of Rakhigadi in 2011, there was a lot of opposition from the local people. They said that no, you people come here, you protect, you excavate, you get the publicity. What we get? So we will not allow you to do the work here. That was the experience that I was telling. And then I started engaging these people, and I conducted a series of meetings with the local people, and then I made them understand why we want to do it here, and then people have realized the importance of that. And today, earlier anybody used to go there, they used to collect things and take away, but today they have formed the site protection group because of our efforts, and they are making sure that the site is not disturbed and there is no displacement of the object. So that kind of effort is required, and perhaps then only will be able to succeed in protection of such a huge and a large cultural heritage that we have. Otherwise, it is very, very difficult.
Sir, your introductory remarks. I think it's on, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm before you here as a student of modern Indian history and a person who has been interested in history of science, history of technology, history of environment, and history of medicine. So I call them HISTEM, HISTEM. And as you know, in modern Indian history, if we want to reconstruct our near past, relatively near past compared to my friend here, to Sahab, near past, you have to depend on archival sources. You have to depend on the archival sources. And these archival sources, they are the memory of the nation. So you have National Archive, you have archive in all the states, the state archive, etc. Where preservation work is being done, they have preserved many things. But so far as scientific contributions of our forefathers are concerned, there are very little is known about. And some of them remain under private possession. You go, for example, here, Calcutta has been the science city for a long time. So you go to Acharya Bhavan, which is Professor J.C. Bose's, the papers are not open. I used to go there 40 years ago. It was very difficult to know about Acharya Bose in his own writings, not printed writing, handwritten. And later I could see them, his correspondence with Geddes in Scotland, in Edinburgh, the Scottish Archive, and elsewhere. So, and this scientific resource, especially from 19th century onward, mid-19th century onward, you have a huge number of people who talked about both indigenous knowledge as well as the knowledge that was coming as part of the colonial baggage. Whatever might have been wrong with colonization, but it brought to us certain new ideas as well as new institutions. Therefore, we need to also preserve those papers, those institutions, those kind of collections which led to the development of modern India. Today we talk of scientific temper. It is so easy to talk of scientific temper, but it has been there. And our people did try to inculcate. Right now my friend Professor Lahiri is here. He has worked on Michael Madhusudhan Datto. I mean, utterly modern man. And from him down to Vivekanand, you will have numerous people, cultural figures, who have talked about science. And there were many others. Even earlier, in late 18th century, you have one of the person who would have been the father of modern India is Raja Jayasingh. But you know about his Jantar Mantar and so forth. So we have a huge inheritance, and they call for not only preservation but exploration also. They need to be read. Younger generation scholars should go through the original papers, not only the printed ones, non-printed. I am grateful to National Council of Science Museum, which has already initiated a project to establish a science and technology archive here in BIT, Birla Industrial Technological Museum, I am told. Very soon it should materialize. And Calcutta had dozens and dozens of people who contributed fundamentally to science. Not only J.C. Bose, Hassan Bose, Meghnad Shah, but many more. Many more. And their papers probably survive with the families. we need at least to make copies and preserve them and make them open to the younger generation who can make, who would be able to analyze those, critique, and thereby learn the right kind of lessons from our immediate past. Distant past is important, no doubt about it, deep ancient past. Near past is equally important because it weighs heavily on our shoulders. It's very close to us. It's easier to romanticize distant past, not that easy to do with the near past. Thank you, sir.
Sir, Professor Banerjee.
Hello. Thank you. I come from a science background, and so I will focus exclusively on the science aspect of the topic. And it is focused on preservation and documentation. I will start with simply telling you what preservation does not mean. Some people view it that way. See, the way science developed in the ancient times, science has gone far beyond that now. Naturally, doing surgery the way Sushruta tried to do, or doing mathematics the way Surasutras did, is not what is meant by preservation. And there are also certain misconceptions in people's mind regarding the things that were written at that time. For example, the references to Pushpak Vimana, for example. People believe that at that time aeroplanes used to fly in the sky. No, that cannot be. So when we talk about preserving and documenting the history, we have to be truthful to the evidences that we have. And evidences come in two forms. Either they are monuments or they are documents. Monuments are the things that we recover, things that archaeologists recover. They need to be preserved, as well as the written material, the documents that we find, they also need to be preserved. And they are completely different in scope. But in order to understand our rich scientific history, we really have a rich scientific history. India did contribute greatly to the advancement of science, and that we should be proud of. But proud of what? Proud of the things that have evidence that we did this. And so it is very important to have those evidences properly preserved and documented so that anybody can cross-check. The problem is that in our country that has been somewhat lax. Some amount of work was done in the 19th century in documenting and preserving, but since then, the amount of work that is really necessary, that requires far more effort, far more investment, and far more expertise than we have right now. But I am not specialized on that aspect, and so I will request the others who are specialized on those aspects to throw light on the aspects of preservation and documentation. Only thing I will say is that it requires a collaboration between the scientists and those who actually work on the preservation and documentation. That collaboration seems to be lacking, and I request the organizers to do something about that, to nucleate such collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Larry, a brief introduction of your thoughts on the room.
I must thank the organizers, particularly mentioning the C.P. Snow's two culture concept, because whatever little I have done in the field of history of science is mainly in the science-culture interface. So, in this context, I would like to mention one single person, which fortunately Professor Kumar has already mentioned. You can say that is my lifelong passion, Akshay Kumar Datta, who is pronounced as Akshay Kumar Datta in languages other than Bengali. My point is that he built a house, a rather villa, named Shobhan Uddan, means beautiful garden, in a place called Bali, which is in Howrah district. I think 25 kilometers from here, not more than that. There, he, I think in 1855 or somewhere, something like that, he went over to that house. That comprised a huge laboratory, a great study, because he had a tremendous collection of geological specimens. He had a tremendous library, and you can understand his approach when I tell this anecdote, that in his study there were 5 great oil paintings were hung. Number 1 was Raja Ram Mohan Rai. Number 2, Isaac Newton. Number 3, Charles Darwin. Number 4, John Stuart Mill. Number 5, Thomas Henry Huxley. He was a disciple of Francis Bacon and Auguste Comte. So he was a positivist, but he at the same time, why I bring this concept of 2 cultures, he was much learned in Sanskrit literature. He also knew French and German, and he also was a great linguist. So taking all these things together, he attempted, I think for the first time for an Indian, to reconstruct the history of India's philosophy, various philosophical streams, number 1, and then the history of science in ancient India, raising the questions why it achieved tremendous heights, why did it fall, why could not they maintain that tempo. And there he went on giving facts after facts. Just now he was telling that every decision should be based on facts. And since he was a Sanskrit scholar, and also he read a lot of Max Muller and other European scholars, so he could bring together various streams. And it was in that house, he was a sick man, he was a very sick man right from the age of 35. So in that house, he was then practically a cripple. But even then, his magnum opus, named Bharatborshiyo Upashak Sampradaya, the religious sects of India, in 2 volumes, those 2 books were written on that, sitting on that, in that house. And that house is now completely dilapidated. And we have been trying, I was involved in that. One of my younger friends, Arnab Chatterjee, I do not know whether he is here. He was born and brought up in that place. And right from his school days, he had been trying to mobilize people so that this historic house should be maintained. And now it is, I think, if there is a big storm, it will fall down. And not only that, illegally, it was a huge space. Illegally, it has been occupied, and some people are conducting some factory operations inside the premises. And the irony is that in 2007, it was already declared a heritage building. That notice is still there, but nothing has been done. Nothing has been done. The entire house is completely dilapidated. And point is that when we tried to mobilize some local people and some petition, it was even sent to the chief minister, but nothing happened. But very recently, only during the last book fair, a book was published, edited by me in Bengali. There, Arnab Chatterjee, he wrote a detailed history about the building itself, how it was acquired, what is the present state, the legal state. That came into I do not remember the name, very highly placed official of the West Bengal government. He read that and he took an interest, and he said at least this much can be done, that this should not be transferred to anybody else, because some promoters are already trying to acquire that. My point is that probably something will be done after the elections, but what is the problem? Why, even if it is still there, that it is a heritage building, nobody is interested. Nobody is trying to do anything. What is the problem?
So
I am not a specialist,
I
as
think
Dr. Banerjee said.
this topic primarily addresses this issue. Hopefully, this documentation and bringing it to the public will solve that problem. I think we are
actually
just starting
thought
this, and
that if given the chance, I brought a pen drive, I could show the illuminated
the time is so short and the subject is so vast.
It's all
I think just a few brief introduction from you. I mean, I know it's in context to India, but Google Art and Culture has been there around for some time now, documenting Indian art and culture.
Yeah, first, thank you so much for having me as part of this very distinguished panel of experts. I'm very honored to be here. I would just like maybe to define what I do think is preservation online, since we're talking about like the Constitution, which comes together with obligation, rights, and I think behind this notion there is of course responsibility. What I've seen for the past few years, working with Indian organizations, Indian experts, is that technology is of course playing a role into helping this. A few things very important has been shared just now, including the example you shared about this important heritage house that is endangered. And I think behind preservation, there is always this notion of endangered. Our preservation, like our heritage, is endangered if we don't do anything about it. And that's what experts, historians, curators' job is, right? Is preserving. And we preserve for a reason, which is to transmit. So I think behind preservation, there is a very key definition, which is building bridges between generations. I see a lot of young people in this room, and I think a lot of the responsibility behind preserving heritage is about transmitting knowledge from past generation to future generation. The reason why I wanted to start with that is I do think that technology can play an important role in this mission, fulfilling this mission. Because of course the young generation has been born with those tools, with those technology, with those devices, and they're very used to it now. So whenever we conduct programs and collaborations and partnerships at Google Arts and Culture, we always do that, of course, in close collaboration with our friends from Archaeological Survey of India, of course, CSMVS, and many other institutions across India. And those experts help us shape those technologies so they can be meaningful for the young audiences and any others, right? So I would love to hear more about the house you mentioned maybe later. I would love to hear more about that, but this is really what I think Google Arts and Culture is doing too.
Dr. Manjulji, I think the custodian of the largest heritage sites.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. They started from archaeology in one corner, and another corner also the archaeologist here. Archaeological Survey of India, particularly I am working in Archaeological Survey of India, and basically Archaeological Survey of India is the nodal agency to preserve the tangible heritage of India. And we all know the tangible heritage having two parts. One part is movable antiquity, another is the built heritage, which is immovable property. So we have two acts. One is AAT Act, which deals with antiquity, illicit trafficking, and many other things. Another of AMSR Act that dealing with the built heritage or monuments of India. So very few people actually aware about the acts and rules by Government of India, and Archaeological Survey of India is responsible for implementation of the act. And another important work of excavation to reveal the ancient past and preserve the archaeological remains. That's really a big challenge, because we all know the excavation is the scientific destruction, because we cannot build again the remains which is buried inside layer by layer. So there is changes in historical perspective, like the archival material, literature, etc., having very late, and also a lot of mixture on that of cultural strata or historical fact. but in the archaeological remains, every layer having the separate strata and the preserve the contemporary data only. So that's a really very authentic. I just let's one example like excavation at Sanoli and Rakhigadi. We have very good data on that, and also we try to experiment there in Sanoli to lift all those remains from the site and that preserve in the museum itself.
I'm coming to that separately, sir.
Thank you, and we will discuss more in later.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Dr. J.C. Naila is joining from Oxford directly. I'm sorry that we're coming to you late. In addition to the introductory remarks, what I thought is you were associated with the Horniman, which has got about 350,000 art objects of diverse nature, requiring a variety of documentation and preservation, different methods. So share your experience on what has been your experience in preserving and documenting these objects. And my second question is, since you are now with the Oxford History of Science Museum, in 2017, there was an exhibition at the London Science Museum. It was called Illuminating India, 5,000 Years of Science and Innovation. It was a fabulous, highly successful exhibition. One of the objects on display was the Baksali manuscript from your collection. It so happened that they decided, both London Science Museum and Oxford, decided to date this manuscript, which is very precise. How did you preserve that? How did you date that? Subsequent to the dating, generally it is believed in India that it somewhere belonged to the 7th century or so, but then your finding gave it a date of about 3rd to 4th century. It created headlines, but also there was some kind of a criticism. Somebody objected to that, telling that, is it really 3rd and 4th century? So your observations on what you've done at Horniman and also the experience of the dating of the Baksali manuscript. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I hope you can all hear me all right.
Loud and clear.
Perfect. I first of all want to say thank you so much for the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. Listening to my esteemed colleagues on the panel already, I've been taking a lot of notes. I wanted to offer a little bit of encouragement, if I may, before I answer the question. Here in the UK, the Indian diaspora are very active in engaging with not just the University of Oxford, but museums across the country, accessing Indian collections that were brought during the colonial period. Because I think this is one of the challenges in preservation, is to bring collections that are in India and in the UK back into conversation so those histories are available for all. We've been challenged by Indian diasporic communities in the UK to do this. They bring with them their knowledge, and I find that incredibly exciting. At the History of Science Museum, we currently have a project working with colleagues in India on the Great Trigonometrical Survey, which was the first survey, for those who don't know, 1802, that was to scientifically measure India. What's wonderful about the work that's being done is the resurfacing of the Indian contribution, whether it's people like Nain Singh, Radhanath Sitkar, Abdul Hamid, and many others, names that were previously unknown, which are being brought back as part of India's contribution. And this leads me on to the question about how do we preserve and document so many different kinds, especially when there's an encyclopedic collections. We do that by recognizing that each type of collection needs different kind of work. But all of the kinds of work that are required can only be carried out in conversation with people from the producing communities and from the countries of origin. I think that this is a great responsibility that we have to recognize Indian contributions, because I'll give you an example. There might be a scientific instrument we have at the History of Science Museum that was part of the exhibition that you mentioned in 2017, an earth ball or bugala from 1571. We could not, at the History of Science Museum, describe all of the meanings and the ways in which that object should be understood unless we work with colleagues in India. So it's the recognition of the knowledge exchange and the expertise that we have in the UK, and the expertise, whether it's indigenous knowledge or scientific expertise that sits in India, that needs to be brought together for that preservation to happen and for the documentation to be accurate. When it comes into accuracy, this now leads me on to the question about the manuscript. Yes, dating can be challenging, particularly when we are dealing with organic materials. Very often there tends to be the misconception that somehow objects from history are static. They're not. The manuscript which you mentioned, the Bakshali manuscript, there was many different organic materials within that span a few centuries, hence the controversy around it. My colleagues in the Bodleian libraries who are working with the carbon dating have actually written a paper about the processes that they used in order to be able to date this manuscript to a much earlier century, and that is going to be available online from later on this year. So it'll be something that people who have an interest in can go and look at it. It's incredibly important because it shows the Indian contribution to the concept of zero, and it shows how culture is so important in the development of mathematics, because here was a culture that both understood the void and the infinite. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will take on from the Bakshali manuscript, which actually gave the evidence of zero as a number being used in India. Again, there was some controversy associated with that. Now I'll come to a question addressed directly to you, sir. Both of you who are involved in Professor Shinde, the excavation of Rakhigadi, and Dr. Manjul for the excavation of Sinoli. What happens is, we know that we have the Aryan invasion theory, and that there's a controversy surrounding that. Your excavations, both at Rakhigadi and also the Sinoli, including the chariot that you have, what, in your opinion, is that the preservation and documentation of what you have excavated? How does it help in maybe deconstruction or reconstruction of history? And because anything related to history, there's always some kind of a controversy that may arise out of this. So what do you feel should be done for ensuring that documentation that you do is as exacting as possible?
Now, before I reply to this question, I would like to also mention, for the benefit of the people, that the Archaeological Survey of India is also doing digital documentation of most of the monuments and the antiquities. In fact, there are two sections in Archaeological Survey of India. One is the National Mission on Monuments and Antiquities, and the other one is National Mission on Manuscript. And under that, they are documenting not only those objects or monuments under them, but also with the universities and other departments. So they are doing that in fact now, and I think they already have uploaded that on the website. So maybe anybody can have a look at that also. The most important advantage of this is that earlier, because of the lack of documents, a lot of objects were smuggled out and they were destroyed also. But now we know that there is proper documentation, and the information is available. So now that may be taken care of, not completely, but at least partly of that will be taken care of. Now coming to Rakhigadi and the research that we did. See, when we talk about Indian history, always there is a reference to Aryan invasion, and a lot of people thought that people came from outside. They killed the local people, and they introduced some new culture here. But that was mostly on the basis of inference. And there are some scholars who believe that the Indo-Aryan language started coming here, and on the basis of that, they say that people brought it here after maybe 2000 BCE. But there was no concrete evidence. So what we did, in fact, that we wanted to know about the people. And the only way by which you can understand about the people is to get their DNA, because only from the skeletal remains you cannot do that. And let me tell you that the condition of the preservation of organic matter, including DNA, is so bad in Indian subcontinent. The climate is not good for the preservation. Even the soil is not good for the preservation. But we persisted with these particular efforts, and we finally succeeded in getting DNA from one skeletal remain. And then we analyzed that, and that has given us a complete history of the genetic history of the South Asian people, and for the last 12,000 years. So two things would have happened. Suppose the Aryans would have come from outside. Two things would have happened. that are, either the Indian or the South Asian genetic history could have been broken or discontinued at some stage, or secondly, the people could have come from outside, they could have planted the new culture in Indian subcontinent. That does not happen at any stage in the Indian subcontinent. And here, we are not relying only on one source. When I excavated, at the site of Rakhigadi, before Archaeological Survey of India, we found, the growth of the civilization, and we found the history of the culture for last 8,000 years. And we know that, there is a continuity without any break. So we also have used the cultural elements also, indicating the, continuity in that respect. And then, we compared, with the available data. And then only, we have come to the conclusion that, this is the history of the people. So, there is a big challenge, but when you want to undertake some new research, there's a big challenge always. And the challenge is, in the form of maybe, the criticism from your own, maybe peers. Sometimes, people without understanding and without reading the, articles properly, they start criticizing. So only those people who have not really understood or read our research properly, only they are making efforts. But let me tell you that, when this research was published in 2019, there is a big international conference on genomics. It's a big organization. And they had organized, they had identified 9 breakthrough researches in the world in 2019. And this was one of them. So that means, the scientific community is accepted. And now, of course, the data is very, very small at this stage. We are trying to develop that. But, we are facing a lot of challenges in the form of the preservation of the data and, this. And, what we did in as far as the documentations are concerned, we have used the latest geophysical instruments for getting maximum information from the site. We don't need now to excavate the site. What is required that, without excavating, as Sanjay mentioned that, excavation is a destruction. So without excavating, we need to get maximum data from the site. And there are a lot of, latest geophysical methods. One of them is, this GPR survey, ground penetration radar survey. And that gives us ideas and the information about the different activity areas.
Sir, I think time is so short.
What I just wanted to tell that, by using this technology, we can try to extract maximum information. That's what I wanted to convey.
Absolutely. Manjulji, I mean, you kind of compliment your excavations.
First of all, the Rakhigadi excavation revealed the DNA of one of the skeleton. And another excavation is Sanoli excavation, where we have the 2 DNA. And the DNA result is almost similar to Rakhigadi. That's complementing both the things. Yes, the culture or DNA in almost same in both the region. Another interesting things, which is basically the all Aryan theory based on that. That's a horse, the weapons, and the chariots. 3 things are basic thing of theory of Aryans. They bought from India or Indian subcontinent. But in Sanoli excavation, we got everything like 3 chariots, actual site war chariot, the weapons and the DNA also. So all the entire things, either in the cultural or DNA, everything supports that this is indigenous development here itself. And also this is the oldest physical chariot of the world. So there is no parallel chariot found anywhere in the world. Secondly, the other, only some of the depiction on the painting on the pot, etc., found in other contemporary culture. And also the development of chariot clearly shows the indigenous development because the chariot is 2-wheel vehicle, and then our cart, earlier cart in Harappan culture, that is also 2-wheel vehicle. But in the contemporary world, there is 4-wheel vehicle at the time in Ur and Mesopotamia. So indigenous development is very, very important for understanding the development, indigenous development, everything, which is mentioned in the Vedic literature as well as the later Vedic literature. Everywhere the heroic culture is there in, so that's a reflection of culture you can see in the Sanoli and other findings.
Thank you so much, sir. My question now is to Dr. Deepak Kumar. The topic on CP Snow's two cultures came up, particularly for science historians. You kind of go through this two culture theory because you got to go and research with museums, archives, on all kinds of sources who are not into science. But this is a very, like CP Snow mentioned about what his experience was. What has been your experience while writing books on history of science? How did they, have they really preserved properly, and do they really need the support of the scientists to better preserve and better document?
He talked about it 1960, 1950s and 60s. At that time, our knowledge was in a sense limited because cultural anthropology had moved further. Culture has to be taken not as a monolith, but as something which absorbs all the time. And I don't think I would subscribe to the two culture theory, even historically speaking. For example, look at Charak Sushruta, which comes under your manuscript, you see, you mentioned about that. Now, Charak, he pays obeisance to the cows and the Brahmins in the beginning, but later he moves on and writes the text like a scientist, like a medical man. He was not a dawn person. He is not. And he works within the parameters of whatever empirical knowledge in terms of medicine was concerned, and he's fearless about it. All kinds of meat broth are described there, different kinds of animals for this kind of fever or that kind of fever. So in our case, culture, little later, in case of Brahmagupta, 5th, 6th century, you will see that, he knows why a eclipse takes place, solar eclipse, lunar eclipse. But then he would again withdraw his steps, saying, in the Puranas it is written that it is Rahu which does this. So therefore, I will go by that. This kind of dichotomy you will find in Galileo. Down, all the time you have people. And for this, Brahmagupta was criticized by Al-Biruni in 10th century. Why did he do this? It shouldn't have been proper. So we talk about two culture, but the truth is that inside, they were scientific. They were Yukti people, Yukti Bheshaj. 15th century, you have Nilkantha, who says that everything is Yukti Mulak. Agam Mulak nahi hai, not Agam Mulak. It's Yukti Mulak. So we have, the tradition of rationality, reason, has been very strong in our society. So I would rather say it is culture of rationality. And it predates modern European developments. It was always there.
So interesting to, because time is very short, taking on from what Dr. Deepak Kumar said, that they did not exist, the two culture theory in our civilization, if you go back to 14th, 15th, or maybe earlier than that. But in the current context, I would like to come to Professor Banerjee. Most of the preservation or documentation deals with science as a subject. But then, if you really look at how the status of the documentation and preservation is concerned, most of the custodians of these objects are Art and Archaeological Museum and such others. But I don't find there's a constant collaboration between the scientific institutions like ISER or IIT or any of these CSIR labs. What do you feel, sir? How do you bridge this gap? And can you actually come forward to help them? Will scientists be interested in preservation and also documentation using scientific methods?
Well, scientists are in general not aware of the problems coming from the preservation community. Unless the problems are presented before them, after all, when a leaf of written material degrades, something chemistry is happening there. So if you have to arrest it, that also has to be from the chemistry angle. But the chemists do not know that this problem you are bothered about. So first a interaction, a dissemination of knowledge has to be there so that they get to know the problem and then they become interested. Present situation is that they don't know this problem exists. Okay. So that's first thing I request the you people to do. For the scientists, in most cases, solutions do exist. It is basically making that knowledge available to you. So presently what is needed for the appropriate preservation and documentation is the interaction between the scientific community and the museum and preservation community. But the effort that has been taken to put the documentation not only in museums but in the internet, this is of great value. Because now then anybody can cross-check whatever their understandings are against what is really there. So this effort has to be continued and has to be magnified so that everything that was there in written form or in monumental form, these need to be available to everybody, whoever is interested. That effort, please continue with that.
So there's another question. I agree that there's a need to bridge this gap between the people who are the custodians of these objects and scientists. But now let's come to the science part of it itself. I mean, how we are found wanting, particularly scientific institutions are found wanting in terms of preserving. You spoke about your own experience, and many such things have lost to history. The scientific industrial heritage that we are talking about. How do you do that? How do you bring about the awareness of preservation and documentation of our own science, technology and industrial archives, heritage?
First thing what is needed is the science, those who are learning science, they also need to be aware of the history of science. Unfortunately, history of science has not found its place in mainstream science curricula. As a result of that, most scientists are ill-trained in perceiving these problems that you are posing. That's one problem. So, my recommendation is, history of science and technology should be an integral part of any science curriculum. Yes, you are specialized on that, so I know you will support that.
Unfortunately, we have limited time and we have already got a chit that we have to end it. It's such a vast subject that we can go on and on and on. And I mean, in fact, not even come to you. Yes, Google Art and Culture has democratized the collections and documentation. But then there are issues, ethical and social issues associated with what you have brought about. And then sometimes, the selfie concept which you have brought in, is it trivializing or uncurated content that you present? What is your opinion on that? This is the last question, and then maybe one or two concluding remarks from each one of you, because I already got a check.
I think something very important that has just been shared is what internet has been allowing, which is availability of curated information, right? And authoritative voices are the most important thing on the internet, is to make sure that what we see is actually established research and facts, right? So this is what we encourage on Google Arts and Culture, is to give the voice to the people who have this expertise and this knowledge. So for us, like what we've seen over the past 10 years, especially with institutions across India, is that a lot of experts are really sharing this knowledge online for everyone to see. I'm talking about, of course, like a student in Calcutta, but also maybe a student from where I come from in France, in Paris, and all across the globe. Like for everyone who has access to an internet connection, the idea is to make it accessible. And again, what we cherish the most is that we do this through partnerships. We have 140 institutions in India working with Google Arts and Culture right now. And as you can see, it's only through partnership with organizations across culture and the arts that we make it possible. So this is how we do share knowledge on Google Arts and Culture.
So, since we're coming to the close, one last comment from each one of you, because now we are embedded with the modern technologies, be it artificial intelligence or the kind of technology that we saw in the morning for both preservation and documentation. So what do you feel is the future for preservation and documentation in the context of the technology, the pace at which it's growing, both in terms of forgery or illicit culture trafficking? How do you identify that? So maybe brief comment from you, sir, Manju sir.
Yes, the documentation is really very, very important things to particularly the illicit trafficking of antiquity and also the preservation of antiquity, the development of surroundings, etc., either in the 3D documentation or the micro documentation. So there is several way of documentation at this moment, and use of technology like photogrammetry and 3D scanning, laser scanning, and also the part of that like metal object or other object having X-ray, CT scan, etc. So these are the techniques really very, very supportive for understanding of antiquity and also identification of antiquity, and also this is very, very helpful for retrieval of antiquity from abroad. So whatever we have documentation at this moment that supports us for retrieval of antiquity which is gone abroad illegally. So we have succeeded in last few years, 2-3 years, a lot of antiquity brought back to India because of the documentation we have. Thank you.
So you would like to have...
Yeah, just by using this or taking help of sciences, we should certainly try to bring out the facets of the ancient culture. And let me tell that in India particularly or South Asia, the study of ancient culture is so important because we are following the legacy for more than 5,000 years. And there are a lot of communities who are still dependent on the indigenous knowledge system. And they are carrying forward this particular. So if you want to really know this culture is so important that you want to learn something, you can learn from our ancient culture also. Last example, I would like to mention to everyone that those who have not seen the site of Dholavira, they should see that site. Because for the modern planners, town planners, you can learn so much, how to build a city. And they have done, they have given so much thought, in developing this particular city. They have studied the geography, geology of the study of that area, and then decided to establish. So we can learn a lot, in fact, from our ancient heritage. So we have to certainly preserve and protect this for the posterity. And we are carrying forward most of the elements, most of the cultural, traditional, the traditions that they introduced. We are carrying forward. So it is relevant. We can relate ourselves to our ancient cultures.
I think we've come to the end because we started at 2:07, so we are within time of 1 hour. Just now, it's 3:02. I would like to conclude by telling that the way we have each one of our own DNA in terms of our Aadhaar, is it possible that once you establish that a particular object is original, declared by the custodians like the museums or experts, if it's a painting, for example, expert painters, artists, or maybe art historians, can we really document them using a plethora of scientific equipment that we have? Could be X-ray or Raman spectroscopy. This, in a way, is going to help in arresting or bringing back the illicit culture trafficking that takes place. One of this is question to you, sir. And the last one, maybe briefly, it's wonderful that the Mascot chosen for this exposition is a blend of science and art, traditional art as well. So it's time for us to bridge the existing gap that exists between the scientific institution and art and cultural institution so that we can come together and help in the larger interest of saving the heritage of the country. Maybe one last comment from Dr. Manjul.
Actually, we cannot segregate art and culture and science. Everything is merged together, weaved together, in fact. Every art having science, every science having art. Without, you cannot segregate this. So this is important to understand any of the object for documentation and all that. The modern technology or modern sciences supports us to identify the actual original things, like you have mentioned the painting. So thermal photography and the X-ray technique, that helps for understanding of layer by layer of the painting. So original sketches to the modification of sketches, the pigments and all that, the stylist stylistic identification, etc. So these tools help us to identify whether it's original or not. So always the technology help us for identification of objects and all that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are within the time. I would specifically like to thank Dr. Naila for sparing your time to be with us. Thank you once again, distinguished panelists. I know we had very limited time and the subject is so very vast. Maybe it's just kindled that curiosity in the people so that you can talk about this, discuss about it, and maybe, who knows, there could be some policy coming out of the Government of India, Ministry of Culture, and maybe DST as well for saving our relics, industrial relics. Thank you so much.
Here the panel discussion comes to an end, really thought-provoking in the present context. However, we cannot conclude without felicitating our esteemed panelists. Thank you everyone, all the esteemed panelists, and thank you for such a thought-provoking and important discussion. Special thanks to Mr. Khane for moderating the whole session, and I hope the museum fraternity today has really benefited from this discussion. Now, it's a pleasure to invite Mr. K.S. Murli, MD, Creative Museum Designers, National Council of Science Museums, to felicitate each of our panelists with our traditional Uttorio and memento. Sir, please. It is good to see so many students have attended this session. It's really encouraging. Thank you, students. So now we will move towards demonstration. আমাদের পরের অংশ হবে demonstration. Science demonstration on Okay. আমাদের একটা স্পেশাল অনুরোধ আছে টিচার্সদের জন্য, তারা যেন তাদের স্টুডেন্টসদের এই সেশনটা স্পেশালি অ্যাটেন্ড করার জন্য তাদেরকে একটু রিকোয়েস্ট করে। তোমরা সবাই বসে যাও, এবারের সেশন হবে the panelists for a photograph. We should click these moments. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for such your important and nice presence. So now the demonstration, especially for the students, demystifying physics through interactive demonstrations, bridging the gap between theory and practice by Professor Manish Jain, IIT Gandhinagar. Professor Jain is a teaching professor and principal investigator at the Center for Creative Learning, CCL at IIT Gandhinagar. CCL creates hands-on toys. I need everyone's attention. Students, please be seated, then I will continue. এই সেশনটা স্পেশালি স্টুডেন্টদের কথা মাথায় রেখে অর্গানাইজ করা হচ্ছে। সুতরাং তোমাদের সম্পূর্ণ সহযোগিতা এবং অ্যাটেনশন চাই। কন্টিনিউ করছি। Okay. So, Professor Jain, he will be presenting this demonstration, and he is in the Center for Creative Learning, CCL at IIT Gandhinagar. CCL creates hands-on toys, models and activities to make STEM learning engaging. An electrical engineering graduate from IIT Kanpur, Mr. Manish also studied at Stanford. Before founding CCL in 2017, he worked with Arvind Gupta at IUCAA Science Center. He has 19 years of experience in chip design and holds 5 US patents. CCL has trained over 10,000 teachers, reached 50,000 students, and has more than 3 lakh YouTube subscribers. Students can dream for this, and he is working extensively to reform STEM education. So here now the floor is for Dr. Jain.
आवाज आ रही है? आशुतोष जी, ओके, गुड। चश्मा से, अरे चश्मे के बिना दिखता नहीं है, इधर रख दो। I'm trying to get away from the light a little bit. Thank you very much. I don't know if you can see. Thank you so much, Anurag ji, for inviting us here. And मुझे लगा कि I should try to speak in English. How many of you think you cannot understand Hindi? Okay. How did you understand the question? Oh, मैं हिंदी में पूछना चाहता हूँ. Sorry, my bad. कितने लोगों को हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती है. And I'm doing this because in the course of this 45 minutes, while speaking English, I might slip in Hindi because that's my, first language, I would say. And then, if you remind me, I will try to switch. Thank you so much, Anurag ji, for calling us here. That's my colleague, Ashutosh. It's been an incredible journey. It's been an incredible journey here, listening to all the people here. And it was very interesting for me to sort of, by the way, that is IIT Gandhinagar, where we have this lab called Center for Creative Learning. That's Sabarmati right next door, and this is a 4-year-old picture, but I thought I'll show you this picture, especially for people from London. क्या करना है? Oh, face is dark, में dark ही है यार, क्या करें? भारत में पैदा हुए हैं, dark है. यूपी के रहने वाले हैं, बहुत गर्मी होती है, 45 डिग्री है अहमदाबाद में, तो काले तो होंगे. Anyways, that was just a joke. This is an interesting picture. I want you to see. There are two pictures. One on the right or the left, whichever way. Right. Yeah. Right hand side is London. Those are 75 uniform polyhedra. There can only be 75. And uniform polyhedra, the definition of them is basically polygons on all surfaces, regular polygons on all surfaces. Only 75 exist, and they were only in London, and I am very happy to say that we are the only place now in the world to have all 75 uniform polyhedra. Not looking as nice, we'll have to probably decorate them, and of course also understand. So I thought I wanted to share this picture with you. I also wanted to have, there are a lot of students who are sitting here, so maybe we can start with something so that you get engaged. Can you all put your hands right in front? दोनों हाथ आगे कर लेते हैं. दोनों हाथ आगे. Both the hands right in front. Okay? दोनों हाथ आगे. पीछे बच्चों को सुनाई दे रहा है? हाँ, this is better. This is better. Thank you so much. दोनों हाथ आगे. सीधा हाथ उल्टे हाथ के ऊपर. ये जो बूढ़े लोग हैं वो भी कर सकते हैं मेरे जैसे. ये काफी सारे आगे बूढ़े लोग बैठे हैं. दोनों हाथ, सीधा हाथ उल्टे हाथ के ऊपर, और उसके बाद ये उठाकर ऐसे पकड़ लीजिए घुमाकर. फिर उसके बाद मूव योर स्मॉल फिंगर, मूव योर थंब, मूव योर स्मॉल फिंगर एंड देन ब्रिंग इट बैक. Yeah. The front row is all doing all of that. But the back row, people are having issues. We'll try this again. Both hands in front, right on top. Move this, clasp your hands, move your fingers, see if they move, and then bring it back. Now, some of you got stuck. The reason you got stuck was because you did not go from answer back to the question. The trick was, if this is the final situation, and we call this the math salute, if this is the final answer, a step before that must be that. A step before that might be opening your hands, and then you are doing like that. Which basically means that when you move, both of your hands move in the same direction, and you clasp it and you get towards the right answer. It seems that a lot of things that we do in science, especially, and in mathematics, if we go from answer back to the question, it helps and solves a lot of our lives. So if you tried that, thank you so much. Let me just, where is the clicker? Yeah. I wanted to show, let me see if this picture works. This is sand art, and there is a bit of math also. This is basically a machine that draws hypocycloids, basically circle moving inside circles. And all there is just a belt and a drive and a magnet on top, and this was done by a student from ITI. He's part of a lab, and Rahul who's doing all of that. So it's basically circle moving inside circles. And that is sand art. This is math, and that is art. I'm just moving quickly forward. What we try to do in this small lab called Center for Creative Learning is to see how we can spice up the curriculum. This is some Hindi, and ताकि कक्षाएं जीवंत हो, सैद्धांतिक समझ बढ़े और आंखों की चमक वापस आ जाए. It's basically, I guess you understand what. And I wanted to especially maybe take you to this example and maybe skip a little bit. Our channel has 340k subscribers. There are 766 videos, and does it fit? Oh, main information to udhar reh gayi. Aa gayi. 3 crore views, 3.4 lakh subscribers, and 6 crores of watch time. And what we are trying to do, this is a small lab of ours. This is what we are trying to do. We are looking at science through cricket, through our lungs, through our straw, through vegetables, through cycle which is sitting right here, and Einstein's clock or whatever, and if we get time we will talk about some of that. But I want to draw the example right here. How many of you have heard about Neeraj Chopra? Anybody? Again, seems like the first row hasn't. Neeraj Chopra, he was the first Indian to have won an Olympic gold. Right, in athletics, right? First Indian to win an gold in Olympics. And why was this important? Because it was the first Indian to win Olympics gold in the Tokyo Olympics. What he did was front page news. He threw his javelin at 36 degrees to win the medal. 36 degrees. And then there is another story which says these big guns, especially the Paris gun, which was called the, in Germany used to build that gun, it used to fire from actually Germany all the way to Paris, it would shoot at 55 degrees. Now Neeraj throws at 36, this gun fires at 55, but the book says 45. For those who might want to remember, in grade 10 there is this thing about the largest distance that you can throw to a projectile. I mean the largest maximum distance of a projectile. Turns out it is at 45 degrees. Why is it that Neeraj threw at 36 degrees? Why is it that all the long jumpers don't jump at 45? Why is it that all the other short putters and people who throw, even the even cricket, right? If you throw at 45, it will definitely not go the farthest. But the book is still saying at 45. The reason I'm bringing this story up to you, by the way, this was our first episode which had 50,000 live views. I think 10 lakh people watched it on YouTube, which was called Eklavya. Why is it that Neeraj Chopra throws his javelin at 36 degrees? Why is it that P.T. Usha in 1984, I am assuming none of you were born that time, people who were sitting at the back, but in 1984, P.T. Usha lost the first ever bronze medals in athletics by 0.01 seconds. 0.01 seconds se wo haar gayi, and I didn't have TV, I still don't have TV, but at that time I was young, we would go to our neighbor's house. 1984, LA is completely behind India, so it will come in the night, and we were very excited कि final में पहुंच गई है, अब तो जीतेंगे ही. और जब रेस चालू हुई, final heat में थी और 0.01 सेकंड से हार गई. हुआ क्या? It turns out IIT Gandhinagar we recently built this sports track, and in fact Neeraj Chopra came because somebody told him that there are people who are doing research on you as to why you are throwing at 36 degrees. So we measured. P.T. Usha was in lane 2. So P.T. Usha was in lane 5, and the person she lost to was in lane 2. I measured the difference between, this was 400 meters, between lane 2 and lane 5. It was 12 meters. And at that time, you run because somebody fires a gun. You hear it. And the guy who's firing the gun is sitting in the center, or firing in the center. And so this person, 12 meters, it takes about 0.04 seconds for the sound to reach. So this person, Romanian girl, Christina, heard the firing gun 0.04 seconds before P.T. Usha heard it. And that's why that is one of the reasons I think she lost. I'm not saying that we go back and get the medal. I'm saying this is where science or math or whatever you want to call it is so interesting. And it's happening every single day in our lives. And that is what, in my opinion, the roles of museums are, which is great that we are celebrating this right here. Why is it that the sun doesn't rise in the east and doesn't set in the west? हमको तो बोला सूरज पूरब से उगता है. कितने लोगों को लगता है सूरज पूरब से उगता है? आप सुबह उठ जाइए और अपना कंपास, मोबाइल फोन साथ में रखिए और देखिए कहाँ से निकलता है और कहाँ छुपता है. नहीं निकलेगा और नहीं छुपेगा. साल में 2 ही दिन होते हैं. तो क्यों बताया किसी ने? सवाल पूछना बहुत जरूरी है. I think it is more important to ask the right question than to know the right answer. I mean, we are so focused on getting the right answer, we don't bother to ask why the question is right, why the answer is right. In fact, I have had so many of these things where we do very interesting but very basic stuff, and then sometimes I get this question, sir, आप ये क्यों पूछ रहे हो? ये तो rule है. Rule के ऊपर ये क्यों पूछ सकते हैं कि rule क्यों चलता है? It's an invalid question. I think that is what, in my opinion, one of the most interesting things science can do. Anyways, I'll move and show you cycle right here. Ashutosh, ये cycle दिखा सकते हैं. Because I've heard some interesting things, so we'll probably start with this experiment. And I don't know, आप लोगों को दिखाई दे रहा है कि नहीं पीछे? उसमें वो change नहीं हो सकता है क्या? हाँ, wonderful. So I don't know if you've noticed, but when you move the cycle, when you move the pedal back, the cycle goes in front. Right? आप पेडल को पीछे धक्का देते हैं तो साइकिल आगे चलती है. हमने वही करा है, एक्सेप्ट पेडल पर एक धागा बांध दिया है. और अब इस धागे को अगर मैं पीछे खींचता हूं तो साइकिल कहां जाएगी? आगे जाएगी. करके देख लेते हैं. और आप लोग खुद अपने घर पे करके देख लीजिए. साइकिल के पेडल पर धागा बांध को पीछे खींचेंगे तो साइकिल आगे नहीं पीछे जाती है. And why is it that happens? And then the other question, which is the challenge question, which we did in this cycle episode, cycle की कहानी. What would you do to this cycle without breaking it so that the other way happens, right? What would I do to this cycle so that when I pull now, it goes in front? कोई बड़ा एग्जिबिट नहीं है, सिंपल चीज है. सिंपल मतलब इन टर्म्स ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्टिंग इट इज रिलेटिवली सिंपल, बट इट इंट्रिग्स यू. नाउ यू आर इंट्रिग्ड. साइकिल तो कभी देखी थी, उसको बैठ के चलाते थे, पीछे पेडल मारते थे, साइकिल आगे चलती है, अभी खींचते हैं तो पीछे जाती है. क्या हो गया? Why? And I think those things, if we can ignite the minds of our children, and that is what I feel is one of the biggest contribution of science museums can and is. And I'm so excited that so many children are sitting here and looking at this ability to look at the ordinary and get this science. Ordinary. ये खीरा है, साधारण सा खीरा है. सभी ने देखा है खीरा है? देखा है? खीरे को अगर हमने काट दिया यहां से और फिर यहां से भी काट दिया, ये वाला पार्ट उठा लिया, ये सिलेंडर बोलते हैं ना, इट लुक्स लाइक अ सिलेंडर. व्हाट आई विल डू, इधर ओके, सो व्हाट आई विल डू इज नाउ इज make this cut from this corner to the other corner, right? From this corner to the other corner. This is a cylinder. You look from here, it's a circle. You look from here, it's a square or a rectangle or whatever it is. But I'll make a cut from one end to the other end. Okay, something like that. That's it. So two pieces symmetrical. If this volume is pi, assuming radius and everything is unit, this is pi, this must be half. The question is why, what is this? ये क्या shape है? कोई बोलेंगे ellipse है, क्लास 10वीं में पढ़ाई थी, conic section, this must be an ellipse. My question to you is why? The book said ellipse, why do I believe you? Ellipse is a circle with two centers, right? A circle with one center is a circle. बीच में घुंडी गाड़ी, रस्सी बांधी, पेन लगा दिया, गोल घुमाया, गोला बन जाता है. अगर दो घुंडियां गाड़ दी, which means two centers, then you get an ellipse. Where are the two centers? Where are those two centers? You will say, oh नहीं, coordinate geometry करेंगे, उससे निकालेंगे. No, somebody did and died 200 years ago. And these are called dandelion sphere. इसमें कुछ नया नहीं करना है, करके लोग चल के मर गए, लेकिन हमारी किताबों में नहीं आया अभी तक, क्योंकि हमने सवाल भी नहीं पूछा. आप उसी सिलेंडर के अंदर एक गेंद डाल दो. गेंद मतलब put the ball and this ball will touch this plane somewhere. That is exactly that foci, focus. And you do the same from the bottom. Those are the two foci. जहां पर ये गेंद इस प्लेन को टच करेगी, and now you can see, अगर ये हम ऐसे कर दें सीधा, तो बीच में टच करेगी ना, इसलिए वो सर्कल हो जाएगा. और जैसे जैसे आप ऐसे हिलाते जाएंगे, वो दूर भागता जाएगा. And that ratio, वो खीरा की बात अभी खत्म नहीं हुई. चक्कू कहां चला गया? ये खीरा काटा था, ये मान लिया आपको, अभी दिखाया क्यों ये एलिप्स है. अब मैं इसका छिलका छीन लेता हूं. छिलका जानते हैं, ये द ग्रीन पार्ट. सो लेट मी पील ऑफ दिस. आशुतोष कार रेडी कर देना. दिस इज द सेम पीस, हाउएवर दिस इज द छिलका. व्हाट डू यू थिंक दिस इज? This chilka is exactly the definition of a sine function. आपने खीरा काटा तिरछा, लेकिन अगर उसका छिलका उतारेंगे तो साइन फंक्शन बनेगा, साइन वेव बनेगी. बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है. इसका वॉल्यूम, मैं एक और चीज दिखाता हूं अभी. कांगी कार ये चल के दिखेगी क्या कागज पर? कागज ही खोल दो. नहीं, ये वाला बड़ा खोल दो, A0 खोल दो. नहीं, रखने की दिखेगी नहीं. आई डोंट नो आप लोगों को दिखेगी क्या? वो कैमरा नीचे लगा देंगे. सो हाँ, आ गया. वेरी गुड, बहुत बढ़िया. नाउ व्हाट आई हैव इन माय हैंड इज दिस सिंपल लुकिंग कार which moves, right? And what you see on the ground is actually a sine function. Now, why should it be a sine function? This car, the pen moves back and forth. पेन आगे पीछे चलता है, गाड़ी सीधे चलती है, तो पेन ऐसे ऐसे जा रहा है. पर साइन फंक्शन क्यों है? उसी में अगर हमने एक और चेंज कर दिया, थोड़ा सा चेंज कर दिया, पीछे वाली गाड़ी सेम है, बट अब इसमें तो अगर आप ये काले वाले भाग पर फोकस करेंगे, you see now you focus on the blue part, that's a sine function, but you focus on the black part, that's a straight line. In both the cases the pen is moving back and forth, in both the cases the car is moving in a straight line. How come one is a sine function and how come one is a straight line? Right? You can say oh, y is equal to sine of x, and the other one you will say y is equal to mx plus c. वो हमें रटा हुआ है, बट ये भी साइन फंक्शन है भाई. ये एक साधारण सी गाड़ी है, पहिया घूमता है, ये चक्का घूमता है, उसके ऊपर ये घुंडी घूमती है, उसके कारण एक डिस्क घूमती है, या उसके कारण एक गियर आगे पीछे घूमता है. And every child can make this. This is something that we designed in our lab. Sheet दिखा दो. Every single, this car can be made totally by this this laser sheet, right? All these pieces are joined not with gum, but with a simple rubber band. All these 70 pieces can come out, and you make this car on your own and run this in your houses. But most importantly, think about how do you define. Just knowing that a sine function is perpendicular by hypotenuse is not enough. Lam bate kan, rat ke wo lal bate kakka kuch karte apan. Right? We have mucked up that definition. Why is it that this thing is displaying that function? Is very interesting. Now I'm engaged. See, one of the most important thing and most critical things I feel is to see how we can get engaged in our classrooms. I think our children are going to school, but we are just using this hatkanda of attendance to get children to our classes. And I just wish, and I'll give you this example. Just hear with me for 2 minutes. How many of you have eaten khichdi in your life? खिचड़ी कितने लोगों ने खाई है? सबने खाई है? आप कल्पना करिए कि आज साइंस सिटी में आए हैं, अगले 3 दिन तक आज नियम लेकर जाएं कि 3 दिन तक आप खिचड़ी खाएंगे. उबली हुई दाल, उबले हुए चावल और नमक नहीं है. उबली हुई दाल खाएंगे कल से, उबले हुए चावल और नमक नहीं है. सो कल आपका ब्रेकफास्ट क्या होगा? खिचड़ी. बॉइल्ड राइस एंड बॉइल्ड लेंटिल्स, नो सॉल्ट. लंच खिचड़ी, डिनर खिचड़ी. अगले दिन ब्रेकफास्ट, लंच, चाय में कुछ नहीं है, पता चला चाय के साथ पकौड़े निपटा दिए. ब्रेकफास्ट, लंच, डिनर खिचड़ी. थर्ड डे ब्रेकफास्ट, लंच, डिनर इज खिचड़ी. The fourth day, even at the sight of khichdi, everything that is inside will try to come out. And I think sometimes I feel we are doing something similar with our curriculum in our schools. हम पाठ्यक्रम की खिचड़ी खिला रहे हैं, और इसी खिचड़ी के साथ अगर कुछ मजेदार तड़का वाली whatever you call it, the spice, you do start doing that, then it becomes something that the curriculum gets engaged. And that is what I'm going to demonstrate, some of those things. Very simple toy, we call it the 3-in-1. A simple rubber, 2 straws. I will put this in water and blow. Two straws. What I'll do now is turn it the other way and blow. I'll blow from here. I'll blow from here. And then I'll blow from here. I'll spin from here. I'll spin from here, and you see what happens. So this small toy works 3 different ways. It's a flute, it's a spray, and it's a sprinkler, right? And again, if I were to ask you, आज तो हमारी क्लास बाहर होगी, चलो मैदान में देखते हैं किसका पानी सबसे ज्यादा दूर जाता है, बच्चे सब बनाएंगे. The answer is again not 45 degrees. For you to throw it at 15 feet and you put it at 45 degrees, it is not the farthest. And in fact, there is a video later we can show you, but you see when you do something like this, and this is grade 11, right? You see the water droplets making a spiral. ऐसे लगता है कि स्पाइरल में सब गिर रहा है, ऊपर से देखेंगे तो. कोई पूछे यार स्पाइरल में कैसे गिर सकता है? For a drop, when it is in air, for it to change its speed in this plane, you need a force in that direction. वो कह के मर गए न्यूटन जो आए थे बहुत साल पहले, 600 साल पहले, कि कोई भी वस्तु को अगर कुछ भी दम ना लगाएं तो अपनी दिशा में चलती रहती है. तो अगर पानी की बूंद हवा में है तो उसी प्लेन में जाएगी. आपको दिखता है, आपको महज दिखता है कि वो गोल घूम रही है. These are other droplets. In fact, the moment it comes out, it goes in that plane, right? And of course, the path that it follows is a parabola, like we have heard. And parabola से मुझे याद आया एक बार, there was this discussion happening in NCERT where we were discussing whether how many of you have used quadratic equations in your life? In your life? Of course you will. Okay, non-academically, how many people have used ax square plus bx plus c is equal to y? कितने लोगों ने अपनी जिंदगी में इस्तेमाल करा है? कोई हाथ नहीं दिख रहा मुझे, zero. And so the discussion was, should we have this in our text? Should we have quadratic equations as part of our curriculum? And majority of the answer was, we are never going to use it, and I guarantee you will not, unless you are like Samutro and you have to run ICER. आपको ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, लेकिन बाकी लोगों की मुझे ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है, but बाकियों को नहीं पड़ेगी. तो क्यों रखना है कि सर ज़रूरत नहीं है, हटा देते हैं, बच्चों का वजन बढ़ रहा है ना, तो हटा देना चाहिए, ऐसा लगता है. क्यों रखना चाहिए? बोलते हैं नहीं मैथ कभी करेंगे तो काम आएगा. अरे भाई नहीं करनी मैथ यार, फिर हटा देना चाहिए 10वीं से. And something very interesting happened then in the discussion. I felt, when you go and watch a movie, do you ever say, I will use this in my life? कोई अच्छी पिक्चर देखने जाते हैं, do you ask it will help in my life? No. When you go watch Science City or whatever, do you say it will help you? No. पढ़ाई के नाम पे सबसे पहले यूटिलिटी आ जाती है. जिंदगी में कुछ काम आएगी तो पढ़ाओ. No. Let me take you this example. Assume everybody has a bat and a ball. Everybody. Okay, everybody has a bat and a ball. And you are like Anderson or you are like Michael Vaughan, because some of people from London are here, or you are like Virat Kohli or Dhoni or me or you or Soumitra, right? हर किसी ने बॉल ली और बैट से जबरदस्त जितने भी एंगल पर बॉल को मारा, बॉल ऊपर जाएगी और फिर नीचे गिरेगी. No matter who hits the ball, whether you, I, no matter at what angle, even if you hit at 90, it's going to come back right on your head. But other than that, no matter at what, and even at 90, no matter at what angle you hit, the ball always falls 5 meters in the first second. Always. 5 meters in the first second, 15 in the next, 25 in the next, in the third, 35 in the fourth, and so on and so forth. पहले में 5, फिर 15, फिर 25, फिर 35, 10 से बढ़ती रहती है और सीधे उसी दिशा में चलती है. That is the definition of a parabola. But if you are going to do y is equal to ax plus ax square plus bx plus c, and the roots of this are minus b plus minus root square of b square minus 4ac upon 2a, then I will probably not use it. If I can relate, or if I can teach it in a manner, or if I can talk about in a manner that a child can relate, and it is interesting, I would include that in the classroom. If I am just doing to get you to find roots of a quadratic equation, I don't know, I am sitting on the side that probably it's not required. And that is my contention. We will have to sort of, and that is where Science Museum play a huge role. Huge role. That is where your, whatever is happening in the curriculum is immediately connected to your life. That's what Science Museums do. What I have in my hand is 3 CDs, one of which is cut from the middle, and there is a channel. What I'm going to do is put it in my mouth and blow. What I'm going to do next is एक मुट्ठी नीचे बना देंगे. ये आप सभी लोगों को जगाने के लिए था. नीचे रखा, ऊपर रखते हैं, नीचे से बजती है, ऊपर से ही बजेगी क्या? No magic. What I am going to do next is take this flute, take this pipe and put it right where this thing was, and now I am going to do the same thing. और ये बनाने के लिए एक पाइप और 6 छेद और 3 सीडी लगती हैं. सीडी की भी जरूरत नहीं है, सीडी की जरूरत नहीं है. साधारण से कागज से 3 कागज, बीच में एक स्ट्रॉ बनाओ. होता क्या है, हवा फेंकी, what it does is creates these this, किसी भी म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट में एक तीखी चीज होती है, right? It breaks the flow of the air, creates vortexes, and those vortexes vibrate inside, create these sounding waves, and based on these, whatever these things are, they, जो लोग कुछ नए आए हैं उनके लिए उनका स्वागत है. बजाने की कोशिश करी थी, वही बनाने के लिए क्या लगा, एक टी जंक्शन, एक पन्नी और एक पाइप. दैट्स इट. आपने ये क्या करा, ये करने के बाद यहां से फूंक मारेंगे तो हवा नीचे से नहीं जाएगी क्योंकि यहां पर एक स्टॉपर लगा दिया. So it has to go from top and this thing will vibrate and that's it. और अगर आपने इसमें ये लगा दिया, बनाने के लिए कुछ नहीं लगा क्योंकि आप और आए थे. आशुतोष वो साइड में जाओ, देखो दोबारा. ये थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है कुछ, आप ध्यान से सुनिएगा. वहां आशुतोष कुछ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. निकाला क्यों था यार? बजाइए. हाँ चलो. It's also acting like a gyroscope. I can move it, I can spin it because it's spinning very fast. और ये है कुछ नहीं, एक मोटर है और मोटर में एक प्लास्टिक है और प्लास्टिक ऐसे बनाई है कि फिर से मैं आगे आ जाता हूँ, फिर काला हो जाऊंगा, वो बोलेंगे लाइट में रह के गोरे हो जाते हैं. ऐसे कैसे? Okay, so this thing spins, that's all, and there are these holes. And when it spins at that, whatever frequency that it spins, it tries to push the air. I don't understand the physics of it very much. Ashutosh, my colleague, has designed a lot of these things. And that's how, and in fact, how fast it spins decides that frequency. इस तरह से जो सायरन आपने देखे हैं ना बजते हैं, तो एक रेगुलेटर लगा देंगे. बनाने के लिए क्या लगता है? एक छोटी सी मोटर और एक, आप ये खुद बना सकते हैं. I thought this might be good for you to sort of see. ये फाइनल एक और, क्योंकि साउंड के ऊपर बहुत सारी चीजें कर रहे थे. एक साधारण सी स्ट्रॉ और उसमें एक पीस ऑफ अ कैन विच वी जस्ट फोल्डेड लाइक दिस, राइट, लाइक अ, हाँ, थैंक यू. कलर चेंज हुआ, अब चेंज हो गया कलर मेरा, ठीक है. और इसको हमने अंदर डाल दिया और अगर हम ऐसे फूंक मारते हैं तो कुछ नहीं होता. अब यहां पर उंगलियों में बंद कर दिया, अपनी 2 उंगलियों में. Again the same thing is happening, and imagine if I put some मटर के दाने or whatever, some lentils, it will start to vibrate just like your referee's whistle. बनाने के लिए क्या लगा? I don't know. Just a simple. This is an interesting toy. Beautiful. Something very interesting has happened with this, right? I mean, this is something that I was very happy that we made. There is this pipe in which there is a magnet and now bunch of copper wire, and I have connected 2 LEDs in reverse polarity. एक को ऐसे रखा, एक को ऐसे रखा, और अब मैं इसको जब घुमाता हूँ तो आप देखिए ये पता नहीं दिखेगी कि नहीं, बट लाल और हरी दोनों जल रही हैं. दिख रही है? लाल और हरी दोनों जल रही हैं. अब मैं इसको उठाकर नीचे की तरफ ले जाता हूं तो क्या होगा? क्या लगता है क्या होगा? दोनों लाल हो जाएंगी, सिर्फ हरी है, लाल गायब है. अब मैं इसको फिर लगता है ऊपर ले जाता हूं तो अब क्या होगा? ऑब्वियस आंसर है कि लाल है, बट अगर ऑब्वियस होता तो मैं पूछता नहीं. अब भी हरी है. नीचे ले जाओ तो भी हरी, ऊपर ले जाओ तो भी हरी, बीच में रखो तो दोनों. ऐसा क्यों है? और लाल जलानी हो तो क्या करें? क्या करेंगे? लाल जलानी हो तो इसको निकाल लो और ऐसे कर दो, या कॉइल को या मैग्नेट को. अब आप देखिए लाल जलेगी, और इधर भी ले जाएंगे तो लाल ही जलेगी. ऐसा क्यों होता है? आई थिंक ये हमने पढ़ तो लिया, वो ऐसे टेढ़ी मेढ़ी उंगलियां बना देते हैं और फिर फैराडेज लॉ रट लेते हैं, बट जब तक हम खुद बनाएंगे नहीं, जब तक इसके साथ खेलेंगे नहीं, जब तक इस तरह के सवाल नहीं पूछेंगे, तब तक नहीं चलेगा. छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूं आपको. दे आर आस्किंग मी टू कंक्लूड. ओके, सॉरी अबाउट दैट. टाइम नोट कर लेते यार, हमने चालू तो 3:10 पे करा था, वाइंड हो गया है. बंद कर दें यहीं पर. चलिए, थैंक यू वेरी मच. उन्होंने बोला वाइंड कर देते हैं. क्या? ऑलमोस्ट 10 मिनट सर. वो सर आपके अनुराग जी बोल रहे हैं 10 मिनट है. आप डिसाइड कर लें क्या करना है. 10 minutes buffer. All right, thank you so much अनुराग जी. मैं फटाफट भागता हूँ अब. मुझे लग रहा है आपको सवाल कुछ बताएं. उसी सिलसिले में हमने सोचा कि 3 फेज मोटर बना देते हैं. एक साधारण से चरखा है, ये आशुतोष ने 3 फेज जनरेटर. साधारण से चरखा, इसमें एक की जगह 3 कॉइल लगा दी और चरखे में कपड़े बुनने की जगह अब ये बत्ती बुनता है. और आप इसको ऑसिलोस्कोप में डालेंगे क्योंकि ये 120 डिग्री पर है. सो नाउ इट्स जनरेटिंग 3 फेज इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. फेजर जो हमारा घूमता है वो घूमता रहेगा, यहाँ पे हमारा दिमाग घूम रहा है. तो ये आप खुद, और बहुत ही सरल है एक साधारण से चरखे में. ये all of these thousands of things that we have developed, almost 1000 things that we have developed in this small lab in IIT Gandhinagar are all there for the public. I was very happy when I heard that next अनुराग जी वो आप कह रहे हैं कि गांधीनगर में होने वाला है. तो जितने भी लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं जरूर आएं. It will be just an amazing thing for everything that we have done, even though people are saying we have not. मैं एक और चीज दिखाता हूँ. हमने कुछ भी अभी सिर्फ बताया है उसको, वो कार्ड सॉर्टिंग का है. And a lot of these things you will not find anywhere in the world. अभी मैं आपको जो दिखाने वाला हूँ, ये गतिविधि इतनी रोचक है, मुझे करके इतना मजा आया. And then you will not find it. इसको थोड़ा सा आप जूम कर लीजिएगा. मेरे पास ताश के पत्ते हैं. And these are all the cards from A to Z. All right. And now assume you have to sort them. मतलब आपको एक के बाद एक लगाना है, तो आप पहले ढूंढते रहेंगे, ABCD करेंगे, बहुत समय लग जाएगा. What I'm going to do is use this stick, साधारण डंडी. छेद में डाली, थोड़ा हिलाया, कुछ कार्ड अटक गए, कुछ मेरे हाथ में रह गए. I do this for 5 holes that I have here. This is the second hole. This is the third hole. This is the fourth hole. And the last one. एक और बचा है, अभी तो देखिए कुछ नहीं हुआ है. Hopefully it should work. And अगर बजे तो ताली बजा सकते हैं. E, F, and you can see all the way. This is called audience से जबरदस्ती ताली बजवाना. पर आप कहेंगे कि यार 5 छेद ही क्यों चाहिए? By the way, this is how our computers work. All we did was represented one छेद by a 0 and open छेद by a 1. That's all. And we will teach this. And this is called radic sort. This is how we will teach first year students in IIT Gandhinagar radic sort. लिख के कोड नहीं कराएंगे, पहले उनको बोलेंगे यार पहले ये करके दिखाओ. छोटा सा उदाहरण as to why this thinking is important. सभी लोग को जोड़ना आता है. We know how to add 2 numbers. We will start from the unit side, go all the way. Subtraction, same thing. In fact, it is very interesting. In the class, we are studying that you have to start from units and go to hundreds to add 2 numbers. But if I give you 1000 rupee notes, I cannot give you 1000 rupee notes, but assume, right? 100 rupee notes and 10 rupee notes and 1 rupee notes, आप सबसे पहले कौन से नोट गिनेंगे? बड़े वाले गिनेंगे. तो क्लास में तो छोटे से चालू करते हैं और जिंदगी में बड़े से. ऐसा क्यों करते हैं? मतलब ये कह रहे हैं कि जो क्लास में हो रहा है उसको जिंदगी में मत इस्तेमाल करना, वो गड़बड़ है. या उल्टा है, मुझे मालूम नहीं है. सोचिए, अगर एल्गोरिथम लिखेंगे तो किधर से करेंगे, ऐसे करेंगे कि ऐसे करेंगे? आगे बढ़ते हैं. जोड़ने के बाद घटाने के लिए सेम थिंग, इकाई दाई सैकड़ा सा. गुणा करने के लिए सेम थिंग. बट व्हेन यू डिवाइड, यू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द अदर साइड. व्हाई इज इट व्हेन वी डू डिविजन, लॉन्ग डिविजन, वी टीच इट in grade 3. Every single place, we'll do this in grade 3. We will tell you the process of doing long division, but we will start from the opposite side. And we do not bother to ask the question or tell the child, अगर पूछे भी तो नहीं बताएंगे कि भाई ऐसे करते क्यों हैं. आप में से कोई बताएगा कि इधर से क्यों करते हैं? सभी लोग तीसरी पास हैं. It's just meant as a joke. But I'm saying it is extremely important to ask that question. Why? Why are you asking me? Why does this method work? It is not important in these days of whatever AI, GPT, to just know how to do the process. वो तो हमारा फोन करके बता देगा 2 नंबर को डिवीजन. उसका प्रोसेस सिखा के क्या बड़ी तक कद्दू में 3 मार दिया. प्रोसेस क्यों चला is extremely critical. That is what I feel the science museums can and should do. It is not enough to know the process of doing division. What is important is why that process works. So that question has to be asked. 10 मिनट अनुराग जी आपके हो गए लग रहा है मुझे. और स्ट्रिंग आर्ट, स्विंग बॉल, सिरिंज मशीन, ये गोले में तस्वीर बनती है, ये सब मैं छोड़ देता हूँ, अब मैं कंफ्यूज हूँ, फाइनल चीज़ कर देते हैं. ऑलराइट, सो फाइनली आई नो देर इज शास्त्री जी बैठे हुए हैं, तो वो गणित दिखाने वाले. शास्त्री जी हैं समवेयर. एंड दिस इज द फाइनल थिंग आई एम गोना डू. मेरी टोपी पड़ी है क्या? टोपी पड़ी, कागज वाली देखो यहीं कहीं. I don't know how many of you have seen this. Here. How many have seen this thing called the A4 sheet? सबने देखा है? I can ask this question: why is this called A4? Why do we call this A4? Oh, we'll Google it. Oh, because it has 4 corners. No, if you fold it in half, this becomes A5. This is A5. Now it has 4 corners, but we call it A5. If you fold it one more, it becomes A6. The interesting thing is, no matter how many times you fold, this is a special paper that the ratio of length to breadth remains the same. ये लंबाई बटे चौड़ाई पूरे कागज की, और आधा कर दिया उसकी, और आधा कर दिया उसकी, इसको 45 बार मोड़ देंगे तो चांद तक पहुंच जाएंगे, इतना मोटा हो जाएगा. If you fold this 43 times, you reach the moon. Figure out the thickness of this paper. Of course you cannot fold them more than that. सर मैं जानता हूँ, मैं खत्म कर रहा हूँ. आपका बहुत दबाव है, आपको देखते ही मुझे कहाँ पर था मैं भूल गया. देखिए प्रेशर के कारण बच्चों के ऊपर क्या असर होता है. A4 paper, right? So this is a special paper because the ratio, and what should that ratio be? It is a special ratio. The fact that I folded it in half and all the proportions were exactly the same, which means the ratio was same. This is A4, this is A5, this is A6, this is A7, this is A8. You draw a kern matlab diagonal. It all passes through the corners, which means these all must be same. These angles must be same, and the ratio is same, which means अगर कोई भी चीज को आधा करने से एरिया कितना करे कि आधा होने से वो हो जाए, तो आंसर मस्ट बी स्क्वायर रूट ऑफ 2. Because when you double, the area becomes 4 times. So what should you increase it by so the area becomes double? Answer must be that number which you multiply by itself to get 2. Hence, this has to be 1.414. That is the speciality of this paper. Now, when you have this paper, why do you call it A4? And that is where I'll finish. A4 इसलिए बोलते हैं क्योंकि ये A0 है. A0 है, लेकिन रेशियो अभी भी वही है, स्क्वायर रूट ऑफ 2. लेकिन एरिया 1 स्क्वायर मीटर है, 1 स्क्वायर मीटर. अगली बार कलकत्ता में जमीन खरीदने जाएं तो ये ले जाइए साथ में, ये 1 स्क्वायर मीटर है. 16 A4 पेज इज एग्जैक्टली 1 स्क्वायर मीटर, which means this must be A0, half. This must be A1, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16. 1/16 of a square meter is A4, which is exactly 625 square centimeter, which means, and that's a challenge for everybody who's sitting here, please convert this rectangle into a square whose side is 25, because 25 times 25 is exactly the area of this. करके दिखाइए, बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है. इस रेक्टेंगल को स्क्वायर बना दीजिए ताकि कागज वेस्ट ना हो. अपने आप 625 का बनेगा. आप पट्टी फाड़ेंगे तो जुड़ेगा नहीं. And this is something that a lot of mathematicians do. In fact, this guy called Eric Demain, who is the youngest professor of mathematics at MIT, he used to play. He never went to school like my children did, and you know he's doing math at. So I know it is the end. पीछे से कोई बच्चा है जिसको तैरना नहीं आता. I'm going to tell you the last story and then finish. Anybody who doesn't know how to swim, कोई बच्चा अगर आए तो आप आ जाइए, जल्दी से आइए, लेकिन वो फिर मुझे डांटेंगे. Oh, do you know how to swim or not? So then if you raise your hand, ऊपर आ जाइए जल्दी से. Oh, she's कोई और, जल्दी आओ, भाग के आओ, वो डांटेंगे मुझे. जल्दी आओ, जल्दी. High jump. You know why is it that when they do high jump, they always land on the back? ये जरा वापस से चला दीजिए. बहुत बढ़िया. क्या नाम है आपका? अलीका. अलीका, ये जरा चलाएंगे क्या? ये वाला स्लाइड बंद कर दिया. अरे यार, इतनी देर में. हाँ, वो ये साइकिल नॉन स्टॉप रॉकेट मैं दिखाना चाहता था. कभी इसने किसी ने ये पिक्चर देखी है? ये एक्सपेरिमेंट ट्राई करके दीजिए. आपके साथ झूठ बोला गया है. पानी में पत्थर डालते तो पानी बाहर नहीं आता है, पत्थर बाहर आते हैं. You go try today. I am not going to spend time. This is a newspaper. I am very happy that I am doing this in Kolkata. And sir, Anurag sir, 2 मिनट इस चीज के लिए दे दीजिए. This ad came in every single newspaper on 12th June 2012 when I decided I should leave my job and do something like this. Every single newspaper, front page. And they are trying to sell multigrain atta. I will not tell what that company is. It's based out of Calcutta. इसके नीचे पाई चार्ट बना हुआ है. उसमें लिखा है wheat, maize, soya, chana, oats, psyllium husk. Psyllium husk is assume it is very healthy thing. And underneath it's saying something. What is wrong with this picture? Can anybody tell what is wrong with this? Ali का आप बता सकते हैं what is wrong with this picture? बारह साल पहले भारत के हर इश्तहार में आया था. Every single newspaper. You see, the wheat, the atta is 90%, whereas wheat is 1/6 is 16%. So the ad is portraying there is lot of good stuff in there, healthy stuff, whatever. 15 रुपए किलो का गेहूं है, 90% आटा है और बाकी जो बचा हुआ 5 चीजें हैं वो छोटी छोटी 2% है और बिकता है ज्यादा महंगा क्योंकि चित्र जो दिखा रहा है वो असलियत नहीं है. Now my point why I am showing this is if we are not able to understand what the ad is trying to say, then I wonder what math we are doing. 75% or 1%? कौन सा चित्र सही है? On the left? Yes, but also on the right. You pick every single water droplet on earth and make it a droplet, that is what you see. Only 0.1% of earth is water by volume. Sun doesn't rise in the east. I'll skip this part because this is Ashutosh trying to do a slinky. This was ratio of pi sitting right here. This is why, how I thought. Always high jumpers jump. लेट के क्यों कूदते हैं? 1964 के पहले हर कोई ऐसे कूदता था. 1964 के बाद हर कोई ऐसे कूदता है. What happened in 1964? I'm just going to speak. This is the most amazing thing that we found. I probably don't have time, so I'll skip. Anyways, I'll skip and I'll just go to my last slide so that you can see where I am. Only place we have this thing called the Enigma machine. The only place in India to have a real machine. This is the machine which led to the invention of the first computer. Chariot, I'm going to speak. Harmonic analyzer, which adds various sine waves to give you Fourier transform. This is a machine which integrates stuff mechanically. Finally the slide that I wanted to say. I think by doing this program, which led us to have 3.4 lakh subscribers and 3 crore views, we realized that 3 things that are critical are dhamal, maja aaya ki nahi, samajh aur koi baat dil ko chhu gayi. And in the end, I'll just show you the last slide. 5,000 digits of pi, all of this I will skip and show you the last slide. And Alika is right here, she doesn't know how to swim. तो ये हिंदी में बोलता हूँ क्योंकि अंग्रेजी में नहीं बोल पाऊंगा. तो अलीका को समुद्र में यात्रा करने का शौक है और उसको समुद्र में यात्रा करने के लिए एक कैप्टन की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी और कैप्टन टोपी शंकर है. टोपी शंकर ने अलीका को कहा कि एक शर्त है, 4 दिन की समुद्र यात्रा है, तुमको रोज शिप में आना पड़ेगा और मैं तुम्हें रोज कागज की टोपियां पहनाऊंगा. अलीका ने बोला ओके ठीक है. तैरना नहीं आता है, 4 दिन की यात्रा है, टोपी शंकर के ऊपर भरोसा है. पहले दिन अलीका आ गई, उसने 2 फोल्ड ऐसे लगाए और उसके बाद 1 फोल्ड ऐसे कर दिया और ये बन गई पहली टोपी. इसको कहते हैं खुमरी. जब धान रोपते हैं तो यही वाली टोपी पहनते हैं, धान जब रोपते हैं ये वाली, मतलब कागज की नहीं पहनते हैं. जहां पर भी धान रोपा जाता है. छत्तीसगढ़ में हमने इसका करा था तो वहां से सीखे. उसके बाद दूसरे दिन बड़ी खुश थी, खाना पीना सब मुफ्त है, अपने कमरे में चली गई. अगले दिन फिर शाम को आ गई. क्यों आ गई? क्योंकि खाना पीना फ्री था. अगले दिन फिर लाए, टोपी शंकर ने एक और फोल्ड लगा दिया और आधा फोल्ड लगाया, अब बन गई दूसरी टोपी. इसको कहते हैं फायर वुमेन्स कैप. अलीका अब फायर वुमेन बन गई. क्यों? क्योंकि आप इधर से देखिए ये चोट पीछे आ गई. This is the one. Every fire woman wears this, or man wears this cap because here your spinal cord is running very close to the neck. कुछ भी गिरेगा तो लकवा मार जाएगा. तो यहाँ पर ये फायर वुमेन बन के बड़ी खुश हो गई। तीसरे दिन फिर आ गई, शाम को टोपी शंकर ने एक और फोल्ड लगाया, अब बन गई तीसरी टोपी। इसको बोलते हैं शंभू शिकारी की टोपी, एडवेंचरर्स कैप। जब भी आप घूमने जाएं, शिकार तो नहीं बट जो भी एडवेंचर के लिए जाएं तो ये पहन सकते हैं। अब थोड़ी थोड़ी बोर हो रही थी, बहुत दिन हो गए टोपी पहनते पहनते, 3 दिन हो गए, अब क्या करें। टोपी शंकर ने बोला लास्ट डे लास्ट कैप, एंड ही मेड 2 more folds, और ये बन गई आखिरी टोपी। इसको कहते हैं पांडु कैप। बंबई में जितने भी हवलदार हैं ये सब यही पांडु हवलदार की टोपी। अब ये बिल्कुल हवलदार बन के बड़ी खुश थी और इसको लगा कि अब तो घर पहुंच जाएंगे। टोपी शंकर ने बोला इस नाव में बिठाकर हम तुमको तुम्हारे घर वापस छोड़ देंगे। और जैसे ही जा रही थी कि कहानी में थोड़ा सा ट्विस्ट आ गया। अचानक जोर का तूफान, और समुद्र में 4 दिन हो चुके हैं, तूफान आ गया, बिजली कड़क रही है, लहरें ऊपर नीचे जा रही है और अली को तैरना नहीं। इधर से एक लहरा, इधर जोर का थपेड़ा मारा। ओ माय गॉड, अब क्या करेंगे, तैरना नहीं आता। बोट ऐसे नीचे जा रही थी, और ये कौन सी पिक्चर है, टाइटैनिक। नीचे जा रही थी और अचानक एक और लहर आई और इधर भी जोर का थपेड़ा मारा, और ये वाला भाग भी। अब जो ऐसे टेढ़ी बोट थी सीधी हो गई, अली का भाग के ऊपर पहुंच गई। टोपी शंकर भी यही था, लेकिन अब बोट ऐसे नीचे जा रही है। कहते हैं ना भगवान देता है तो छप्पर फाड़ के देता है। एक और लहर आई, इधर भी मारा, और ये वाला भाग भी। अब बचने की कोई उम्मीद नहीं थी। अलीका को तैरना नहीं आता था, लेकिन उसको टोपी शंकर के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा था, क्योंकि उसके पास एक लाइफ जैकेट थी और उसने लाइफ जैकेट अलीका को पहना दी और वो सुरक्षित चली गई। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर कॉलिंग मी।
Thank you, Professor Jain, for your extremely enriching and enticing mode of presentation. And we hope the students and the museum fraternity really have benefited today immensely. Now, we would like to invite to felicitate Professor Jain by Sri Umesh Kumar, Director, Nehru Science Center, Mumbai. Sir, please be on the stage. It seems students have really enjoyed, and everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So here now we conclude this session. But we would like to also mention that along with this brainstorming panel discussion, there are also master classes being held, like on astrophotography by Dr. Ajay Talwar, happening in Seminar Hall 18A. Also master class on developing mathematical kits by VSS Shastri in Seminar Hall 18A again. Now we will wait for the next session of panel discussion. Just we will be taking few moments for the preparation. This panel discussion will address immersive experiences in museums and science museums. In this session, the moderator is Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi. The panelists are Sri Mithun P, CEO VYE Manufacturer and Consultants Private Limited, Sri Birad Yagnik, Trustee IGNCA, MD Visual Quest India, Sri Shammi Raj Balla, Art Curator, Co-Founder, Sensystem, and Sri Ratan Batley Boy, Architect of Museum of Solutions. Let me invite the moderator, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, to be on stage. And we would also like to invite all the panelists. Please be on stage. So the panelists are taking their seats, and now the discussion will start. Please be with us.
Okay, let me formally welcome to this panel discussion on immersive media for science and science museums and other museums as such. Because today, I think even in the morning, we were talking about augmented reality, virtual reality, and even if we look at the startups which are there, the stalls, there are a number of these AR, VR setups which are being used in terms of the museum applications. But the question is, what is the relevance of these immersive setups or immersive experiences? Really, can there be something beyond the immersive experiences? And I think that's the question that we are all actually looking for. How to make immersive experience really value-added in the context of a museum, and how can we really look at in a different way? Just to begin, I shall just show a few examples of the work. I think if you just play the video, this video. I think there is someone is playing the video. Okay, I think we can go back to later on. I think let's drop it. Let's go back to something else. So the point which I was trying to put across is that, so if you look into this is an example of a holographic projection. In fact, going beyond, see, standard AR, VR, today holographic projection is actually being used in a big way. Okay, and I shall show an example. Go to the next slide. Play this video. This is actually a 3D reconstruction of a temple in Hampi, and it's a holographic projection of a dance recital. Go back to just play the video. Just play the video. This is actually a dance recital. Yeah. Which was actually recorded in terms of the style and the dress of the time of Hampi, and actually being shown in the 3D model of the temple, and this is from an exhibition in National Museum. So what I was trying to say is that this is how today there can be artifacts placed in the museum with real value added to them. And we can stop this. We can stop. So, the whole picture is beyond simple AR, VR, moving into MR, and even beyond that. And actually the interactions which is really possible with them is of a different kind altogether. And even today's morning talk by Sarah showed that the museum experience with technology is actually changing the whole audience engagement. And I think today's panel is really based on that, and how can we address that question is what I shall look at from the panelists. And we have actually thought about a few questions. I think we shared those questions. I think maybe we can address those questions and then we can get into more detailed discussions. The first question was, related to that question only I showed this example, that what would be preferred ways to deploy immersive mixed reality installations in the museums or science centers for enriched user engagement and knowledge delivery or knowledge sharing? What are really the technology and design challenges? Because it cannot be standard AR, VR, it cannot be standard spatial computing. So this is the first question, is open to all of you. I think if you start.
Hello. Well, thank you so much. I'm Bharat Yagnik. I think I'm going to make it very, very simple from my understanding, and then maybe you can take on the other advanced parts of it. And I'm very particular about this, especially for immersive experiences. I think the first most important aspect that I normally look at when I look at an immersive experiences, it should be non-intrusive, you know. It should not have poles in front of it when you're putting the entire architecture together. It should be absolutely seamless, because that is what really gives you an immersive, that's an important part of giving you an immersive experience. The second part, I think, which is very important, is I always like it where technology is an enabler and technology is not the buzzword over there. I think always we have to remember, like an example where Professor showed just now, a wonderful example of Hampi. The content was the king over there. It was not the technology that attracted. You know, I have seen a lot of these triangular prisms. And I was just looking at the triangular prism and I was saying, okay, Professor's just going to show another triangular prism. But the moment he showed the dancers in that, it caught my attention immediately. So I think it's very important that content is always king and technology is only an enabler. Third, very important thing, and then I'll hand it over to my other colleagues over here, is it needs to be robust. Nothing worse than an immersive experience failing in the middle. So I'll keep it for these three and I'll pass it on to you, and then maybe we can discuss again more on it. Please.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi. Very interestingly put, actually, and this is something we keep facing. And I am telling you from a perspective of a lot of failures and a lot of, amount of successes, is that there can't be a standard rule. Because, okay, it is completely contextual. Like, ultimate goal is the easiest dissemination of knowledge, right? So what happens is, earlier, before this known technologies, we used to have this, beautiful labels and a small paragraph. And with this technology and easement, what has happened is our expectations of knowledge has increased. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to take all the mediums of articulations to disseminate that knowledge easiest possible way. So then came your video screens, then came the touch screens, and now you have virtual reality, mixed reality, extended reality, and many realities will come. And it will always be contextual, right? Now, in terms of the best way possible, there is no one answer to that. I can't say, okay, you just do holograms or just do touch screens or whatever. Let's use all the mediums best possible so that the subject is delivered best. For example, let's put things into perspective, like integration calculus, right? So now, just before this, the gentleman who was explaining how he was trying to simplify knowledge, I think it will come actually to that. And all these technologies, be it holograms and be it mixed reality, it has to augment that knowledge, right? And as we go ahead, we will all find ways to have maintenance systems so that these infrastructure can be maintained for a long time.
Okay, just to add to it, I think in the next and the continuation of the discussion. So therefore, what is actually being talked about, that the way the knowledge and the simplified presentation of knowledge means, actually we are looking for again the new way to represent. See, we cannot be a subservient to a technology, but we have to create a new style. I think just I would like to refer to this question to the panelists, that what is your opinion about the new style of presentation of the material in the museum with the new technology coming in?
So want me to go ahead? So hello, hi everyone. So when we are talking about immersive experiences, as
can you be just closer? I think that
yes. Is it better?
Yeah.
Yes. So as Mr. Biraj said, that technology is just a tool brush. Ultimately, as Mithun said, it is the context, which is the storytelling, which is important. Whatever subject that we pick, what different means or mediums, what different technology we are telling is just the periphery of it. I will give you one example because that will give a good sense of how a storytelling with a immersive. So recently I did an exhibition in Bangalore called Lost in Bangalore. And perhaps you guys know this story, that in India, Bangalore was the first city to have streetlights. This was the story that we had to tell. Obviously, if we give this context to different artists, people will come with different solutions. People will say AR, video, pictures, whatever. But our artists, they took this inquiry and they put together an art installation which has multiple different technology aspects. Example, there was a lantern hanging, and there was a very simple sensor where you could blow into the lantern. There was a small image over there, and the image was of a flame. And then when you blew it, the flame shut down, and there were addressable LEDs, light that goes on, and at the back there was an infinite mirror with a pole with a light in it. So the story, how it is told with using different technologies, that is what the immersion brings in. We cannot talk because technology will always emerge, but how the storytelling and in your question, the design aspect, that is the most challenging part of it, how to tell the story. people who have the knowledge of all these tools and techniques, they are the people who could tell and use different tools and techniques and tell the story best possible way.
So there has to be definitely an interaction between the technologies as well as storytellers.
100%.
And get the ideal media to be created. Sir, your comments on this.
So the way I look at it is the audience is the same, if you look at it that. What we did 20 years ago with little labels was received as well as what we're doing today. However, I think the attention spans of audiences have changed. The exposure to technology with the audiences, with their smartphones, etc., has changed. There's a certain built-in expectation of what has to be done. And with museums, which are supposed to be the premier dissipators of knowledge, communication, things to do, referrals to the past, and pathways to the future, I think that's where new technology has to work, and that's the best showcase space for new tech. So if it doesn't happen, if there is new tech and we're not using it in our museums, we are doing an injustice to it. Do we do it stupidly and unnecessarily? The answer is probably not. Can we afford to do absolutely new tech, or are we taking second-hand stuff thrown around? The answer is we don't need to do second-hand stuff. There's enough new tech happening in the country in a Make in India concept, which is changing and being path-breaking. The marketability of new tech is appealing to the kids. The concentration spans of our audiences are changing. The critical distance between what they see, what they perceive, how they see, the humanness of it versus the exhibits, I think that's all supposed to be sort of molded into do it, show it, make it exciting, make it sexy, and move on. You know, and that's pretty much where and how new tech is also being used sometimes. Sometimes unnecessarily, and sometimes you're distracting with new tech because most of the kids are fazed by, wow, I wonder how this is working, and losing, the plot. So I think that's my first comment on it.
Yeah, possibly I think one very important aspect of it is how do you get engaged with it? Because if you see that all these gadgets that we use in AR, VR, etc., they're very, very personalized. And the point is those kind of things straight away are not usable in a museum setting.
Absolutely.
The interactions, that interactivity is something which is missing in the technology altogether today in that space. Any comments on that?
Yeah, so in fact that was a very important part of immersive experiences. I call it pushback, right? When the client expects or the visitor expects that when he does something, there's pushback, something happens. We must look towards the East, towards some very great examples that we see right now in Japan and in Singapore. In fact, let me give you an example of the wishing tree that they have in Japan. It's a very simple concept at the end of the day. All it allows you to do is go to this tree, use your cell phone, look at the tree interface, and actually give a compliment to somebody, a happy birthday or whatever. It is monitored, of course. And every time you look at the tree through your phone, you can see all the compliments that are there. And it's not only your compliment that is floating in the air, but others also. So similarly, I think there is this great expectation in immersive environments of localization of content, and not even localization, personalization of content now.
So as far as virtual reality is concerned, so that's one perception that, it's basically a one-on-one experience. But there are many forms of virtual reality, which is happening around the globe. One of the examples I can definitely give is one in Rajgir in Bihar, where we have created a large, 180-degree interactive theater. 200 people at once get immersed, okay, and they are able to interact. So, and this is not one, there are many such theaters, even there is one in National Museum as well, which is coming up, which can be a great alternative to, this one-on-one device experiences. Because post-COVID, that is something taught us that, we need to have better mass experience systems, immersive systems that way.
Any other comments?
Yes. So when we talk about immersive experiences and AR, VR technologies like this, people can also use this at home. People can buy these VR headsets with Apple Vision Pro or new things. So what new things that have started coming up across the globe is phygital places, what you cannot replace at home. And this is where the world is moving, where they are bringing the digital content with physical activity that is involved. And this is how the experiences are getting better and such immersive.
And therefore, this phygital experience is what we should look at and how to create enriched physical experiences.
Haptics.
Digital experiences.
So, you know, as an architect on this platform, I was suddenly realizing that we will be out of a job. Because if we are looking at only VR, AR, MR, ER, all we need to do is design black boxes. Yeah, because everything else is digitalized. Having said this, I mean, it's like your space in Goa, you know, everything else is digitalized. Then, as architects, what we're doing is to keep the humanness of my visitor alive. Everything else that the experience that is needed as an experience is going to be in the white spaces that we design, which is eating, sleeping, washing, resting, etc., etc., etc. And that's a huge challenge because every little black box experience needs a break, needs a disconnect, needs a refresh. Okay, you sort of reboot yourself to get into the next experience. The transitions are going to be crazy. Talking about exactly what we said is the VR, AR experiences are primarily selfish. We don't know what is being thrust at the people. We don't know how much is being received. And therefore, it's not likely that everybody has got what you were expecting to get or to give. That's a selfish sort of way of absorbing that immersion. Like you said, I think you said, Mangal, that we've got these group of collective activities. Yes, in a lot of museum spaces that we've done, we've just finished the Museum of Solutions, which is really a museum which has no product. It is a museum of solutions for kids, where kids are going to look at the world's problems and solve them. And those solutions will be museumified, mummified for the rest of the world to see. And it's an amazing idea that's been generated, and it's creating some fabulous, you know, your pushback. It's creating fabulous furrows in the space, where kids are getting completely immersed in what they're doing. It's totally interactive. It's gamified to a point of physical activity, where kids are running around in teams, solving problems, getting cues, trying to figure out what it is. And it has all the goodness of any technology that you want. I mean, there's screens all over, there are plasmas all over, there are projections all over, there's projection mapping wherever we want to do, there are laser cutting and plasmas in the works. And we're looking at that kind of experiential quality to keep the social interaction going.
Exactly. I think
because
that's
the minute you lose the social interaction between the viewer and his experience, it becomes a COVID reality.
Yeah.
And I think we've heard of several cases of complete solitude and going nuts and all the shrinks earning some serious money, you know, because people have just been at home. So my critical question is, where is this going? I mean, at some point, we won't be talking museums 10 years from now. The biggest attitude is that we can have it on our cell phone, we can have it on our goggles, we can buy it off Google for, today it's about $150, tomorrow it's probably $5 or something like that, or you get it for free when you buy a milk bottle. Okay, we have no idea where it's going. What's going to happen to the social content, to the exchange, to the philosophy, the exchange of ideas that happens on the ground, the physicality of the whole thing, not the phygitality of the whole thing? I think that's a quick question that I'd like to also probe in our discussion.
Yeah, I think that's something which we need to talk about, because I think the physicality and the social interaction is something very, very critical, and that's why the museum space is there, in terms of sharing knowledge, sharing experience, and shared knowledge builds up also a group feeling. I think that is something is in terms of a heritage or a science discovery, science understanding is very, very critical. So related to this, I think you wanted to have some comments.
Just a comment. I mean, for immersive science exhibitions, we need to have multiple Professor Manish Jain.
Yeah.
He was doing an immersive exhibit over here. And what
that's
Museum of
engagement.
Solution,
That's hardcore
so
engagement.
either we have to clone him or bring his ideas and thoughts and let people not press a button and see what science experiment it is, but to actually experiment and
Actually
test it.
experiment it. But the
That's
point is
how
that
it
that scaling up and other things would come up.
course.
So just to change a gear a bit from these, I think, see, therefore, we have already talked about the kind of strategies we need to have more the centers engaging the local community. I think these kind of activities can actually ensure local community get engaged. And therefore, what are the other ways by which that community perspectives can be brought into the space of these museums or science centers? Any comments on that? Maybe I can start.
It's a lovely question, actually. Please.
Yeah, so when we talk about communities, again, this is deriving from my experience doing museums and exhibitions. So when we do an exhibition, the kind of people, we have a transdisciplinary team of people, from journalists, to 3D artists, to architects, to performers. So when we start about communities, let's bring a certain focus group of communities who have interest in this. And art and science and technology, we just always try to keep them separate, bring all of them together. What happens in generally when there is a museum goes on, it is between tender and vendor, we forget the focus of what museums are. The museums are supposed to be made by artists for people, because I'm also from Calcutta, and I see how Durga Pujas are celebrated over here. There are people who are coming from globally to come and see this, and still we fail to bring people to museums. I mean, Science City is, of course, a different ballgame altogether, but I'm talking museums across. So you have to bring communities of different artists, different disciplines to come and have a discussion, dialogue, and brainstorm what works best for the audience at the end.
The biggest advantage, here's a scenario I'm placing, okay? Suppose we took the museums to the small towns, to the people, to the villages, like a Monday market. Suppose the museum went there. Yeah? And it's very easy to do if you use the technologies correctly. I think you're doing it on the Gandhi Museum. You're making it accessible. That kind of, so we de-institutionalize museums. We decentralize these monolithic, huge edifices built on 10 acres of land at a cost of hundreds of crores. We decentralize those. We make them into little boxes. We make them into outreach programs. We create the entire technology that goes with it. If it's immersive, it's fine. We're not talking phygital here, we're not talking digital here. If you provoke and create the interest and the buzz in the children will walk 100 miles, will come with their families to the institutionalized big museums, because that's what you're tickling them with. That's what you're energizing and catalyzing their thought process. To have these monumental, huge centers of cost and staff is probably going to be a thing of the past. Yeah? What do we do in those spaces? Those spaces technically should be where people come and workshop, where people come and interact, where people come and exchange ideas, where you grow completely differently to the content that you may have seen in your gaon.
Yes.
Yeah? So that's a concept that I'm thinking which could be radically
modern day
challenged, or the modern day
concept of
the modern day traveler. I mean, you're already doing it at scale. Yeah, you have content which is scalable. You have technology which is paid on the credit card, and you buy the technology. Yeah, you put it on a bus and you take it to a Sunday market, and all the kids come in from one side of the bus, go out on the other side of the bus, and their minds are blown with what they've seen. That's going to be provocative. That's going to be engaging. And then we can do the real thing, when they come to you.
Can't agree more.
Ministry of Culture should take note of this.
Yeah. Yeah, you should take note of this for complete democratization of the whole concept of museum and science centers. I think, carry on, please.
All right. So I totally agree with this, and to put things forward, actually, it is required, because in the last conversation I was having with you, I was telling you, there's a large amount of population who are still overwhelmed by this large, infrastructure. The auto walas and, sabzi walas, they are still overwhelmed whether to go, what will I get and all. So now we have to reach out to them, okay? And these, like he said, a hub and spoke model could work beautifully, wherein, there is a place for the larger infrastructures, but we can also reach out with smaller footprints to people, like using, buses for that matter, museum on wheels, or micro museums for that matter, which can be very small footprint and be placed at multiple locations at scale.
Sir.
I'm going to spin the whole thing now, right? And I'm going to say that I had a very interesting project where it was localized, but it was the world.
Okay.
So we had to have 29 countries, localized content, and the audience was the 29 world leaders. That's it. So it was a big challenge because now to impress a world leader from his own country with his own content, and the categories were 4 digital categories. What we did was we curated the entire thing into a 29-minute episode. Having done that also, we realized no world leader is going to stay in any place for 29 minutes. When his or her, this thing is only 1 minute. So that's where technology stepped in. And we created the technology where when the world leader put his first step inside the box, and we had only one box, but the box was 30 feet by 30 feet by 20 feet. But when he stepped into that box, it was his minute. When the next leader stepped in, it was his minute. It so happened that one of the world leaders came and said, "How are you doing this?" So when we shared the interface, he said, "We should all learn from you." So, this was the G20 Digital Museum at Bharat Mandapam. It was a learning which was far beyond anything we have ever done before, because we had to really be very precise with a precise target audience of 29. That's it. And you have to deliver on that. So what I was trying to say is it's very important to have localized content, but then in the international space also. Technology allows us that liberty. So let's not curtail ourselves for that.
And the biggest advantage is that you have mobility. You have to think the idea, and any technology, if it's not available, will be made to create a solution to the idea. I think that's the important thing.
Yeah, actually this whole connect between the local and the global, the technology at all spaces and spheres can really bring in a refreshing change to the way we look at museum. I think that's exactly the point which is coming up.
But if I go to the Cochin Biennale, okay, we're not talking museum here, we're talking art show. The world knows about it. The city of Cochin knows about it. Every auto rickshaw wala, every restaurant, every chai wala is basically geared to this. Very proud that it's happening in his country, in his city, in his part of the town. Yeah, and it has no technology.
Yeah. There are traditions we have to be proud about.
What I'm saying is that you're creating the tradition.
Yeah.
You're creating a contextual drama, which is putting it on the map, which is putting the city on the map. Maybe albeit, in 2 years, probably 10 days or 50 or a month or so, or 2 months. Yeah, but it changes the entire city. Everybody starts focusing on what's happening in my space on my side of town.
So there may not be a single way. There are many ways to do things, and this is exactly what is getting reflected too. I think the next question which comes up is that how do we measure an effectiveness or impact of this kind of an initiative when a museum or a group takes? So how do we measure such an impact? Because that's also very important in terms of policy making. Okay, so any inputs related to that?
Change the metrics, completely change the metrics. Today the success of a museum is by virtue of footfalls. Google Analytics, you put little sensors on every station, and Google Analytics will tell you how many seconds we are spending. That's all quantitative analysis. Where will you get the qualitative from? I'm spitting it out at you. How much are you receiving? That's a tricky one. you go into digital or physical forms, you're not going to get the answers. If you do yes/no answers, they're useless. If you ask the right question, you're not hungry, are you? You know, what's the answer going to be? It's a very strange, it's a dilemma that you're not going to be able to crack very easily. And I'd love to hear some thoughts on that.
So one straight way, I mean, I face this issue, that's why I'm going to, answer that, is we monitor the amount of time the person sees the video. So we know that 10% of the video, 75% of the people watched 90% of the video. So we get into a slightly more detailed matrix to get a slightly better answer. Second is we always ensure that there's stickiness in our product. We call it stickiness. That means when the person leaves the installation, it's stuck to him. Like we had a very simple selfie booth in one of our Gandhi museums. And you could just go, click a photograph with Mahatma Gandhi. You may find this very simple right now, but we did it about 10 years back. So you could put your email address and hit a button. And to be honest with you, in that museum, we were not allowed tickets because it was So when I was asked for a matrix of how many people visited this, I said 32,362. They said, how the hell did you manage? I said, here are the email addresses. So there could be interesting ways to measure.
But still quantitative.
Then that was good. So when that photograph goes out, you measure that photograph's social media engagement. That's just a way I thought could be done right now. But if you have anything better.
No, not. I'll just add on a few more examples, that's all right? So one of the museum I had the opportunity to work with was Atal Smriti Udyan. It's in Bombay, Shimpoli Road, Borivali. So there we had, so after the museum journey is done, basically what you do is there is a Atalji's office where people go, right? And in there we had created a augmented reality theater. So in that augmented reality theater, what happens is you sit with Atalji, okay, and Atalji asks you questions. So either you know the answer or you don't know the answer. If you don't know the answer, you get the answer. If you know the answer, Atalji gives you a nuance about that, that story, that question, right? So what happened after this engagement? One, your knowledge confirmation happened, plus the institution has a log, right? Second, now you have gone back, right? Second time, when you are coming to the museum, you are going to take notice of things better, okay? You're going to remember things, and you're going to bring a friend to show off. Okay, you know, why don't you try this, and I'm going to win the quiz this time with Atalji. So that way, what happens is the entire experience is gamified. And that could be one of the solutions to get the data, the impact data, how the knowledge in people is increasing, and in all demographics.
So the metrics, what we are trying to do is based on the point or the fact that every museum, the entire audience thinks similar. We are building museums one size fits all. How can you expect a kid or an adult of a 60 years old both have similar mindset, similar interest? So all these metrics are going to fail anyways at some point of time. So what we have to think, take a step back and understand what kind of museums to what particular audience that we are building that museum for, and then measure the metrics, then it would make sense. Just measuring the metrics for the sake of measuring the metrics is not going to lead us anywhere. It is just keep us in a false mindset or ideas that it is working or not working.
Yeah, actually what you're telling is something very important, is that it's a target audience and how the target audience is looking at. If it's an art museum and we were talking about Monet's painting, and you cannot ask the same question as that of a Atalji's museum that is here being talked about. And what kind of context and by which how you're evaluating, that has to be completely different. And that's true if it's a science museum, and science museum, if it is on a particular topic, let's say today with the quantum coming in a big way, if you're creating a museum on quantum, the metric that you'll see, the effectiveness of the engagement of the students with that, will be completely different from that of a basic mechanics which you want to convey. I think that something is very, very important. Sir.
I'd just like to put out a very interesting analogy. We were doing a shopping mall in the good old days, and the owner wanted to know the footfalls because that was his metrics. And he was thrilled because on a Saturday, Sunday, he had some 75,000 footfalls. And my question to him was, how many shopping bags came out? Yeah, the footfalls are there. I mean, there's no problem about that. But how do you decide that's the success of the mall? And that's what I'm trying to establish here. Yeah. So it's a bit of a dichotomy because the metrics that are giving you the answer is talking about footfalls and success. And I love your example of how you interacted, how you got the kids to be completely engaged, and stickiness. Everything happens in that engagement. It's fabulous. Yeah. But that's a one-off. That's a very expensive one-off. Yeah, you know, where you gesturize and you have the entire animatronics responding.
That idea can be scaled or down and up both ways, right? The key is gamification.
Yeah, technology will allow you to do that very easily.
So and today with modern day, wherein mobile phones and smaller devices are going cheaper and going masses, right? This will get easier and easier for us.
Can we also personalize questions?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So the technology for evaluation of impact is also an important point.
Yeah.
That way it will get more immersive.
Yeah. And I think the impact, it's gamification, but the underlie is play, which people are not doing. I mean, the kids have forgotten about that.
Yeah,
when you bring play into the system, okay, we are calling it gamification because we're adults and we're looking at technology, yeah. But it's absolutely rock bottom simple. I mean, it's at the simplest form, that's it. I mean, we have these lovely games where we tell the kid, now when you go from this zone to that zone, let's see how many dots you can touch on that way. And you see kids running up and down, going back, trying it again, going back, trying it again. Hello, this is a transition between what you're doing and what you're doing.
Exactly.
Seeing on the other one, yeah.
And also this enjoyment. The enjoyment is something very, very important.
True.
Just want to add on to this. So there are usually when we do an installation, an art installation or a tech installation, we always give the briefing that you have to attract, engage, and inspire. So it's not one metric, but there are 3 different metrics. So how many people you are attracting, how many of them are engaging, which you're talking about, the playfulness in it. And after you play, sometimes you see a lot of installation or projects, you just touch and you're like so bored, you're like, I want to get out of it. You are not inspired, forget about even engaging over there. So attract, engage, and inspire. These are the 3 different areas one can see how the installation is doing.
Viradi, you comment.
Yeah, I was just going to, again, try and put something into perspective over here. We have this tendency for getting engagement, for attracting people through technology. I always look for engagement without technology, in spite of being from the field.
I think the idea is something very important.
The idea is very powerful. And I'll tell you an idea which I saw. So Singapore, the Titanic museum exhibition experience, you're given a ticket, right? And my wife was given a ticket, right? You're basically given the name of a passenger on that ticket. And she was given a name of a woman passenger on that ticket. Beautiful experience. We went back. But by the time we reached the end, there was this huge crowd on the left side, huge crowd on the right side. I said, what's happening? Very curious to know. On the left side was the survivalist, right? On the right side was the people who had passed away. And everybody was looking at their ticket and checking the name. Did I survive or did I pass away? No technology, nothing. It was just something so simple that was great. I mean, that for me, we take that as our starting point. And then we push technology into it for our current day. And then we push our matrix into it so that we can get data in. And then we finally get those things of robustness, responsiveness, and all that. And that's when you have the real experience. But content will be king, and at the end of the day, I think the most important thing is how you made him feel. What
experience.
What did he feel like? Because they say, right, people will forget what you say to them, people will forget what you read to them. But the person will never forget how you made him feel. So
that
I
is
think
what
that's what we
experience
need
is
to
all
aim for.
about.
That experience and touching his heart is something which is very important and critical. So now what it brings us to a very interesting context. What you said is that core idea, and getting with the core idea, get the technology in, and then do the impact analysis. So therefore, you cannot pick up a technology per se.
Never.
You got to have a technology developed which is demanded by your idea and need. So now the question comes in, how do you bring so-called technologists as well as the museum designers or curators together to create such kind of an active, creative, engaging spaces? Because today, if you see in the country, really there is no such avenues and processes in place. Sure. So my question is related to that.
You know, I think this is a very important question, because when I started, I remember I said that word robustness. You know, a lot of us are creating museums with technology and all that. And usually whenever at least I step into a technology museum and I find something not working, that's the worst thing that can happen to you. And I think this is where the collaboration with institutions, collaborations with all our technical institutions needs to come in.
Exactly.
I think we are going to market too fast. I think all the testing, all the robustness of it, all the load testing, all needs to run in a collaborative mode with an educational institution, make it a product, and then put it out on the market. Honestly, even I'm doing the same thing, but what we are doing is we are throwing the beta product into the market. I think that's where, at least I would feel very comfortable if I'm able to say my product is tested by IIT Delhi. I mean, just look at even if I'm not in market for 1 year, but I think that's what is the need of the hour.
Yeah. Any comments?
Could you repeat the question more clearly?
Repeat the question is that, there is an idea, and this idea really demands appropriate technology, which is actually the hypothesis we have established.
All right.
So therefore, who designs that appropriate technology? Okay. So therefore, there has to be possibly collaboration between there's someone who is thinking about a museum as a creative owner, as well as the technologies. They have to work together. True. So what is the channel of doing it? Today, in the country, there is no active really channel of this kind of collaboration. Any suggestions about that?
And it becomes more and more difficult because what happens, there is a polarity between the thinkers and the doers. So now, that's the main issue. If we can gap that, because what is happening is, so more of the designers, who are the subject matter experts, they may not be great at technology. They may not know the best of the tools and best of the things. And so we need to come up with, better platforms, basically, where they can engage more, understand each other more.
Exactly. So my question is, I think, sir, you wanted to have...
Yes. So now we are doing it. So this currently I am helping at Param's Experience Center. It is a transdisciplinary hub, Asia's largest science center, culture center, art center, innovation center, all of them coming together. And we are working on it on a program which is a collaborative platform. People from different institutions, science organizations. We have already made MOUs with Srishti. We are working to do one with NID. So we are bringing people from different disciplines onto one platform so that there could be a dialogue. And then there is a collaborations. And in fact, in this case, even government should help bringing such kind of a platforms, bringing a face like what we are doing at Museum Expo. More of such things happen so that people from different areas and fields can come to one stage, network, talk, understand what are the challenges, and bring solutions. And this can be done only if people from different areas come together. Technologists will think only from one perspective. Artists would think from museum. People are thinking from another perspective. But unless there is a dialogue, a talk, a normal connection, nothing is going to happen. And this platform like this, the one we are building at Param, is doing it. So please join the platform. It is already happening.
Super good.
So Swami just talked about the disciplines, the transdisciplines, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, whatever. Yeah, but you're still talking about the same animals. Yeah, somebody who's related to museums, somebody who's related to content, technology, interpretive design, exhibition design, whatever, animation, whatever, animatronics, whatever. I'm saying suppose I brought in a movie star, or a movie maker to develop this whole thing. We were just talking about it this morning, okay? We have a museum, let's get a movie guy to come in and tell us what the whole thing is all about. He'll do a fabulous job, because his job is to tell the story in 2.5 hours, 3 hours, 3.5 hours, if it's Bollywood, whatever, with song and dance. But the point is, shot by shot, screen by screen, breakup by breakup, character by character, storyline, narrative, the works. He takes you through the entire architecture, he takes you through the entire thing. Then it's up to us to decide. Now let's park that for a second. Suppose we said, let's get a cricketer to do that, okay? I'm saying a guy who's been on a pitch, seen what it's all about, he may have no idea what we're talking about. But the point is you're getting a completely fresh perspective. We do these workshops with children, and the ideas that we get from the children far outweigh and far surpass any of the ideas that any of the designers put on the table. And I'm very proud to say that. Yeah? But we have to listen. If we're not prepared to listen, it's shop talk, tick in the box, we did this, public hearing hua, kaam chalu hua. Yeah? So I think the listening is the most critical thing.
So I think what is important is that if you look at that summary of it is, I think somewhere this kind of platforms should be enabled. I think the Ministry of Culture, I think it is their responsibility to enable more such platforms where people from different backgrounds come together and different stakeholders also come together and put across their needs, because that's how only the innovation can really take place. True. Innovation is really by demand, and that demand really can be from the stakeholders. And as the stakeholders put across their demand, I think the ideation and technology can come together to meet the demands of stakeholders. I think such platforms, as you have pointed out, this kind of dialogues which is happening, and I think Ministry of Culture should enable that in a very organized way, and such programs should be also in place. I think that's extremely important for the new age museums to come up with new kind of flavor of technology which is coming in.
And the innovation can happen in India because there is, as you mentioned, no demand. No one is going and spending money to create some new innovation that could come into museums, and this will enable all this. So help startups who are working on this, because mostly the startups, if you go to VC, it is talking about, are you into tech, deep tech? If you're not, your museums are, get out of my way. So how does...
So that has to be enabled by the government and the Ministry of Culture, definitely. And I think we are reaching to the end of the time. I shall just have maybe the last word from each one of you. Maybe just one question you can address, what is the future of museum? We have already addressed that question. But anything more you would like to add to it? I think that may be the last comment in this sequence. I think we can start with that.
Well, I was asked, when are you going to stop making museums? And I said, to be honest with you, especially with immersive experiences, I think the list is going to go on. And I was just thinking about this question when I was coming in today. And I said, what's the most absurd thing that will keep me attractive? And I thought of ISRO, and I thought about how our Mars mission is going on, and our rover is over there. I'd love it if I had the ability to sit over here and control that, rover, and move that camera around and do maybe a treasure hunt on Mars, So I think we need to keep ourselves that futuristic, that we would like to do something like that. And this is what I'm saying. If you ask my daughter or any of my nephews or nieces who are more into science fiction and all, they probably give you a perspective of galaxies. But I think we need to think that far.
Absolutely.
Wonderful question, because last month there's one paper of mine which got published, which was on just that, right? The future of museums. So one museum as basically a house of knowledge, okay? So we are addressing the knowledge that we have, the artifacts that we have, okay? So in my paper, I discuss what will be the future of heritage. That defines what will the future of museums be, right? So in that I was discussing intelligence as a heritage. Right? So now, how do you have, because, okay, artifacts which gives me a lot of insight. Now, like Manish Jain ji in the last, session, I would have him as in a part of the museum, his intelligence, his way of interacting with children and all of that, a part of the museum, right? Where children can go and ask him questions and get some funny answers like he was giving, right? So
Manish around? Is Manish around? And he may not be. Yeah. It would have been beautiful to have his input.
Yeah.
Carry on. Yeah.
So we are working on that. There are a couple of prototypes we have ready, wherein we have interviewed people and tried to have an engagement system wherein you will get the answers as is by that person. And there's wonderful work going on around the world, and in our country, I would like to keep driving that.
Sir.
There is no doubt that museums are the massagers of thought or the messiahs of direction to the next generation. There's no doubt about that. I think it will be a lovely place to actively talk about ethics, principles, culture, traditions, because we're losing that. The second thing that I would look at in deep seriousness is earth sciences, the environment. The museum buildings are classic examples of guzzlers, energy consumption. I mean, the bigger, the construction industry is hugely contributing to pollution, water, the works, heat island effect, whatever. I think the museums have a responsibility. They have to be accountable.
Should be sustainable museums.
They have to be accountable for what they seed in the children's minds from all the non-black box spaces, from all the garden spaces, from all the slow-moving spaces, not the fast-paced, click in a button type of thing. I think that's the most important thing that we should look at, focus on, because we have the power to do that. We have 3,000, 5,000, 7,000 footfalls on a daily basis, and extremely fertile, porous minds. Why don't we look at those as performative buildings, live buildings, not smart buildings, but things that make sense to the children and they can understand the entire process of their lives. The science of survival.
Yeah.
I very much agree to you, sir. I mean, seriously, I also see live museums. I changed career twice from engineer to investment banker. Now I work in art and museum because it is evolving. Imagination is the only limitation. And in future, what is going to come out is what we're going to make. And we have to constantly strive and make new things. If we could define future, I think it is not the future, because we're going to change it every single time. Every new person who's joining us, they're going to shape how the future is going to look like. And that is the most exciting part of it, more people joining us. And
I think that's the most exciting part of talking about museum and rediscovering heritage, as was being talked about. And the future is unknown. And you can always aspire for the future, which is completely discoverable and possibly at the same time sustainable.
It's an imagineering exercise.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And not just sustainable, even regenerative.
Regenerate.
I think that's the more critical
point today.
Sustainable will just keep you flat. Yeah.
Regenerative imagineering is a space what the museum should be. I think with this, positive note, we can conclude today's discussion. Let me thank all the panelists for very
so much, Professor
attractive
Shantanu.
and interesting suggestions and debate. Thank you.
Thank you, our esteemed panelists, for their insightful discussion and engagement. But we cannot conclude without felicitating our panelists. So hereby, I'd like to invite on stage Sri Vijay Shankar Sharma, Director, Northeastern Zone, Guwahati, NCSM. So we felicitate our guests, our panelists with Uttoryo and memento. It's our pleasure and privilege. We request for a group photograph for this important moment. We conclude this session and we have 1 hour break, so we will gather once again. Just please note, we have other events along with this event in Mini Theatre. Master classes by Science Museum Group London taking place in Seminar Hall 18A. Thank you everyone for being with us and see you very soon. Thank you. One. नहीं लिया है।
We'll do a quick audio check. People with label mics, actors. The idea is that you say one dialogue and it's overlapping with the background music. We'll just check if the volumes of both match. Alright? So first we start with Okay, so let's do a quick check. Microphones or label mics, can you please switch it on? No, I can't hear you. Label mic check, please.
Hello. This
Yes.
is fine.
Arvind, check.
Yeah.
Audio clips ready? Tarana and Shanak? We will check them.
Hello. Hello. Check. Our first walk together. Our first walk together.
Yeah, seems fine.
That's all right?
Yeah, that's
Two more dialogues?
Can you continue speaking for a while, Ahili? with this background music?
Is this audible? Is the higher audible?
Yes, it is audible.
And this one?
Yep.
All right.
Next, Arvind.
Yeah.
Can you check the height values?
Well, Winnie, my theory of stars.
Not loud enough, Arvind. A little louder.
Well, Winnie, my theory of stars suggests.
Yes, better. We need a background music along with Arvind's dialogues, please. Tarana, is the background music on?
Well, Winnie. My theory of stars works like a charm for young and middle-aged stars.
Anushita?
Yes. Okay, Arvind, just a little more. Keep talking a little more.
Oh, you men of science.
You're supposed to be near the spot as well, right?
Should I?
Please go ahead, Winnipeg.
Just a second. He is putting on.
That the room emptied out, the meeting was called off, and I
Wait,
stood there like
the
a
background music can go one notch lower.
I stood there like a fool. People threw pitying glances at me. Some came up, pat my shoulder. All they could say was, "Too bad, too bad." On that winter's night in January, my world had ended.
Can we redo this once again with the new volume?
No one.
Wait. Let it start. Start.
That was that. The room emptied out, and I stood there like a fool. People threw pitying glances at me. Some even came up to pat my shoulder. All they could say was, "Too bad, too bad." That night I went back to Cambridge. I went to the fireplace in Trinity College and stood at the embers as the lines from...
Perfect, fine. So we don't have any other sound checks, right? It's done.
আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ আর যখন
Good evening. So now we are going to enjoy the Science Theatre by Ms. Unushila Chatterjee, TIFR, Hyderabad. The Science Media Center at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Hyderabad, has been actively exploring different mediums to communicate science to the public. Their latest public engagement initiative, Science Through Theatre, which lies at the intersection of science and culture and is an ambitious project encouraging discussions on science among the public. As a part of their endeavor, Science Through Theatre, they are going to stage before you the first in-house theatre production, The Square Root of a Sonnet, a play written by theatre professional and author Nilanjan P. Chaudhary on March 27, 2024 at the TIFR Hyderabad campus. The rest will be explained by the group, TIFR group, and I'll be highlighting on some of the key elements of the program today. The program head is Science Media Center, Ms. Unushila Chatterjee. The theatre is directed by science communicator, Ms. Srushti Chepre. Actors are all PhD students of TIFR Hyderabad. Piyush Daga, Ahelishi Barman, Arvind H., Ekta Ram Kishore Singh. So today's evening for you and for the theatre group who is presenting The Square Root of a Sonnet. Thank you everyone and hope everyone will enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the really kind introduction. A very good evening to all. Today we bring to you a project, Science Through Theatre, that has had us on tenterhooks for quite some time. A project that is aligned to one of our primary goals of taking science to public spaces. We present to you Nilanjan Chaudhary's The Square Root of a Sonnet. The play highlights the science around the discovery of black holes and dwells on the delicate and complex interpersonal dynamics between two prominent astrophysicists, S. Chandrasekhar and his mentor, Arthur Eddington, all at the tumultuous backdrop of the two world wars. The play is a result of the tireless efforts of students and staff members of TIFA Hyderabad, who contributed in various capacities. The entire vision has been translated to reality under the very capable leadership of the director of this play, Shrishti Chipre, who is a science communicator at the Science Media Center at TIFA Hyderabad. The 4 characters in this play have been brought to life by Piyush Daga, Ahili Shi Burman, Arvind H. and Ekta Ramkishore Singh, all who happen to be PhD students at TIFA Hyderabad. Shaunak Banerjee and Tarana Anand have been meticulously overseeing the behind-the-scenes technical requirements of the play today. We take this opportunity to thank Ms. Mugdha Sinha, Mr. Anurag Kumar, for warmly extending an invitation to us to perform at the International Museum Expo 2024. We thank the Ministry of Culture, the National Council of Science Museums, the team at the International Museum Expo and the Science City Kolkata. A special mention to Mr. Parthu Sharathi Shah for his unwavering support. We also take this opportunity to thank Center Director of TIFA Hyderabad, Professor M. Krishnamurthy, and the writer of the play, Mr. Nilanjan Chaudhary. এই নাটকটি বিজ্ঞানের গল্প, 2 বিজ্ঞানীর বন্ধুত্ব এবং বিশ্বাসঘাতকতার গল্প। আমরা আশা করি আপনারা সবাই এই নাটকটি উপভোগ করবেন।
Busy with your stars as usual.
Not stars, black holes. Beautiful, aren't they?
Well, that depends on one's taste. For you, black holes have always been the most beautiful things in the universe. Your first child, your only child, stillborn.
The strangest objects in all of creation. The most complex yet the simplest. Born from the union of quantum mechanics, special relativity and general relativity. 3 of the greatest triumphs in the history of human thought. Look at them, just look at them floating in space, devouring stars 100 times larger than the sun, yet occupying a volume space smaller than a full stop. So dense that a spoonful of material from a black hole could contain as much matter as the Milky Way, bending and twisting the fabric of space and time into an infinitely deep well from which nothing, not even light, can escape, where time slows down to a trickle and the seconds creep forward at the pace of a summer afternoon in Madras.
Especially after a heavy meal of sambar and rice.
Away from the black holes, the centuries flash past, while near it, a single grain of sand crawls through the neck of an hourglass like a sleepwalking snail.
Strange things, these black holes.
digesting entire stars inside their bellies without burping out the smallest bit of information.
Mysterious, inscrutable, just like you.
Me and mysterious? Lalita, you must be joking.
Oh, I'm not, Chandra. We were married for 59 years and yet there is so little that I really know of you.
All right. I know it's all my fault. But now that we are here, we have all the time.
Well, I'm glad that you finally noticed me, even though I'm not as beautiful as one of your black holes.
Lalita, I have been dead for over 20 years now.
And I for 20 minutes.
What? You are also dead?
Amma, yes.
But how and when?
Old age, of course. I would have turned 103 soon. Thank God it was quick and painless in the end. The doctor was still writing out the death certificate when I suddenly found myself in here. How or why, I don't know. But here I am, hale and hearty and feeling a century younger. Speaking of which, where is here?
Well, I came here by accident, just like you. And honestly, I've been here for so long that I have lost track of time. Not that I have any complaints with a ringside view of the splendors of the universe.
I think I know where we are.
Where?
Heaven. Swarg. Our own little private versions of heaven. I have my home to myself and you have your stars. And we have time. In a place where there is no time, or perhaps I'm intruding.
Lalita, you know, you are the only person I've ever cared for. I have proof.
That is there because this is my side of the house. I observe your side only has a photograph of Ramanujan.
See. Well, let's not argue about that. Now that you are here, I welcome you. Welcome to heaven.
Swarg.
Yes, Swarg. I think you will really enjoy yourself in this place. There are no worries here, no hopes, no dreams, no failures, no Sir Arthur. Anyways, I see that you have a box.
Oh, nothing. It's just a few things. It's a box full of memories. What else can the dead bring in with them?
Lalita, you will not need these things over here. We are no longer creatures of flesh and blood. We are spirits, things of fire and air.
Just like your beloved stars, but I need something more substantial, something more earthly, so to speak. My memories are as real as equations are for you. Remember this?
Atomic Structure and Spectral Lines by Arnold Sommerfeld.
Your first gift to me. Oh, the inscription's still there. To Miss Lalitambika Doraiswamy, your respectfully, Mr. S. Chandrasekhar, Madras, 1928.
Of course I remember. It was my first gift to you when we went on our first walks together on Marina Beach.
Our first walk together. Did it ever occur to you, Chandra, that gifting a book on atomic structure and spectral lines might not have been the best way to impress a girl?
But this is such a beautifully written book. I thought you would enjoy it. You used to like physics.
Do you know what they call people like you these days?
People like me? No.
I believe the expression is nerd. N-E-R-D.
I'm just happy that I'm no longer alive.
Oh, how time flies, you see. It just feels yesterday you gave me a very stupid nerdish book. We were 18, the both of us.
You were 4 days older to me, but a year junior in college.
I'm surprised it was only a year with your dizzying academic progress, publishing papers.
On the Fermi-Dirac statistics only then discovered.
You know, the rest of us were struggling with basic calculus and here he was. A boy wonder discussing quantum mechanics.
Yes, with Heisenberg when he first visited Madras.
Oh, a boy wonder of Indian science, the true heir to his Nobel Prize winning uncle. You had barely graduated to wearing long pants by then.
Well, it must have all gone into my head. You know, in those days, I used to kneel down on the sands of Marina Beach and pray to God that I become like Newton and Ramanujan and such delusions of grandeur.
Oh, is that what you were praying for? How disappointing. I used to think it was for me. And come on, don't think I did not notice those glances you kept sneaking at me in college. So shy. And those attempts to strike up a conversation? Oh, so clumsy. Oh. Heavenly coffee, but not as good as filter coffee.
Mea culpa. I apologize, Miss Lalitambika, but I was in love. Yes, from the very first moment I set my eyes on you.
Love? Oh, really? You mean this Chandra? And what happened to all that love when you went away to Cambridge? You hardly ever wrote to me, perhaps once or twice a year, but apart from that, it was one long silence for 6 years until we finally got married.
I'm sorry, I was very busy with my work in those days.
So busy that you couldn't even tell me what happened between you and Dr. Eddington. And why you suddenly decided to quit Cambridge? Why you vanished into some obscure little town in the middle of nowhere in America?
I did not tell anyone about it. What was the point? No one could have done anything about it anyways.
Except your father, it seems. The two of you wrote plenty to each other, and it would appear that he had also found a solution to your Eddington problem. My dear Chandrasekhar, don't postpone your marriage for too long. Let all intellectual ambition go hang. Come over in the Christmas week of 1935 and get married. If you stay in Madras for about 4 months, you would be able to get to know some girls, then choose. The Indian way of love is far superior to the European. The wife you need should have high potential but low kinetic energy. She must be a comrade to you as well as see that your home interest is attended to. Yours, Babuji.
Well, you know how Indian fathers are. They think marriage is the solution to all problems.
And Chandra, what did you think? No, seriously, why did you decide to get married to me after 6 long years of silence? And is it because you wanted someone with low kinetic energy to attend to home interests? Or is it because you had no friends in Cambridge? Or because Dr. Eddington had rejected you?
Lalita, please stop teasing me. You know you're the only person I ever cared for. I have documentary evidence. See this?
Oh, that interview.
Yes, this interview. Taken soon after I won the Nobel Prize. See, the reporter asked me, so Professor Chandrasekhar, how would you like to sum up your life, sir?
And you showed them all the terribly difficult books that you'd written.
Of course not. This is what I said. I left India and went to England in 1930. In 1936, I came back to India, married a girl who had been waiting for 6 years, came to Chicago and lived happily ever after. QED, hence proved, I think.
All lies, but nice lies. You should have tried such lines to impress me when we were young, instead of that stupid, what spectral lines. Now go back to work, go back to your stars and let me attend to some work here, to home interest. Chandra, stop throwing things around in the house. What is this? The maximal mass of ideal white dwarfs.
You shouldn't have brought that.
It's your finest achievement, your first seminal paper on the fate of stars. Your finest achievement, Chandra.
Done only when I was 19.
The discovery of Chandrasekhar limit.
Yes, the Chandrasekhar limit. I believe I know a thing or two about it. It is 1.44 times the mass of the sun, our sun, the mass above which a dying star collapses into a neutron star and ultimately into a black hole. I should just be grateful for having discovered the Chandrasekhar limit.
Even though it Even though it took them 30 years to do so.
Even though they called it the Landau limit for 30 years, I am just happy that they named it after me. I'm just happy that I discovered the Chandrasekhar limit, or the limit of Chandrasekhar, depending on how you look at it.
Chandra, why must you be so dismissive of your achievements? You, by 19, did what most people can only think of doing in a lifetime.
It must be a question in the civil services examination in India. Name 3 most important contributions made by Indian physicists. Answer: 1, Raman effect, Bose-Einstein statistics, and the Chandrasekhar limit. These countless young men and women should just be thanking me for increasing their scores by 1/3 of 1 mark.
But Chandra, this is what made you. This is why the world remembers you. You should have heard them when you'd passed away. And Miss Dr. S. Chandrasekhar, the most distinguished astrophysicist of our age, Nobel laureate, a brilliant mathematician.
Yes, it made me, but it destroyed me as well.
Destroyed you?
Lalita, you know what happened after I published this paper.
Sir Arthur Eddington. Chandra, you still think of him?
Well, there are some memories you don't need to preserve inside a box.
You know, you've never really told me much about him. What was he like?
Oh, Eddington was an enigma. Just like each one of us is, I suppose. The square roots of sonnets. That's what he called human beings. Impossible equations, impossible conundrums. What can I say about Eddington? He was the father of modern astrophysics, celebrated mathematician, lover of Shakespeare and crossword puzzles, and interpreter of the universe.
Just look at you talking about him, even after what he did to you, even in your Nobel acceptance speech. It was Eddington,
Only
all that.
11 times.
I could never understand why.
Lalita, he was my guru, he was my hero. Without his fundamental insights into the working of stars, I would have never discovered the Chandrasekhar limit.
Or the limit of Chandrasekhar. Guru indeed, Sir Drona. He cut off your thumb without even asking for it, and you went on paying Guru Dakshina to him all your life.
Lalita, Eddington was a great man, a great scientist. He laid down the path for the rest of us to follow. He created the first working model of the stars, which was to be the beginning of modern astrophysics. He was the first one who truly understood Einstein's general theory of relativity, and he proved it as well, in spite of being ostracized by his English colleagues for having supported a German scientist. It was May 1919. World War I had just ended 6 months ago. Germany had been defeated by the Allied powers, but one German amidst them stood tall, Sir Albert Einstein, with a theory of gravitation that had the Newtonian universe on its head, a strange and beautiful theory that had the English scientists break into cold sweat because Sir Isaac Newton, their great national hero, was about to be proven wrong. The obscure calculations made by a former clerk at the Swiss Patents Office was about to end over 200 years of dominance of British science. Only one thing left. Only one thing remained for German science to achieve eternal glory. Proof, experimental proof. And the person to provide this proof was Sir Arthur Stanley Eddington, Professor of Astronomy at Cambridge, who used all his wit and cunning to persuade the Royal Astronomical Society in London to sanction that famous expedition to Africa, which was to become the final battleground between Newton and Einstein.
Africa? Have you gone quite mad, Arthur?
On the contrary, my dear sister, I have never been saner. Tomorrow I set sail for the dark continent in search of the light.
And just where is it that is sailing off to?
To the tropical island of Principe, off the coast of West Africa. Vinidia, do remember to pack my gumboots and a pair of woolen socks. The weather, unfortunately, threatens to be soggy.
And why must you go there, Arthur?
Because a tiny corner of the universe is behaving badly.
Yeah, sure.
And I must voyage to Africa to set it right.
It is so difficult to live with a man who speaks in riddles all the time. Is this about that German again?
Well done, my dear Watson. Of course it is about Mr. Einstein. And soon, I am going to prove to this world that his theory of gravitation is indeed the right one.
Herr Einstein's theories can't be very good, can they? If they work only in Africa and not in England. Just look at our dear Sir Newton's. They work perfectly well just about everywhere it seems. So why on earth should we send good English scientists skirting to the end of the earth to prove bad German theories?
Because these bad German theories, as you call them, could alter the way in which we understand our universe forever, in deep and fundamental ways that we have only just started to glimpse.
Does it bother you at all, dear Arthur, that we were at war with Germany only until yesterday? They have the blood of so many of our countrymen on their hand, of our own friends. Must you really go this far, Arthur, to help prove a German right? Don't your colleagues at Royal Astronomical Society have anything to say about it?
Colleagues, the blighters, they have nearly ostracized me, but I couldn't give a bucker about it. The squabbles of politicians and generals might come and go, but that should not be allowed to stand in the way of the truth. Look, Winnie, for over 200 years now, Newton's laws have explained everything that we know about motion, from the fall of an apple, to the rise of the tides, to the orbits of the mighty planet, to the flight of the humble bumblebee.
Hurrah for Mr. Newton.
Everything, that is, except the tiny planet of Mercury, a most ill-mannered little planet, just like someone we know, that has decided that it will simply not do what good Mr. Newton wants it to do.
Ah, what does it matter? It's just a teeny tiny little planet.
I refer, of course, to the long-standing mystery of the anomalous rate of the precession of perihelion of Mercury's orbit and its inexplicable deviation from the elliptical path ordained by Mr. Newton by 38 arcseconds per century.
Why, of course. That explains it all. Silly me. I think I'll just go and pack your gumboots.
Oh, blow my gumboots. Come here, let me show you. Now, imagine if you are the sun.
No, Arthur. You are the sun. The brilliant sun. I'm just the daughter.
Vinny.
Oh, yes. Destined to circle around your never-changing orbit of packing gumboots and boiling eggs for your breakfast. Now you go on with the little games. I have a lot of Earth stuff to do.
Wait, it will only take a minute. Now, imagine you are the sun and I am the planet Mercury, gingerly making my way across your brilliant self, and just as Mr. Newton would want me to do, I am tracing out an ellipse with you in the middle. Now, everything is okay with the universe so far, but watch what happens with each passing year. I'm still tracing out an ellipse, but each year it's a different ellipse, one that has shifted from the previous year by a fraction of a whisker.
My head's spinning. I don't know it's because of your ellipsis or Einstein's whisker.
Just one whisker every year, but 100 Mercury years later, the whiskers have all added up and the shift now is palpable, the 38th part of 1 degree to be precise.
The angle at the tip of grim German mustache.
Much less, I must say, but between such fine differences between observation and predictions lie our first misty glimpses of the truth. A truth that is much deeper than anyone has conceived of so far.
A truth that does not matter to anyone except grown men who want to avoid doing any real work, whiling away their time staring at the stars.
That is a pickle of your own making, Winnie dear. You are sinking into a gutter of mundanities.
You leave me to my sinking and I'll leave you to your thinking. I shall wait for the day when your thoughts on the universe will prove to be of slightest use to the rest of us.
And such a day will come. Mark my words.
Then I shall patiently wait for that day. That being said, why does Mercury behave so oddly?
Because it is much closer to the sun.
Ah, the heat gets to it.
No, it's because the space around Mercury is distorted by the enormous mass of the sun, like a wrinkled cloth.
Space is like a wrinkled cloth. Silly me, I thought it's just empty.
Aha, but you see, Einstein's theories has radically altered the way in which we understand space and how objects move about in that space. See, Newton had explained planetary motion through a mysterious and invisible force called gravity that caused two objects to be attracted to each other like a pair of magnets. Now, an apple falls to the ground like this because it is pulled by the earth. On the other hand, Mercury goes around the sun like this because the same force is now used for a turning and not for falling. The same force that makes an apple fall to the ground is the same force that makes Mercury go around the sun, much like our very own earth for that matter.
Of course, as every schoolboy knows.
But what every snotty-nosed schoolboy does not know is Einstein's theory of gravitation is based entirely on geometry and no other mystical forces. Einstein's theories predict that matter bends space and objects move around in that space along the contours that are created.
Right. I think your socks needs a wash. So if you and Einstein don't mind?
Oh, stuff my... I'm trying to create history here and you do not even want to be a part of it. Now, how do I explain this to you? I have it. Winnie. Winnie.
Off he goes again.
Can you come here and grab the two corners of the cloth now, can you? Oh, please do that. I'm constructing a solar system here.
Of course, my Lord God.
Now, this is space. When there is no matter to bend it, it is like a flat, smooth surface along which objects move around in straight lines like this.
Right.
Now for an apple. Winnie, I need an apple.
Hungry already, dear God? You have only just started on the solar system. There's plenty more to go.
Give me an apple, Winnie.
Yo.
Now, space in the presence of a massive object. You see, it bends like a rubber sheet upon which a weight is placed. Now, into this little drama, enter a second, not so heavy object. You see, it has no other option other than to move along the contours of the curved space. The sun is the apple and the ball is Mercury. Mercury moves around the sun not because of the invisible force of gravity, but because of the inexorable laws of geometry. Gravity becomes a consequence of geometry.
Impressive.
It is, isn't it?
Except...
Now what?
I do wish to point out, if I may, that Mercury still seems to be going around the sun, exactly as Newton had said it would.
Yeah, and so?
And so, what was all the fuss about the precession of the periwinkle then?
The precession of the perihelion.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's because I said Mercury is so perilously close to a body as massive as the sun. The heavy mass of the sun distorts the space-time around Mercury, which causes nearby objects to wobble.
As a street urchin trembles in presence of a fat policeman.
Close enough. But Newton's laws cannot account for all of the wobbling, whereas Einstein's can.
So you're off to Africa to measure the wobbling of the Mercury.
Precession. But no, that has already been done. And the observations match perfectly with the predictions. But that is not enough. I am going to Africa to prove the second one of his most fascinating predictions. And that will be the definitive proof that he is right.
That a ping pong ball traces a circular path around an apple placed on a tablecloth. Thank you, but that I knew already.
Except this time. Imagine the ping pong ball not a planet, but a ray of light from a distant star. Vinay, what would happen if this ray of light were to whiz past our sun?
The ball, your ray of light, would curve past the apple, the sun. But that means
that means light does not travel in straight lines. Light is also bent in space like any other matter. See, matter bends space, and space shapes the trajectories of both matter and light. Light does not travel in narrow alleys in the cosmos, but rather it moves like an Englishwoman whose fancy has been caught by the latest display of silk gowns at Harrods.
Yeah, not me or any of the women I know. But why? Matter has mass, it has weight, whereas light is, well, just light.
Aha, but light has energy, and energy has mass. E is equal to mc squared, as has been proved by Mr. Einstein 14 years ago, his special theory of relativity. Hence, light is also bent in space by mass. Don't look so shocked, Vinay. It's all true.
I was thinking.
Well, fancy that. No, don't let me stop you.
I was wondering what would happen to the space if the object was heavy, like really heavy. Wouldn't it create a deeper and deeper well then?
Excellent, Vinay. Indeed it would. But what really matters is the amount of mass in a given volume of space. It's density. Density. That's the ticket. The more denser the object, the more greater the curvature of space-time around it.
So if a ray of light were to curve past an extremely dense object, it would
be forced to travel paths of greater and greater curvature. Quite right.
And hence, it would be struggle for the light to escape the pull of an extremely dense object.
True.
Arthur, what were you talking the other day about Snow White, was it?
Snow White was talking about the white dwarfs.
Right. What's wrong with the poor darlings?
You see, Vinay, my model of the stars works like a charm for young and middle-aged stars. But when it comes to older stars, like the white dwarfs, it fades. Unfortunately, my calculations suggest that these stars would collapse into an infinitely dense and infinitely small point in space, crushed by its inward gravitational pressure of their own mass.
Oh dear, but why?
Because as a star gets older, it quickly runs out of fuel to burn. And therefore, there is no enough gas or thermal pressure to counteract the inward pull of the gravity. And therefore, instead of quietly curling up into a ball of inert matter like any civilized star should, they start collapsing upon itself into an infinitely dense point, into nothingness.
Dear me, how dreadful.
A scandal. Philosophically, a deeply disturbing thought, for nature abhors infinities as much as she abhors a vacuum.
And if your Einstein is right, even light wouldn't be able to escape from such an infinitely dense star.
True. Infinitely dense, and therefore giving out nothing, and therefore impossible to see. Blasphemous, a divine embarrassment. For why would God create such an unnatural object?
So, how are you going to resolve this embarrassment of a paradox that you have created yourself?
Quite simply, by concluding that such stars cannot exist. My theory may be wrong, for nature is certainly hiding something from me. Exactly what, I do not know, and I need time to figure that out. But I must go now. The shores of Africa are calling me.
And I still hope that Einstein's fancy theories turns out to be wrong.
They're just too beautiful to be wrong, Vinidia. Wait for it. I shall return in triumph.
Don't forget your umbrella too when your triumphs are raining down upon you.
Goodbye, my sister. Oh, leave the wise our measures to collate. One thing is certain, light has weight. One thing is certain, and the rest debate. Light rays near the sun do not go straight.
For one thing is certain, and the rest debate. Light rays when near the sun do not go straight.
And Eddington was the first one to prove it?
Yes. With a path-breaking experiment that only he could have thought of. A total solar eclipse was predicted to occur on the 29th of May, 1919, and it was to be visible on the coast of Principe in West Africa. Eddington arrived there before the eclipse did, with his cameras and telescope and an umbrella. It was raining heavily, the sky was overcast. Eddington despaired that the sun would be obscured by the clouds and he would not be able to make the observations for which he had travelled so far.
I wanted to see the stars that lay hidden behind the eclipsed sun.
Ayyo Rama, so much drama. Couldn't he just have looked at it at night like the rest of us?
Yes, he could have, but at night the earth has turned and the sun is no longer located directly between us and the same distant stars.
But during an eclipse, it is. The sun is still there, hidden behind the moon, its great mass, pulling the light from the distant stars and bending it towards itself.
Except now the eclipsed sun cannot drown out the faint light of the stars with its own brilliance. So what we should see are rays of starlight bent by the sun, just like the crooked image of a stick immersed in water,
if indeed it bends. But to know that, we must compare the positions of the stars during an eclipse to the positions of the very same stars at night.
If the two positions coincide, then Newton is right.
And if they do not, Einstein is.
The matter can easily be resolved by photographing the stars during the eclipse and again at night.
Which is what I was hoping to do on that cloud-infested afternoon at Principe. I had nearly given up hope when all of a sudden, like a miracle, God waved his hands and the clouds disappeared. Eclipse darkness of high noon, the stars shone bright, and I saw with my telescope what I had already seen in my mind's eye.
Mass bends space, space bends light.
Eddington returned to London from Africa, ready to present his results to the Royal Astronomical Society.
Friends, astronomers, countrymen, in the words of Oscar Wilde, we are all in gutter, yet some of us are looking at the stars. Yes, gentlemen, I have returned from my African safari. And I have with me the photographic evidence that will prove whether Sir Newton is right or Herr Einstein. Photographs of the stars taken during the eclipse at Principe on May 29th. The photographs of the very same stars at night. Yes, gentlemen, the stars have shifted by precisely the same amount predicted in Einstein's theory of gravitation. And therefore, gentlemen, Einstein is right.
The world was stunned. Our understanding of the universe had changed forever. Einstein became an overnight celebrity, a hero. It was the first time many of us had even heard of him.
And Eddington? Eddington became your hero, your guru.
Not just mine, he became everyone's hero, everyone who cared about science and humanity. Here was a man who had risked personal disgrace and rejected political boundaries to uphold the truth.
So, Eddington was Einstein's champion.
No, Lalita. Einstein was far too great a scientist to need a champion.
But Chandra certainly needed one. He was lost in Cambridge in 1930. If it hadn't been for Arthur, he would have never found his way. I still remember the first day he came to our house. He looked so young then, young and shy, like a schoolboy who had been summoned to the headmaster's office.
Ah, Mr. Chandrasekhar, so you're here finally. I hope you have found your Cambridge feet by now.
Such an honor meeting you, sir. Such a privilege. Your work has always been an inspiration for me.
Well, I too have been hearing great things about you. Professor Fowler is quite impressed with the paper that you have sent him. Quite an original piece of physics, he tells me.
It's nothing, sir, just a minor application of the Fermi-Dirac statistics.
But you have 2 papers published on the subject. Not bad at all for somebody barely out of school. So, tell me, what do you think about?
They went on talking. None of it made any sense to me, of course. But I did notice that Chandra was shivering from time to time. Understandably, Arthur's intellect can be terribly intimidating at times, especially for a young boy fresh out of India.
Chandra wasn't intimidated by Eddington's intellect. In fact, he had enough and more of his own. He was simply feeling cold in that horrible English weather. And it wasn't only the weather that was chilling.
The poor boy was in a state of nervous tension. He had made a few peculiar calculations on his way from Bombay to Dover, which he thought to be of fundamental importance. He wanted to know, for I thought of them.
I wasn't the least bit nervous. Why should I be? We were discussing my favorite subject, mathematics. But I was excited, terribly excited. I couldn't believe I was sitting across the table with the great Eddington himself and talking to him about my own little discovery, as I flattered myself it was.
But I saw right away that Chandra's calculations had made no sense at all. But he insisted on showing them to me. What choice did I have? I girded my loins and I indulged him.
I could see Eddington was becoming so curious about my work. He kept questioning me about my assumptions. I was so flattered by his interest in my work. I was very, very happy in those early days in Cambridge.
He looked tired, hungry. I wondered whether I should offer him something to eat.
Oh, he was a strict vegetarian. I doubt whether these English even knew what vegetarian meant in those days.
I had no idea what Indians said. How could I? There were hardly any of them in England in those days. The only one I knew was of a mathematician who had worked with our good friend Professor Hardy. The poor man had died of consumption, I believe, apparently the result of poor diet. He looked just like Chandra. The same dark skin, the thick black hair, the large bright eyes. A strange, awkward young man with a strange, unpronounceable name, Ramajam something.
Ramanujan, Srinivasa Ramanujan, the first Indian to be elected fellow to Trinity College. Chandra was the second.
All right, dear, don't get your kickers in a twist. But I seriously wondered, what can I offer Chandra? Cake, biscuit, toast, but who knew what they contained? I chose the safe option. Would you like to have a slice of the sun, Mr. Chandrasekhar?
I beg your pardon, Miss Eddington.
My sister is fond of jokes. She fancies herself to be a comedian. You may ignore her. So you were saying?
Sir, I quite don't understand it all myself, but it's very strange. my calculations seem to indicate that these existing theories of white dwarfs may be wrong. You see here, sir, in this paper, if you consider the special relativistic effects, then
during his 3-month-long voyage from Bombay to Dover, Chandra studied the problem of white dwarfs originally posed by Eddington.
My model had indicated that an aging star would collapse under its own weight and shrink into nothingness once it has outrun its supplies of fuel, a conclusion that has disturbed me for several years, until 1926, when Professor Fowler extended my theory and saved the stars from vanishing into oblivion.
Fowler realized that once a white dwarf star had shrunk beyond a certain size, a new type of force, a new type of effect would begin to reveal itself, quantum mechanical. The same effect that exists within the tiny confines of an atom and prevents it from collapsing upon itself.
A cosmic tug of war now begins within the stars. When the star contracts, it pushes. The inward gravitational force pushes trillions and trillions of particles into tinier and tinier spaces. But as these particles come closer together, quantum mechanical forces begin to push them apart.
Fowler realized that the quantum mechanical effects would be able to counter gravity and prevent the star from collapsing. Suspended between two equal and opposing forces, the star would reach a peaceful end, just like a small cold sphere of iron.
Professor Fowler's extension of my work was a profound advancement in our understanding of the stars. With great difficulty, Professor Fowler and I had managed to restore order to the heavens when all of a sudden, this young boy from India comes with his novel set of equations that threaten to plunge us all back into chaos. So, Mr. Chandrasekhar, can you explain yourself in simple language? I will look into the mathematics later.
Actually, sir, it's quite simple. I'm surprised that no one has noticed it until now. The fact of the matter is that Fowler has not accounted for the special relativistic effects that must arise inside highly dense stars.
Special relativistic effect, also discovered by that troublesome German Herr Einstein. It seems, or so Arthur had explained, if an object were to travel at the speed close to that of light, it would become tremendously heavy and shrink in length at the same time.
You see, sir, Fowler's calculations are still based on classical Newtonian mechanics. But that cannot be so, because as the particles inside a white dwarf are squeezed together, they start traveling faster and faster, soon reaching speeds close to that of light, and therefore they will rapidly gain in mass. So we must apply special relativity and quantum mechanics to arrive at a true understanding of these white dwarfs.
Tea, Mr. Chandrasekhar, a completely herbal preparation.
Thank you.
Special relativity and quantum mechanics, the two great theories of matter. Chandra was the first one to unify them into a single consistent theory.
Rubbish. Dirac had already done that 2 years ago, right here in Cambridge.
But sir, Dirac had applied it to electrons inside metals.
Chandra did it for the stars.
So, Mr. Chandrasekhar, are you saying that Fowler's prediction of the final state of the stars is wrong because of special relativity?
Not in all cases, sir, but only for those stars which have a mass above 1.44 times the mass of our sun. The ones below that limit would eventually cool down and become stable cores of iron, just like Professor Fowler predicts. But for a dying star with a mass above that limit, the quantum effects within will not be strong enough to counter gravity, and therefore the star will continue to shrink until...
Until what?
I can't say exactly, sir, but the result fascinates me. If you see my maths is correct, then the star should become smaller and smaller until it collapses into an infinitesimally small space, into nothing.
I see. So, the Lord God, who made such a profoundly logical world, where every blade of grass has a reason for its existence, would simply allow one of his most fascinating and magnificent creations, an entire star, to vanish into nothingness.
Yes, sir, so it would appear.
A remarkable conclusion. Congratulations, Mr. Chandrasekhar, you have taken us back to square one.
But I don't see, sir, how I can be wrong.
We'll see about that. But this nothingness that contains an entire star within itself, what do you call it? What happens inside it?
So it's difficult to imagine such an object, let alone name it or understand what happens inside it. But it would be certainly immensely dense, and therefore the gravitational effects would be tremendously strong, perhaps strong enough to prevent even light from escaping it. But that would mean that one cannot see such an object.
My congratulations to
that's
you,
impossible.
Mr. Chandrasekhar. You have discovered what must be the most strangest object in the universe. A creature born out of the union of special relativity and quantum mechanics that conducts its life under the rules of general relativity and does all of this within a cloak of invisibility. Quite remarkable.
So you think I'm wrong, but I've checked and rechecked my calculation.
What you are saying is a travesty, Mr. Chandrasekhar, against both God and nature.
Against God and nature? Sir, God lies in the equation.
Yet equations of men lie. You see, my boy, natural law predicts that a star must go on radiating and radiating and contracting until it finds its peace as a sphere of inertness. Nothing finds peace in nothingness. Chandrasekhar, if your theory of stars contradicts natural law, then I must say such stars cannot exist.
Such stars cannot exist. Exactly what the church had told Galileo 400 years ago when he had seen through his telescope the Medicean stars, the moons of Jupiter. Galileo had nearly lost his life. What hope for my Chandra then?
Mr. Chandrasekhar was shocked, and naturally so. But it was Arthur's reaction that surprised me. He was shaken. I could see that.
Mr. Chandrasekhar, would you mind leaving a copy of the paper behind? I would like to take a closer look at it. Maybe I can apply my feeble mind to this. If we could weed out the most obvious errors, there might even be a publishable paper in there.
As you wish, Professor. As you wish.
Don't look so sad, dear boy. It was a brave attempt, although a misguided one. In fact, I have a proposition for you.
Yes, Professor.
How would you like to work with me? I'm sure I could use your considerable talents. Well?
It would be a privilege, sir.
Well, that's settled then. I'll see you in college next week.
Yes.
He bullies you. He savages your work. And the moment he asks you to join him for work, you promptly agree. Why?
What could I do, Lalita? Who was I to refuse him? A 19-year-old against the greatest astrophysicist of the age. What could I have done? But what if he's right? What if my equations are wrong? But that cannot be so. They are so elegant, they are so beautiful. How can they be wrong?
And what was that mumbo jumbo about God and natural law? He swept aside all your work in one grand statement. Natural law predicts that a star should go on radiating and radiating and contracting till it finds peace. Well, as far as I can see, natural law is equal to Eddington telling nature what she should do.
No, Lalita, you must understand something. Eddington was a devout Christian, a Quaker. His belief in God was so strong that he became a conscientious objector during the war. Now, a man like that might genuinely believe that the idea of a black hole is blasphemous, a heathen notion.
Oh, you men of science, you do everything possible to remove God from your equation. But when they don't help to prove you right, you bring him right back in. These scratches and squiggles of black ink on white paper, does all this matter? Who cares whether a star disappears into nothingness or turns into a ball of iron? As long as our good sun rises every morning and sets every evening, who cares what happens to the rest of the stars? Let them all vanish into darkness, I say. I wouldn't lose sleep on it.
But I care. I must know. It's a monstrous itch that needs to be scratched, an overwhelming need to find the truth. These are not just squiggles of black ink on white paper. This is mathematics. The only and powerful instrument that we know, that we have to know the mind of the God.
And Chandra's mathematics reveals a God who isn't to your liking.
Careful now, Winifred.
You're hiding something from me, Arthur. What is it? Is it the glory of the God that troubles you? Or your own?
What do you mean?
Arthur, this is about your E numbers, isn't it? Oh, Arthur, those numbers will be the death of you. You're obsessed with them.
Vinay! Just leave me alone.
Professor Eddington, I see you've come here. Sorry, I did not see. Please have a seat.
Busy like a little brown dwarf prying into the corners of the universe. Chandrasekhar.
Nothing, sir. Just trying out a few things.
Well, Chandra, I must say, I have been reading about your paper on white dwarfs with renewed interest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, quite fascinating. I think there are possibilities, distinct possibilities that must be worked out to its logical ends.
But sir, you said that such things cannot exist, that it's beyond natural law.
Who am I to say what must exist and what must not? That power lies in the hands of the God. Who knows, maybe your mathematics will help us in understanding him better.
I don't know what to say, sir. That's extremely generous of you, but I don't think I deserve such high praise.
Oh, not at all. A brilliant young man like you is just what we need here in Cambridge to shake things up a little bit. A rising star, must I say. Now, I have something very important to discuss with you.
Yes, sir.
There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at flood, leads to fortune. Omitted, all of life is bound in shallows and in miseries. Do you agree, young man?
Of course, sir. How can I disagree with Shakespeare?
Very well then. Your moment is coming, Chandra. I think it is right time that you present your work to a wider audience.
Really, sir?
Yes, Chandra. I am increasingly of the opinion that your work is of such fundamental importance, quite remarkable, quite. But that is only my opinion. And individual opinion do not matter in science now, do they? Otherwise, we would be back at the days of the Inquisition. No. I think you must present your work to the leading authorities of science and get to know what they think of it.
Actually, sir, I've spoken about it in a few colloquiums, and Milne and Fowler have seen my work.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum, they will not get you anywhere. You are an artist of very rare merit, Mr. Chandrasekhar. You need a much wider canvas. Now, you listen to me very carefully. The Royal Astronomical Society is conducting their general meeting on the 11th of January. I want you to present your work there to the leading authorities of mathematics, astronomy, and physics. Now, how does that sound to you?
Really, sir, I don't know what to say. A lecture at the Royal Astronomical Society by me? I can't believe, sir, it's beyond my wildest imagination.
But richly deserved. In fact, I think your work is of such fundamental importance that I've asked the secretary to give you a full 30 minutes instead of the usual 15.
Sir, I don't know how to thank you.
All for science, Chandra. All for science. Your moment is coming. I expect everyone who's anyone to be there at the meeting. I have personally has invited several important people. We must expect a full house. Right, now that's settled. Let's get to do some work. Show me your latest calculations. So you haven't considered the case of interacting electrons like I asked you to?
No, sir, I haven't.
But why?
So actually, it does not change the end result. You see, Pauli's exclusion principle applies to electrons, and therefore the interactions between them are irrelevant in this case.
I see.
But sir, there is a problem. These differential equations, they are proving extremely difficult to solve.
Nasty. Very nasty indeed. Chandra,
yes.
Would you mind leaving this paper behind? I would like to apply my feeble mind to this difficult problem.
Yes, sir, you can take.
An intriguing thought just occurred to me.
Yes, Professor.
It is true, these equations are pretty difficult. So, why not we use our latest technological marvel, the calculating machines, and unleash it upon this forest of equations?
So the calculating machine, really, I mean, that would be a godsend, a blessing. But I think it's not given out to anyone.
But you're not anyone, you're someone. You leave it to me. The calculating machine is as good as yours.
Professor Eddington, I don't know how to thank you.
All for science, Chandra, all for science. Now you'd best get started working for the big meeting now, aren't you? You don't have much time to waste now. The way.
Dear Babuji, I am overpowered with the work that I have to do before January on my stellar structure. As the meeting day approaches, I feel I'm pretty deep in a mess. Yours respectfully, Chandra. He wrote this letter to his father a few days before the big meeting, the Royal Society on 11th January. It was a freezing cold afternoon in London that day. Chandra entered into the meeting hall half an hour early. It was already packed from wall to wall. Rows upon rows of men sat there. Eddington was right. Everyone who was anyone was there. Jeans, Milne, Fowler, Hardy, Stratton. But Eddington was nowhere to be seen. Minutes before the meeting, Eddington swept across the meeting hall, the audience making way for him.
No windows, no ventilation. The air is filled with the breath of so many people. It's like a hot, humid swamp in here.
It felt pleasantly warm after the chill outside, just like in Madras. The meeting began as soon as Eddington settled down. One by one, the speakers got up to deliver their lectures. Someone spoke of the possibility of air existing on planet Venus. Eddington, of course, has his own opinion.
Never mind Venus, there is no air in here. Looks like the bloody black hole of Calcutta. Now, can we get started on Chandrasekhar's address before all of us suffocate here to death?
Mr. Chandrasekhar will now present his paper.
This was Chandra's moment. The moment he had dreamt of since the magical voyage from Bombay to Dover in 1930. The air was thick with expectations.
President Stratton, gentlemen, in conclusion, for a star of small mass, the natural white dwarf stage is an initial step towards complete exhaustion. But for a star of large mass, one is left speculating on other possibilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for that very interesting talk. Are you quite done?
Yes, sir.
In which case, with the permission of President Stratton and the august audience present here, I would like to say a few words. Now, I do not know if I shall leave this meeting alive, but the foundations of the paper that you have just heard, they are completely wrong.
Professor Eddington, we...
No buts, Mr. Chandrasekhar, no more buts. I have said this to you before as well, but you have refused to see reason. Gentlemen, friends, and fellows of the Royal Astronomical Society, it is my painful duty to inform you that Mr. Chandrasekhar has put the stars in the same difficulty from which Professor Fowler and I have rescued them earlier. Chandrasekhar has put us in a very difficult situation, a situation from which only an accident may intervene and save the helpless stars. But I, for one, want more protection than that.
But Professor Eddington, what are you saying? You have personally seen everything I presented. You have seen my calculations. You said that...
You have had your say, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for the past 30 minutes. Now let me have mine. Yes, it is true that I have seen your calculation, and it is precisely because I have seen your calculation that I am driven to the conclusion that your equations are reductio ad absurdum.
My equations are absurd, but you said...
I said your equations are a combination of relativistic mechanics and non-relativistic quantum theory, and I do not consider the offspring of such a union as born of lawful wedlock.
But what about Dirac? He did the same.
Yes, he did, and it has nothing to do with what you have done here. Friends, I think there must exist a natural law that must prevent the stars from behaving in this absurd way. This is nothing short of stellar buffoonery. Thank you, gentlemen. I have nothing further to say.
No one to withstand. It was that the meeting was called to an end and the room emptied out, and I stood there like a fool. People threw pitying glances at me. Some of them even came to pat my shoulder. All they could say was, "Too bad. Too bad." That evening I went back to Cambridge. I couldn't go to the dark rat hole of a flat I was living in, so I went to the common room in Trinity College and stood beside the fireplace staring at the embers as the lines from Eliot's Hollow Men kept running through my head. This is how the world ends. This is how the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. On that winter's night in January, my world had ended.
You trusted him.
He trusted you.
Yes, he did. He had no reason not to.
Yes, I did.
And you did not stop to think for a moment why he had suddenly become so friendly towards you. His sudden U-turn didn't make you feel suspicious.
No, I thought he had finally understood the significance of my work.
E numbers again? There is nothing in your life apart from those E numbers of yours. No food, no rest, no sleep.
Very soon, all natural phenomena will be derivable from my theory. Every known and unknown equation that govern this physical world will be derivable from my theory. I'm building a church for him here. Look at this. The cornerstone laid by Einstein. The spire laid by Newton. The altar by Heisenberg. All of it illuminated through the divine light seeping through the stained glass windows of Maxwell.
Your ambition, it frightens me, Arthur.
Oh, he sounds loony to me.
It's my life's mission, my personal crusade. Call it whatever you want. I cannot stop now when I'm so close to the truth. Look, Vinay, my E numbers will be the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. Very soon with this theory, I will be able to integrate quantum mechanics, special relativity, and general relativity into a single grand unified theory.
Did you know what Eddington was up to?
Well, he was trying to combine all known physical laws into a single all-encompassing theory which he called the fundamental theory. You people at Cambridge had heard about it, but it was all very mysterious. He was playing his cards very close to his chest. All we knew that he had come up with something that he called E numbers, a set of 11-dimensional numbers which through their permutations and combinations could explain every natural phenomena, to why the planets revolve around the sun, to why electrons revolves around the nucleus, to why the stars shine, to why your gold necklace gleams.
E for Eddington, oh how very modest.
Very few people took his E numbers seriously.
Yet all the greats at Cambridge continued to treat him like he was God.
Yes, people were in awe of him because of his path-breaking work in the past. I was still in awe of him.
The theory of everything. I almost have it. Soon, every mote of grass, every mote of dust in this universe will owe its existence to me. My mathematics, my pure, clear mathematics.
Arthur, what if you're wrong about Chandra's work? He's just a boy. He looks up to you. He admires you so much. Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
He is wrong. He is wrong. Do you hear me? He is wrong and he has to be stopped.
Good evening. Germany has invaded Poland. Fighting has begun in Europe. That's the headline tonight, Friday, the 1st of September, 1939. Warsaw has been bombed. Casualties are heavy, but Poland is fighting back. Mr. Chamberlain has sent an ultimatum to Hitler, pull out of Poland or we will declare war. Hitler has told the Reichstag he's fighting for the resurrection of Germany. Here, all three services have been ordered to mobilize and are ready. The evacuation of the main cities has been going to plan and the blackout has begun. Britain stands at the brink of war tonight.
September 1st, 1939, the latest issue of Physical Review.
On continued gravitational contraction by Oppenheimer and Snyder.
Gravitational contraction, is this about?
Yeah, the same old nonsense about the collapse of the star.
Nonsense, why? Does it contradict your theory?
It supports it in all respects, even extends it to the general relativistic case.
Oh, but that's wonderful, Chandra. You've finally been vindicated. Why are you looking like that? It's the best possible thing that could have happened to you.
You have not even mentioned my name, not once, let alone cite my original work. Apparently they figured it out all by themselves.
They did not mention your name?
No.
Well, never mind in any case. How does it matter? An independent validation of your arguments only strengthens your case. It should be easy enough to prove that you were the first person to arrive at these findings as early as 1930, a full 9 years ahead of Mr. Oppenheimer and Mr. Snyder.
Perhaps, but what purpose will it serve?
What do you mean?
Lalita, I have spent most of my adult life grappling with the problem of white dwarfs, a problem that matters to no one except me, that no one cares about except me. 9 years of my life I have wasted chasing shadows. But I have decided now enough is enough. This chapter of my life is closed and I do not wish to do it.
But this paper by Oppenheimer, it surely changes everything. It's
Not all of Oppenheimer's piety nor his wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line.
But Oppenheimer is the blue-eyed boy of American science establishment. Even I know of his name. Surely his independent confirmation would count for a great deal. Why are you giving up so easily, Chandra?
For 5 long years I did not give up because I was a fool. If anyone else suffered the public humiliation that I did at Eddington's hands, they would have given up, but I did not give up. You know, after that meeting I met the creme de la creme of European physics. Maxwell, Bohr, Dirac, Pauli, Rosenfeld. I offered them my papers. I showed it to them. I wanted them to review it. I even challenged them to point out the flaws in my argument if they could.
And what happened?
They said Eddington was wrong. They said he was talking through his highly inflated hat. Each one of them said that I was right, Lalita. They said that.
Said it in private.
Yes. In private, they were all on my side. Man to man, with the heart. But publicly, never. In every seminar, with their study sciences. Not one man among all these great men supported me.
You never wrote to me about these things, Chandra. I mean, you...
What was there to write about? I had very little to show for my efforts. Eddington was far too powerful and influential. He was very smart. He had every meeting he ridiculed my work. He had the sharpest weapon in his armor, that was laughter. And all my attempts at rebuttal made matters only worse.
But Chandra, you have to let go of the past. We are in America now. Thousands of miles away from that snake pit in Cambridge. It's a new hope, it's a new age. Look at me, Chandra, and look at me. You cannot give up now, not when you're so close to victory. Oppenheimer's paper changes everything. Fate has offered you a new chance, a new hope. It's
false hope, Lalita, a false hope. Oppenheimer's work will sink without a trace. It is a stillborn child, destined to be forgotten by everyone except its parents. Anyways, the world is changing. Who cares about it?
But why?
Bombs, blasted bombs to blast us out of bloody existence. As if Hitler and his tanks aren't enough.
Do calm down, Arthur. Here, have an apple.
Calm down? How can I calm down? Have you seen what's written in here?
September 1st, 1939. Physical review on continued gravitational contract.
Not that one. That's some rubbish that Oppenheimer's written.
The second great war of our times has begun. Europe is under siege. Who cares about the stars?
Do you think anyone gives two whits about the stars anymore? It's the article after Oppenheimer's that I'm talking about. See, this one. The one by Bohr and Wheeler.
The Mechanism of Nuclear Fission by Niels Bohr and John Wheeler.
Evil genie has been let out of the bottle and thither it will never return. This time no one will escape.
No one. Not in Europe, not in Asia, not even us in distant America. Scientists will turn their backs to the skies and focus on more urgent
problem. They will drag us all into this meaningless war. They will destroy God's world. They will unleash the fires of hell upon His creation.
What are you going on about? Who will?
Every man jack of them. Bohr, Einstein, Fermi, Teller, the lot. They've all gone to America to make the bloody atomic bomb. This paper by Bohr and Wheeler is the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle.
It spells out the mechanism for creating a self-sustaining reaction, chain reaction through nuclear fission. In this climate, Oppenheimer's paper will sink without a trace. But this paper by Bohr and Wheeler, it will be read by everyone. It has removed the final hurdle for making the atomic bomb.
It will only be a matter of months before they finish making the bomb. I must finish my work. I must finish my church before it is too late. This is going to be man's finest homage to God.
I have to move on. And the world is on the brink of the collapse. The collapse of the stars hardly seems irrelevant. I cannot spend all my life chasing shadow. I must find something else to do. But what can I do? What am I capable of doing? All I know is my star-crossed journey has come to an end.
My papers. My papers, where are they? My papers, I must finish my work. We don't have much time. My papers, where are they?
Arthur, the excitement isn't good for your health. The doctors have warned you so many times.
I'm fine. That none of us will live much longer anyway if our friends in America have their way. I must finish my fundamental theory before they do.
Arthur, Chandra's in America too, isn't he?
University of Chicago, I believe. But why do you ask?
I was thinking, what's he doing these days?
Ballistics? Ballistics, Chandra?
It's a military project, KM. The American government has asked for my help.
And you agreed?
There's a war going on, Lalita. How can I refuse?
The fragmentation of bomb ensuring dispersion of matter. Chandra, how can you work on such things?
With plenty of willpower and good old Newtonian mechanics. But I understand what you say. This is exactly not path-breaking work, isn't it?
No, Chandra, that is not what I meant. You're using your knowledge for the wrong purposes. You're working on the wrong problems.
I agree. There is far more important work to be done at the Manhattan Project. That is where everyone is there these days. Oppenheimer, Fermi, Teller, all busy trying to make the bomb, the atomic bomb. You know, it is the most important weapon ever conceived by mankind. And if we could make it, the balance of power will shift to our side and this bloody war will end before we could have hoped for. Why are you staring at me like that?
Nothing. It's just that you never really told me about these things before.
Well, I'm not supposed to tell anyone about these things. It's all very hush-hush, top secret. But now that you know, don't go on telling your friends about this.
Friends? What friends? I have no friends, no family. I left all of that back in India just to be here with you in these cold, distant lands away from my country. Who would I know here except you? And even that I am not sure of sometimes.
Yes. I wish I was in the Manhattan Project now. I'm sure my earlier work would have come in very handy there. You know, Teller in particular has started showing a sudden interest in my work on radiative transfer and stellar dynamics.
Stellar dynamics? Your stars have something to do with atomic bombs now.
But of course, what is an atomic bomb but a tiny star made by man? Lalita, look at the sky. Each twinkling point of light is a highly efficient machine converting tons of matter into energy every second. E is equal to mc squared. That's the equation everywhere, whether it's an atomic bomb or a tiny star. Now, somehow, if we could replicate a similar set of reactions inside a small quantity of fissile material, possibly a few kilograms, who knows, we could create our own tiny little star right here on Earth. Technically though, the first atomic bomb will be based on the fission mechanism outlined by Bohr and Wheeler, and not fusion, which is the primary process inside a star. You are right, I could have much more than ballistics at the Manhattan Project.
Why don't you go off to join your friends in there then?
Government regulations. This project is only for American citizens.
Yeah, but Bohr is working there. Has he become American?
Bohr is Bohr, grandfather of us all. He is there only as a temporary advisor.
And Teller is Hungarian, isn't it?
Teller was Hungarian, but now he is...
And for me is Italian.
Yes.
I see. The American government is willing to accept Great Danes, Hungarians, Italians, Austrians, Alsatians, and even German shepherds for its top secret project, but not Indians.
Please,
don't you see a pattern in here, Chandra? All these great men from America, Europe, and England for whom you worked so loyally, have they even given you an iota of respect that you deserve? They refused you a permanent position in Cambridge. Oppenheimer didn't even acknowledge you in its paper. Cambridge, Copenhagen, Chicago, it's all the same. Don't you see, Chandra? You are not one of them. You are an outsider that they will use but never accept.
Please, Lalita, you're going too far with this. This is not about me versus the allied scientists. This is not some stupid conflict between the East and the West. It is a much larger issue that concerns every single person on this planet. It is the choice between democracy and fascism.
Oh, big words, big words. I can't bear to see how science is being used as an instrument of death and destruction. Chandra, you shouldn't do this. This is not what you were meant to do. You shouldn't do this.
Then what should I do? What if Hitler makes the atomic bomb, destroys the world, takes over human civilization? What should I do? What should anyone do, Lalita? Listen. At this moment in history, I am trying to help the American government because it is the right thing to do.
America, your newfound love for America is just to butter up the establishment over here so that somebody as big as Oppenheimer or Teller can finally recognize your work.
Lalita, for the last time, I am helping the American government because at this moment, it is the right thing to do. It is my duty.
Your moral duty towards America.
Yes, my duty.
I see, Chandra. And what about India? The country where you were born, you spent your childhood and your youth. Don't you have any love left for that country? Chandra, what have these people given you but pain and suffering, and in spite of that, you choose to be in this country, this cold, empty, distant land away from our families, our beautiful, warm India. Chandra, you have been away for far too long. After centuries of slavery, India is finally awakening. We are close to the day that when our India will finally win its freedom, and when that day comes, people like you will be needed for the task of nation building. How will you use your God-gifted talents then to create or to destroy?
It is such an unfair question. I am just a scientist. I am responsible for my work and not its consequences. I have no control over how my work is used. That is for politicians and generals to decide. No, Lalita, I have no choice.
You have a choice, Chandra. You have a choice. You can live all these things behind and make a new beginning in India. A new beginning. Your uncle is building the Raman Research Institute in Bangalore.
So now you think that I should go to India and join my uncle Raman in Bangalore?
Yeah.
I'm afraid he doesn't share your opinions on this. You know, he wrote me a letter a few years ago. Go on, read it for yourself.
I will never allow astrophysicists to step within 100 kilometers of Bangalore. Raman said that. Your own uncle said that to you.
Why does it surprise you, Lalita? There was never much love lost between me and Raman. He always thought of astrophysics as some kind of pseudoscience. He is certainly not going to welcome me with open arms. And if he does not many in India will either. No, Lalita, I must stay here and help the American government. India will not have much use for me.
But don't you want to?
I don't know what I want, all right. There was a time, a long time ago, I wanted to look into the hearts of the stars. I wanted to create the science of astrophysics. I tried and I failed. So now I just want to keep myself busy. Busy with ballistics, with thermodynamics, with these ellipsoidal sections. These are my constant companions, safe and warm and comfortable, like the friends of childhood. You know that intractable mathematics makes demands of me which I struggle to meet. And the more I struggle, the better I feel. I am just running round and round an endless track, running faster and faster. I want to run till I collapse, to run so hard that I don't know what I want. That's all I want.
Yes. You want to design weapons for a war that has got nothing to do with you, Chandra. No, I don't blame you. It's all that Eddington's fault. He destroyed you, he ripped the heart out of you. Why did he do it to you? Why did it to you too, Chandra? Why did it do it?
The same old questions.
Human beings don't obey the laws of quantum mechanics.
Their answers don't change every time the question is repeated.
But I still want to know.
And I've said this 1,000 times before.
He said my work was fundamentally wrong.
Yes.
Yet not one person could point out a flaw in your entire paper.
Mathematics was flawless.
But mathematics isn't everything, as Eddington used to say.
Oh, that's rich coming from a man who spent 15 years of his life trying to derive every known law of the universe from pure mathematics.
My work cannot be compared with Chandra's. My work is rooted in physical reality, whereas Chandra's is not based in this physical world. How can one even conceive of an infinitely dense singularity in space that has no basis for its existence other than mathematics?
Yet we who witnessed the strange new physics of the 20th century realized very quickly that the only way to go through it was with the clear light of mathematics. Einstein's field equation, the uncertainty principle, Dirac's prediction of antiparticles and negative energies. Did any of them have any greater basis of existence other than mathematics?
But those were different. Those were the works of white men. And their works qualified at the high table at Trinity College, just like their white creators.
Rubbish! As if I cared a fig whether someone was white or black or any shade in between. Unlike Chandra's, those theories qualified for a place at the high table because
they could be verified by experiment.
But surely not when they were first proposed.
No. But those theories at least had the possibility of an experimental verification. It was just a matter of right time and right technology. Besides, the sheer beauty of these theories suggests that they cannot be true.
And truth is beauty and beauty truth, as Eddington used to say.
Actually, I was only quoting Keats.
And Eddington did not find your theory on white dwarfs beautiful.
Beautiful. They were ugly, an abomination, a monstrosity.
Only a heathen could conceive of such a thing.
Please, Lalita.
If I could tolerate Chandra's bizarre ideas for so long, of course I could tolerate a little brown skin.
That's true. Eddington cared only for science, not for race or color or nationality. You know how he supported Einstein when no English scientist would even touch him with a barge pole.
But Einstein was German-born. Besides, Einstein was Einstein. I wonder what Professor Eddington would have thought of the general theory of relativity had it been first proposed by a 19-year-old boy.
I believe he would have thought of exactly the same thing as when first proposed by Einstein.
Racism, colonialism, jealousy, an overinflated ego. What exactly am I being guilty of here? It's my faith, I suppose.
It's none of them.
It's bizarre how you keep defending this man even after what he did to you, the eulogies you kept on writing for him after his death, those memorial lectures, those glowing references in your Nobel acceptance speech, even those food packets.
Food packet?
Yes, Chandra, the food packets you sent to him during the war from Chicago. You wanted to hide it from me, but I saw the addresses on the parcels. I could not believe my eyes.
He was dying. He had stomach cancer. It was killing him. The doctors said he needed to eat well for a fighting chance of survival. Milk, meat, vegetables.
There was a war going on. There was rationing. We had no money. It was all spent on his treatment. We couldn't afford even 2 full meals a day.
How could I have turned my back on him at such a time?
I did it all for science.
I know.
All for science. Your science, Eddington's science.
White man's science.
You know, Arthur, ever since that disastrous meeting at the Royal Astronomical Society, I kept wondering why you had done to me what you had done. I never found a satisfactory explanation until the winter of 1946. The answer became clear to me. It was that year when your book on the grand fundamental theory was published.
Your magnum opus. I collected all your papers and made sure they publish it.
That was 2 years after my death.
The fantastical outpourings of a mind that had lost its way.
The pinnacle of my achievements. The results of 15 years of unrelenting labor. A theory of everything. A comprehensive understanding of why the universe is what it is. I showed the existence and properties of every single particle that made this physical world, derived from my mathematics.
No one remembers it today, Arthur. It's less than a footnote in history.
No one remembers it. The fools. They don't understand anything. I showed why a proton must exist and why it must precisely have the mass that it does. I even showed why the total number of protons and electrons that make up this universe must be 136 into 2 raised to 256, not one more, not one less.
A remarkable conclusion and easily verifiable by experiment, I suppose, but Arthur, it doesn't matter, it's all over. You know what? Einstein had to say about your work. Eddington's imagination was not adequately balanced by his critical facilities, and Pauli was rather more direct.
Complete nonsense for romantic poets and not physicists. That's what Pauli said.
That's the way the cookie crumbled. This is what it has always been about, hasn't it, Eddington? This is why you destroyed me. Your grand fundamental theory, your precious E numbers. This is why you destroyed me, because if you did not, it would have destroyed you. All this while you are hiding behind the physical impossibility of infinities, behind your self-proclaimed love of natural law and God. But the truth is far more mundane, isn't it? All you were trying was to protect your E numbers from coming to an embarrassing end. And how do I know? I look back upon that fateful afternoon when you came to my room in Cambridge with your oh so magnanimous offer of my 30 minutes of fame. I remember, Arthur, how angry you were because I did not consider the case of interacting electrons. And that was the crux of the matter. Interacting particles, because your fundamental theory was based on the assumption that there are no such thing as non-interacting particles. But my model of white dwarf made no such assumptions, and it was correct, completely correct. Oh, Arthur, you were in a fix. Because if you accepted my theories to be true, you would have to accept yours as not true.
Truth. What is truth? Truth is not a multiple choice question with one right answer. It's an indeterminate equation with countless solutions. Destroy you. Did I really destroy you, Chandra? And if I did, why did you go on honoring me throughout your life? I don't know the answers. I bet you know the answers yourself. You've heard 1,000 explanations here. Pick whatever you like. In the end, it doesn't matter. Because we are all human beings. Silly creatures that do not know what we do, why we do. Our actions cannot always be explained by rationality. Not anymore. Not any more than we can derive the square root of a sonnet.
Square root of a sonnet.
So that's what we are. Square roots of sonnets. Impossible conundrums and unsolvable equations.
Yet, Arthur, only if you chose to solve the right equations, things would have been so different today. Arthur, you were my guru, I was your disciple. Together we could have done what Newton and Galileo did for classical mechanics. We could have done what Hawking and Penrose and so many others are doing today. We could have created the science of black holes. We could have made history instead of being reduced to its footnotes. No, Arthur, you chose to solve the wrong equation, and I lost 40 years. Science lost 40 years.
It is I who lost. It is I who lost. You won, Chandra. You won everything.
Won what? The Nobel Prize awarded to me at the age of 73 for a trivial piece of work that I did when I was 19? Arthur, who will give me back all those wasted years? 40 years of wandering in the darkness. I could have done so much more. But all right, Arthur. I don't blame you. You did not destroy me. All those wasted years, they were not yours to take away from me, but mine to give away. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. And yes, Arthur, in the end, I forgave you because you did not matter. Only science did. And it was science that once again gave me a second chance, and I took it. I went back to the study of black holes, I saw with my old new eyes the same beautiful, mysterious objects that I had glimpsed at when I was only 19. At the age of 73, I even made a few modest contributions to the emerging science of black holes, and that has been just enough for me. For the pursuit of science is like the scaling of mountains, high and not so high. But who amongst us can hope to scale the Everest and survey the entire Himalayan range in the dazzling white of the snow, stretching to infinity? But there is nothing mean or lowly in waiting in the valley below and looking for the sunrise over the Kanchenjunga. They also serve those who only stand and wait.
Yet, Chandra, you climbed the highest of the mountains while you thought you were standing in the valley. Look, Chandra, the world is looking at the universe through your eyes. Come now, the sun is soon going to rise. The stars will fade into the light. Like you and me and everyone that we ever knew.
Yet, like the invisible stars, our memories will remain.
And perhaps one day, our stories will also be told.
Our revels now are ended. These are actors, as I foretold you. Our spirits and are melted into air, into thin air.
We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our life is now rounded with a sleep. And I call our director, Srishti Chitre.
If we can also have our entire team, Mr. Shaunak Banerjee, Ms. Tarana Anand, and of course our production manager, Ms. Anushila Chatterjee, on stage, please.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
Wow, what a performance. Thank you, Team TIFR, for gifting us such a strong and emotional act on the life of Chandrasekhar that will be remembered for a long time by everyone who are present today and who have witnessed this play. Thank you so much for making this a memorable event to end today's evening. Now I would like to invite Anushila Chatterjee, Scientific Officer C, a science writer, program head, Science Media Center of TIFR Hyderabad, to please come on dais. Ma'am. I would also like to request Director General, National Council of Science Museum, to please come on stage so that we could felicitate Ms. Anushila Chatterjee. Now Director General NCSM is felicitating with a Uttariya and a special memento which has been developed for IME 2024. Thank you to entire team of TIFR again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So this culminates the event of day 1. So I would now request everyone to please join us for the dinner. Thank you so much.